Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. At this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At any time throughout the hearing, please do not approach the dais. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure's hearing on the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget and the preliminary mayor's management report for the Departments of Transportation, Design and Construction, the Taxi and Limousine Commission, and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, all of which we will hear from today. My name is Sylvina Brooks Powers and I am the chair of this committee. Each of these agencies play an essential role in the lives of New Yorkers. As we've said countless times, Mayor David Dinkins often referred to New York as a gorgeous mosaic of race and religious faith, of national origin, and of sexual orientation. He was right about the people of this city, and as I've said again, a number of times, this description could also apply to our transportation network. We are a multimodal city, and New Yorkers benefit when they have good options to get where they need to go. I look forward to speaking with each of these agencies about their roles in moving New York City forward. I note that today marks the inaugural budget hearing in our committee for DDC, the city's chief capital agency. The methods, means, and materials we use in construction are so crucial not only to our transportation network, but to the sustainability and long-term health of our city across all sectors. This year, we added the Department of Design and Construction to this committee's portfolio, and I look forward to better understanding how this year's budget can position DDC to succeed. But first up today is the MTA, whose 2024 operating budget is $19.29 billion. We will discuss a range of issues, including the implementation of congestion pricing, the agency's existing and upcoming capital plans, and the state's recent announcement regarding the additional deployment of state law enforcement in our subways. I want to note here how important it is to secure the safety of our riders and our transit workers. But we must ensure we're approaching this issue thoughtfully. In our questioning, we'll seek to understand how precisely these new measures, for example, random searching of bags, protect riders and workers. We note, too, the crucial importance of sustaining higher ridership in our efforts to improve safety throughout the system. We'll then hear from the Department of Transportation on its fiscal 2025 preliminary budget, which totals $1.4 billion, a decrease of $2.1 million since adoption. The agency's capital budget for the department totals $11.4 billion, committed between fiscal year 24 and 28. The fiscal 2025 preliminary budget includes no new needs for fiscal 2025, a decrease of $39,000 in other adjustments, and $29.7 million in PEGs. As always, I hope to discuss with DOT how the city can more equitably invest across historically underserved communities like the ones I represent. I'll also ask DOT about its recently issued Streets Plan update, in which it was clear that the agency is once again failing to meet the legal mandates the council established several years ago. I look forward to better understanding how this year's budget can ensure DOT can meet legal requirements and more effectively serve communities citywide. Then we will hear from the Taxi and Limousine Commission on its fiscal 2025 preliminary budget, which totals $59.5 million, a decrease of $835,000 since adoption. The new plan includes funding for a budgeted headcount increase of 54 new inspectors. The fiscal 2025 preliminary budget includes $5.4 million in new needs for fiscal 2025. No other adjustments, and $353,000 in PEGs. Over the last decade, this industry has experienced tremendous change, particularly since the introduction of app-based for-hire vehicles in the city. The council remains committed to removing barriers that prevent drivers from earning a living while they provide essential services to New Yorkers. And we look forward to discussing how this budget further empowers drivers to succeed. Finally, we will hear from the Department of Design and Construction on their 2025 preliminary budget, which totals $172.8 million, an increase of $15.4 million since adoption. The fiscal 2025 preliminary budget includes no new needs for fiscal 2025, $650,000 in other adjustments, and $2 million in PEGs. We'll ask DDC about major projects the agency is leading, from borough-based jails to libraries like the one near completion in Far Rockaway. But I also hope to discuss how DDC is accomplishing its projects. For example, how the agency is innovating to advance projects more quickly and efficiently, and how DDC is seeking to maximize utilizations of MWBEs. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank the council staff for their work, our amazing finance team, including Chima Abachir, a member of District 31, of course, Jack Story, and Michael Sherman. Our wonderful committee staff, Mark Chen, Connor Mealy, Kevin Katowski, and John Basile. And of course, my terrific staff, Jack Siegenthaler, my policy and budget director, Kiera Powell, my communications director, and Renee Taylor, my chief of staff. I would also like to acknowledge my fellow council members who are present here today. We are joined by Council Member Lewis, Hanks, Rivera, and Showman. I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the MTA.
Good morning. I'm Connor Mealy, Counsel to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee of the New York City Council. I would ask that you all raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? For those wishing to testify in person, please see the sergeant at the arms at the back of the room and fill out a testimony slip. Even if you have registered online, please still fill out a testimony slip with the sergeants. We would ask that as you begin your testimony, you would identify yourself by your name and title for the record. Thank you very much. You may begin.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, and I want to thank the members for having us here today, especially the chair. We appreciate the continued partnership that we have with you and the committee to make public transportation in New York City the best it can be. So for the record, my name is Rich Davey. I'm the president of New York City Transit. I'm joined by a dream team of folks from MTA. To my right is Jay Patel, the Deputy Chief Financial Officer. To my left, Shanifa Riera, who's our Chief Customer Service Officer, also a policy advisor to all of us. And to John McCarthy, who is our Chief of Policy and External Relations. So we're here, obviously, to testify and to take your questions over these next couple of hours. You know, we're glad to be with you to share an update. Obviously, Chair, you mentioned a number of topics, but principally speaking, we're here at least to talk about our financial position, which is much stronger, I'm pleased to report, than when I was before you a year ago. You'll remember we had been looking at an estimated $2.8 billion deficit that was on track to grow to almost $3 billion by 2026. Well, today that number is zero, and zero over at least the next 5 years. thanks to Governor Hochul and the state legislature, who really set the bar nationally on what it means to prioritize mass transit. And when I mean nationally, I'm literally giving testimony later today to a number of folks in Massachusetts who are looking at what we did in New York. Folks are saying around the country and looking at what we've done collectively to improve and save our transit system. So we should all be proud of that. The financial lifeline that was provided in the 2023 budget has allowed us to not only keep service running, but we've expanded it significantly while continuing to invest in our network. Let me rattle off a few accomplishments that we've made over the last year. You know, our top priority for riders is frequent, reliable, and safe service, and we've made huge strides on those fronts. Subway service last year was the best it had been in a decade. Obviously, we have more work to do, but the numbers were clear, a best in a decade, and we're setting even higher performance goals in 2024 for our faster, cleaner, safer plan and initiative. Frequencies have improved on 8 subway lines, the C, G, J, MNR 1 and 6, and improving frequencies by about 20 to 25%, typically on nights, weekends, and midday. And there's more to come this summer. Our stations themselves are starting to feel and look more welcoming. Our facilities team has embraced our renovation program. We have completed 68 stations since we launched the program in 2022, and we'll have 110 done by the end of the year. The subway stations are benefiting from deep cleans, brighter lighting, fresh paint, and overall aesthetic improvements that this program delivers. By the way, we're also improving employee facilities back of house, which our customers and folks do not see. For the past year, our station agents have been performing their roles out of the booth for the first time, delivering better service and support by meeting our customers where they are. And not to be forgotten, we've opened 117 bathrooms in 60 stations, restoring an amenity which riders had been lacking since the COVID pandemic. These bathrooms just aren't reopened. They've been deep cleaned, refreshed, upgraded, and a new cleaning cadence is in place to make sure that they continue to be in good condition. We're on pace to reopen the restrooms at a total of 66 stations by the middle of the next year, or this year, excuse me, with final restrooms reopening at the 61st Street in Woodside once the capital project is completed. On buses, we're budgeting to continue increased service as we did by implementing our bus network redesigns. The latest draft of the Queen's Plan invests almost $30 million to create more frequent and direct service throughout our most bus-reliant borough. The plan has been enriched by public feedback, and I'm pleased to say that we will be back out in the field with 17 pop-up events between now and May to continue to get public feedback. As I've often said, we never get these redesigns 100% right, which is it's critically to work with you and your teams and constituents and our customers to make it even better. I am also excited about activating ACE, our automated camera enforcement, on 500 buses on 14 existing routes in May. This will allow us, with plans to add another 30 routes over the next 3 years. The new enforcement powers will enable us to enable buses to ticket cars out of bus lanes that are slowing down service and double parked cars or cars that are blocking bus stops. And an added bonus for safer streets, the cameras will also be able to enforce bike lane violations as well, cars parked in bike lanes. We have seen camera enforcement speeds combined with bus lanes to increase service by 25%. This is time saved for over 2 million New Yorkers who use our bus network every day. We also know the single most powerful tool to speed up buses are dedicated bus lanes and busways. Our buses, as I mentioned, carry over 2 million daily customers, and yet they tend to be, in many respects, the slowest in the nation, sometimes crawling at 6 miles an hour. Bus lanes and bus work, we've seen major improvements, 40% during some peak hours on some of these major corridors. Bus lanes are also a win for safety. When we pair with camera enforcement, we have actually seen a 20% reduction in collisions on routes once bus lanes are implemented. We're also encouraged by the DOT's recent actions on 2nd Avenue to speed up the M15, our highest ridership bus route in the city. And we look forward to working with the DOT to continue to implement bus priority, not only lanes, but transit signal prioritization, those clocks that aren't working right now in some bus stops, et cetera. So we look forward to partnering with our friends at the DOT. Customer satisfaction with our paratransit service, our Accessor Ride, has risen dramatically. We always have work to do, but our customers are telling us that service has improved. And our on-time performance is so strong, we've actually tightened the window for how we determine a pickup is on time from 30 minutes, the federal standard, now down to 20 minutes. We're worked hard with our third-party providers to improve their service and performance. We've made booking easier and faster with an app, and we have expanded and will continue to look to expand our on-demand e-hail program to thousands of New Yorkers. Customers have noticed. In January, we reached 79% customer satisfaction, the highest in our history. On subway and bus affordability, equity is also an important issue for us at the MTA. We've been working with the city to expand eligibility to move New Yorkers for its Fair Fares program, which provides, as you all know, a half-price MetroCard to low-income New Yorkers and New Yorkers who are struggling economically. The Human Resources Administration is partnering with us to boost enrollment, but we are proud to support that enrollment at every opportunity. I have instituted, since I became president, a transit talk, which gets me out to stations about twice a month across the 5 boroughs. Fair Fares representatives have joined us from the city in those events, and we've successfully also had 2 of our customer service centers, Jackson Heights and Roosevelt Avenue and Coney Island Stillwell, with joint enrollment activities as well. The more we can get the word out to New Yorkers that this is a program available to them, we believe this is good news and will get more folks onto our system. You know, our partners at the railroad have also made progress in affordability too. Last summer, they added a peak option, meaning that traveling within New York City will only cost $7 in addition to the existing off-peak $5 ticket. At the same time, the Long Island Railroad introduced the Far Rockaway ticket, bringing the same benefits as City Ticket to customers at the Far Rockaway station traveling to and from the rest of the city. And notably, we are making progress on subway crime after a difficult January, thanks to the NYPD resources provided by Mayor Adams and the recent resources added by Governor Hochul. There are now an additional 1,000 police officers patrolling our subway system daily, and it's having an impact. Where crime was up 46% at the end of January compared to last year, that number has been pushed down to 18% because February crime was down significantly from 2023. We also know the increase in deployment of NYPD cops is giving riders a peace of mind. We hear it in every survey, and I mean every survey. I am obsessed with getting customer feedback. We get it once a month, and the #1 issues that we hear from our customers are, in order, seeing folks with emotional issues, folks with mental health crises, homelessness, and crime. Make no mistake, though, we have a recidivism issue in our subway system, and the data bears out on that too. 38 individuals arrested for assaulting transit workers last year. Transit workers had a total of 1,126 additional crimes on their records that I can talk about. Addressing the issue of repeat offenders preying on our customers and our workers will go a long way to improving subway safety. We've also taken steps to make our platform safer. We are currently piloting platform barriers at 3 stations, 191st on the 1, Morgan Ave on the L, and Clark Street on the 2 and the 3, with 5th Ave on the 7 coming soon. This low-cost, creative solution will improve customer safety while they wait for their train on the platform. Working with Governor Hochul, we've also made substantial progress in addressing a core concern of customers and all of New Yorkers, those individuals in our subway system with the most acute mental health needs. As I mentioned, the top issue for our subway customers in our monthly surveys. For the past several months, we've quietly piloted 2 subway co-response outreach, or SCOUT teams, pairing Department of Mental Health and mental hygiene clinicians with MTA PD to great success. We've helped dozens of New Yorkers in need get the mental health care and supportive housing they need. The governor has now tasked us with increasing this pilot to 10 teams, which will be coming online later this year. Customers will be glad to see that we're equipping subway cars and stations with better lighting and more security cameras. More than 1,100 cameras are now on our trains, which are helping NYPD identify perpetrators and solve crimes. And all the new R211s, I have to say, Madam Chair, the R211s are on the A line, also come with cameras built in as well. And speaking of the R211, we proudly debuted the open gangway R211T on the C line last month. These new trains are a bold step forward for New York City and the first of their kind in the United States. We've heard rave reviews from our customers so far during their first month in service. We've also shifted into high gear on our R211 deployment on the A-line. After a brief pause to address a gearbox issue, we now have 12 new R211 trains running on the A-line, replacing the 50-year-old R46s. And for riders in Staten Island, we're currently testing the R211s out there and hope to enter the first train into service in the coming weeks, if not months. Improvements in performance, safety, and cleanliness have helped tremendously in bringing riders back. Paid ridership on Subway is roughly 70% of pre-COVID levels, and it's about 75% on the railroads. But these numbers don't consider customers who ride without paying the fare, and we know there are many. Indeed, if you look at and include non-paying riders, we're actually closer to 82, in some instances 85% of pre-COVID subway and bus ridership. So fare and toll evasion represent a very large threat to our fiscal health going forward. We're implementing some recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Panel to make enforcement more equitable, which I fully support. We're piloting more accessible wide aisle gates at 4 subway stations, including an entire fare array at Sutphin Archer and JFK Airport. We've continued our deployment of unarmed guards at emergency gates, a program that continues to pay for themselves and more. And we're adding more Eagle Team members. Civil fare enforcement members have been hired, and we've changed how they're deployed. We now have them on a bus hub model that is strategic in enforcing fare payment where it has lagged. More personnel also brings the added benefit of more eyes and ears in the system to report issues to the station team and the NYPD, and our customers feel safer as a result. We're also pushing for a refreshed approach to fare evasion fines in this year's budget. This new proposal would replace the standard $100 fine with a new laddered approach where first-time offenders would be warned before fines issued. Critically, this new model would make fare enforcement more equitable. We want New Yorkers to pay their fare, not a fine. And by enrolling those who are eligible in fair fares or our reduced fare program automatically and returning half of that $100 fine to the customers in the form of a $50 credit to an Omni card to use in our system. This is an equitable, responsible approach to fare enforcement, and we hope your peers in Albany include this in the final budget. Fare compliance is critical to preserving our balanced budget and into the future. In the same respect, in 2023, we committed to $400 million in operating efficiencies this year as part of our overall effort to deliver fiscal sustainability. Thanks to some incredible work across the MTA, we've actually exceeded that goal and are already on track to reach $500 million in efficiencies by 2025 without cutting headcount and without cutting service. And we're doing it while providing significantly more commuter rail service and subway service, and obviously operating a major new terminal at Grand Central Madison and implementing our new bus network redesigns. But here's the kicker. Even with all that service that we've added on subway, bus, and commuter rail that I've described, all of which is accounted for in our 5-year financial plan going forward, in real inflation-adjusted dollars, the MTA budget has actually gone down by 3% since 2019. Chair Lieber says it all the time, but I can't reinforce it enough, that this is a new MTA. We're making good on our commitment to change the way we do business. We're growing ridership, improving and increasing service, reducing our costs, pursuing and pushing transit equity. These are our top priorities. Even our approach to expanding the transit system reflects this intense focus on cost containment. Where we can, we look for ways to expand the system, not by building new tunnels or systems from scratch, but by getting more out of our existing infrastructure. But I can tell you, cost consciousness alone will not fund the transit system New Yorkers want and New Yorkers deserve. So I ask you, do you like those new R211s? How about our efforts to convert all of our 6,000 buses to zero emission by 2040? New signal systems that allow us to run more frequent and reliable service like we do in the 7 line? The fare gates of the future? Honoring our commitment to make almost every subway station ADA compliant? Well, funding for these projects relies to a significant extent on revenue generated from the forthcoming congestion pricing. MTA is doing what is necessary to prepare for the implementation, including increasing service and installing tolling infrastructure. We did a 4,000-page, 4-year-long environmental process, including 30-plus hearings and outreach events, which earned federal approval, putting us in a position to turn on the system in a few months once we resolve the pro-traffic lawsuits brought by our neighbors in New Jersey and a few other litigants. The MTA has been very clear that if there are any delays to congestion pricing, we will have to push back schedules on important projects. So, for example, more than 20 ADA stations are at risk across the boroughs, 5 stations in the Bronx, from Mott Haven to Kingsbridge to Wakefield, Briarwood and Jamaica and Queens, southern Brooklyn stations such as Bensonhurst and Coney Island, as well as Nostrand Ave at the intersection of Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy, plus major complexes like 42nd Street at Bryant Park and Lexington Ave and 59th Street. The modern signal systems that were promised on 6 subway lines on hold right now for 1.5 million A and C and BDFM riders, all the way out to Far Rockaway and up to the Bronx and Eastern Queens. That's more than the ridership in the next 5 largest subway systems in the country combined. I could keep going on and on with the impacts to the critical state of good repair and resiliency work that would ensure reliability of our service, new rolling stock for all of our agencies, our zero emissions bus program, and even the 2nd Avenue subway phase 2. Last month, we put out a full list of what's at stake so folks can get a better understanding, but we do not want to see that happen. Before I conclude, I also want to salute our workforce at New York City Transit. For those who don't know, next Monday, March 18th, is Transit Worker Appreciation Day across the United States. Every day, 47,000 person workforce at New York City Transit steps up to keep our city moving. They are the force that powers the lifeblood of our city, and we are extraordinarily grateful for the work they do. However, in recent weeks, our city has seen several unacceptable attacks on workers who were just doing their job in serving New York. This is unconscionable. No one should go to work fearing for their safety. We are doing everything in our power at MTA to keep our frontline workers safe, and our partners at NYPD are also doing a hell of a job quickly identifying and arresting perpetrators. But we also need a criminal justice system that recognizes the severity of assaulting transit workers who, again, are just doing their job. We will continue to be relentless in pursuing measures to keep our people safe and to ensure that those who dare prey on hardworking employees, from subway conductors and bus operators to cleaners and station agents, that those folks face justice. My ask of this body, and anyone listening today, is that next time you're in our system, thank a transit worker for their hard work, celebrate them as we come up to Transit Worker Appreciation Day, and recognize them for their immense contributions in keeping the city moving. We've made huge strides in recent years, but there are new and bigger issues facing our agency. With your support, we will keep tackling them and seek to make improvements. I've learned in 20 years in this business, the job is never done. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for the partnership of the MTA and always keeping the lines of communication open. Whether we agree on issues or not, it's always good to know we have someone at the table that is willing to partner. So thank you for that. And my thoughts and prayers remain with the train conductor that was unfortunately met with violence while just doing his job, which was moving New Yorkers to their destination. And so we just want to make sure that we convey that message as well. I'm just going to ask you questions, and I'm going to pause my questions and allow some of my colleagues to ask theirs. But before we get started, I would like to acknowledge that we have also been joined by Councilmember Krishnan, Ressler, and Areola. So let's start with the new capital plan. The 2019 to 2024 capital plan is coming to a close, and the new 2025 to 2029 plan will be released later this year. Can you give the committee a preview of how the MTA is establishing its priorities for the new capital plan?
Sure. I mean, at broad brush, it's a couple things. One is really focusing on the state of good repair of all of our systems, right? So ensuring that we're investing in the core of our system. I always say it's sort of the unsexy work of what we do. It's the stuff that we don't see. It's track, signal, power. Rolling stock, obviously, we see our back shops, for example. Some are old, literally trolley barns that have been converted into bus depots, for example. All of that work needs to be done. And so that'll be a big part of what you see. I think, expansion, Second Avenue Subway, IBX, obviously those are important projects. They tend to get the high-profile, reports, and the media, tends to report on those. But the vast majority of our work is going to be to continue to invest in the core of our system. I think for some, saying the summer of hell is a triggering moment. We do not want to return to that, and the way you return to that is by not investing in the core of our system. So that said, we're also investing in things like ADA accessibility, right? We have a commitment which, Chair Lieber has made clear that we are going to meet, is to look to make 95% of our subway stations accessible by 2055, and to see if we could even accelerate that. We're proud that we've done more in this last capital plan than the 3 previous, I think, combined. We have a lot of work to do on rolling stock. While we're doing great strides on the R211s, we're still running, trains that are applying for the AARP cards, if you will, and we need to get those out of service. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but the principal focus of our capital plan will be investing in the core of the system. I don't know if, John, you might want to say something else, please.
Yeah, Chair, I would just point, recently we released our 20-year needs assessment, which is a deep dive into what is needed to keep the system in a state of good repair and how to modernize it. It's probably the most thorough that's ever been done at the MTA, and we'll make sure to share this with the committee and the staff too. But what this is basically is a roadmap of what needs to get done, as Rich said. And so in the coming months, we'll cull from this with our funding partners and others to see what needs to be done in the immediate future, which would build the 5-year capital program.
Thank you for that. And how will congestion pricing support the authority's major projects over the new planned period?
Well, right now we're focused on the current plan, right, to support that. So about $1 billion raised will allow us to use about $15 billion, in bonding capacity to invest in the things that I mentioned in my testimony, right? So we've had to defer, for example, modernizing our signal system on the A, C, BDF, and M, which is critical. It might not sound like a lot, but a modern signal system allows us to run shorter headways, i.e. more service, like we can do on the 7 and the L lines, for example, where we can safely run, at rush hour on the 7, we're running service every 2.5, 3 minutes. We can't do that on some of these other lines because the signal system is antiquated. As I mentioned before, we've had to defer to some extent our zero-emission bus program. We have a huge commitment to convert our buses, which, are hybrid, but in the past have been diesel, in neighborhoods, environmental justice community neighborhoods, that we need to be converting those depots to allow for electric or hydrogen, as the case may be, but to purchase 6,000 buses over the next 15 years. We've had to defer some of that, unfortunately, as well. Those are the kinds of programs or projects that congestion pricing will support in this current capital plan.
So how much of the plan will be dedicated to new projects, and how much is dedicated to the state of good repair and maintenance?
I don't think we've made that determination yet, but look, I think on average, it's about an 80-20 split. I've seen that as a general matter, but we haven't made that determination. But as I said, the core, the vast majority of the focus for our upcoming plan, I know, will be state of good repair, investing in the core of our system. That said, IBX and Second Avenue Subway are important expansion projects, but there's a lot of other work we need to do to continue to keep our service reliable.
And as you mentioned, the IBX, how will the governor's executive budget proposals for implementation studies related to IBX and Second Avenue Subway be used to perform capital planning and funding?
Yeah, I think those, obviously those, we're certainly in the early stages of IBX, for example. I think, we're probably inning 1 of a 9-inning game to understand, exactly how this is going to proceed, for sure. I think we've certainly had some preliminary studies which have identified alternatives that are favorable, like light rail versus bus, for example. But there's work to be done, right? Even in these kinds of projects that you might be using existing right-of-way, for example, to leverage right-of-way, there's still environmental studies that have to occur, obviously community input as well. John, anything else?
Yeah, and I would just add, Chair, that in the executive budget, particularly with Second Avenue Subway going west, it allows us to look at the project that we're putting forward now on Second Avenue Subway going up to 125th Street and not preclude work that would allow us to advance it to the west. So, which, allows for possible savings in future construction of that project.
And as we think about cost shifts also, in recent years, there have been a number of cost shifts increasing New York City's liability to the MTA. And I just want to emphasize increase the city's liability, because I think other parts of the state sometimes do not acknowledge the contributions of New York City. These costs include $60 million in additional payroll mobility tax payments on behalf of the city, as well as $613.6 million in payments related to paratransit. Does the MTA believe that there will be a need for additional cost shifts in the future?
I mean, at this point, we're projecting a 5-year budget with zero budget deficits. So certainly no, not in the next 5 years. But, I think, I won't get into the sort of the back and forth between the city and the state, but I think, what it reflects is a commitment, which we appreciate, the city's commitment to understanding how important public transit is to the city's economic health. And so, as those, takes and puts have occurred over time, again, we appreciate the partnership, but at this point, no. We're projecting a 5-year, budget that does not have deficits attached to it.
And in the event of a surplus, would the MTA support reducing the city's liabilities?
I mean, if we were able to get a surplus, I think we'd probably look at a few things. I mean, would we look at adding service, for example? Could we invest in, the fare programs we discussed? I mean, I think there's probably a lot of opportunities. I will tell you this, Chair. I think folks know I've been here now 2 years, and I spent time I see employees once a month for breakfast to see what's going on, how they're doing, and I had a woman who had been at the authority for 33 years. I saw her last year, and I said, "You've been here 33 years. How many budget crises have you been through?" She said, 33. So, to say that there's a possibility of a surplus is I think people would say we were dreaming a year or two ago, but we would work collaboratively with this body, the mayor and his team, obviously the governor and her team, to think about the best way to invest that. Some might say pay down debt. Some might say, accelerate an ADA station or two. I mean, there's probably lots of worthy things to think about.
So in summation, there'd probably be no foresight in us reducing the city's liabilities.
What I'm saying is there'd be a lot of tugs of priorities, no doubt. Perhaps people sitting even behind me who might say how we should spend that. And I think that would be an open conversation that we would have.
I'd also like to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Narcisse. Going to shift now to subway safety. The governor recently announced the deployment of 750 members of the New York National Guard and 250 personnel from the state police and MTA to patrol subways and conduct bag checks. Can you talk about how the decision was made to install additional state law enforcement in the subways?
Sure. So maybe just taking a quick step back, that was one of a 5-point plan that the governor announced, and I know that has gotten the most attention, but I think it's worth talking a little bit about that and then the other 4 pieces that the governor announced. So she did allow for additional state resources, as you said, which we can talk about in a moment in terms of people. We're also concerned about the recidivism, which I mentioned in my testimony, and the governor's very much focused on looking at individuals who are convicted of assaults within our system, potentially banning those folks from our system, that they have forfeited their ability to use our system if they're assaulting customers or employees. That's another. Cameras have been a big part of the governor's strategy to improve safety in our system. And so not only, as I mentioned, are we putting cameras in our subway cars, so if there's misbehavior or worse, we can catch those perpetrators. We're also putting now cameras in the conductor cab. So as you mentioned, Chair, that conductor who was brutally assaulted a couple weeks ago, I won't get into details. We're working closely with NYPD, but having a camera at that location where the conductor was located certainly would have helped the investigation. And so we're installing cameras there as well. Governor's bringing together the district attorneys to talk about prosecuting or otherwise how they're handling cases against our employees and customers. And the one I mentioned in particular is the Scout team, really focusing in on those New Yorkers who have acute mental health issues and getting them the services that they need. So that was the 5-point plan. Now, as it relates to National Guard and state police in the system, I think the governor was looking for ways to support the tremendous work that NYPD is doing and does every day in our system, and augmenting that with these individuals for bag checks, but also to continue to be eyes and ears in our system. So, we're working cooperatively, obviously, with those two entities to deploy them in appropriate ways. But I think that is the overall thinking, that it was part of an overall package to improve safety in our subway. Shanifa?
And I just, again, would want to reiterate one of the points that President Davey mentioned. Again, we are constantly engaging with our customers and riders, whether it's through surveys or even being, users of the systems ourselves, and we are constantly hearing of the need and ask to have uniform presence. So as President Davey said, this is just one of many components that we are looking to address, customer safety concerns.
Have the deployed National Guard and state police been trained in mental health services? And if so, what kind of training have they received?
Not that I'm aware of, but if they see someone in distress, right, the goal is, and our station agents, by the way, and our station staff also haven't been trained, but what folks know is if they do see someone who is exhibiting either distress on themselves, that they're to call the Scout team and have the trained clinician come and look at and otherwise evaluate what that person's behavior is to see if they qualify. So I think the point is having trained clinicians has been tremendously valuable that we've done over the last several months, and I think that's why the governor's asked us to expand that program. John?
Yeah, and the Chair, the officers that are assigned to those Scout teams that go around with the trained clinicians, they are trained separately for those situations. So those officers who are assigned and will be in those situations do receive a special training.
So they do receive training if they're assigned?
Assigned to the Scout teams, and now the governor has
But only if they're on Scout, but if they're not in
if
Scout,
they're on
but they're
Scout,
just...
they have a whole host of regular training that NYPD does for their officers and the MTA PD that does for their officers that deals with interactions with the public, but they are not trained the way a clinician obviously
Are
is trained.
those that are in, those who are labeled as Scouts, are they at every one of the stations that you're having law enforcement at?
No, that's a very specialized team, and it's growing. Where the law enforcement, whether it's state police, MTA police, NYPD, they all have varying degrees of training, but Guard and state police will not be having those interactions. They will not be doing that work.
And do we have, and just going back to the other point you made, President Davey, in terms of the 5-point plan, do we have any evidence historically that banning people from the subway would improve safety? And how does the MTA expect such a provision could be enforced?
Sure. I don't think we have much evidence because I'm not sure it's been used nearly as enough as we would like, to say the least. How would it be used? I mean, it would simply be we would alert our stations teams to folks. I mean, the stations team actually have a good sense of who maybe hangs out in their station, who may have issues that need to be addressed either by law enforcement or by mental health I mean, they know better than probably all of us in this room. I mean, the bottom line is if they're banned and they're coming into the system, you don't have to wait for them to commit a crime, right? They are trespassing, and as a result, they can be ejected from the station. I mean, I feel strongly about this. I think that there are folks who, we have one individual who assaulted 4 transit workers last year and was probably on his way to assault a 5th because he had a metal rod in his hand as he was going into a station. Like, I think that individual certainly needs a lot of help, and I hope he's getting it. But at the same time, I think he's probably forfeited his ability to ride our system for a period of time because he has shown a proclivity to attack people. As I said, I feel strongly about that. Obviously, there's law enforcement and laws that need to be addressed in that regard, but to me, it's common sense.
You mentioned in your opening statement that you have received feedback from customers that they want to see more police officers in the subway. Can you elaborate on this feedback?
Sure. I would encourage you all to look at our website and go to our KPI section, our key performance indicators. We do a monthly survey. We do a deep dive every 6 months of our customers. We get about 100,000 responses. But every month, we get several thousand responses from bus, subway, paratransit customers, usually about 600 to 1,000, what we call a pulse check to see, what's on their mind. And what is consistently on our subway customers' mind is, we ask them the question, what are your concerns, or what can we do to make you ride more? And the answer is, address folks who have who are emotionally disturbed, homelessness, and crime. Those are the top 3 issues consistently since we've been asking these questions, I think it was June of 2022. And then what we further ask folks is, do you believe that there is enough police? It's sort of a Goldilocks, too hot, too cold, or just right. And what we consistently see and have seen over the last few months is customers saying that they want to see more police again. That had improved probably 6-8 months ago when there was a surge last year. As that surge changed and as crime, particularly in January, went up, and it was certainly covered by the media, I think what we saw is customers saying we want to see more police back in our system. So, I mean, that's the data. Again, happy to share with you, but it is publicly available. We share it once a month at our transit committee. Shanifa's team is the one that actually conducts the surveys on our behalf, which we appreciate.
Yeah, and the survey, again, is one insight of how, we're getting feedback from our customers. We have contact centers and call centers. And of course, our shy riders who use social media to give us feedback. So there is a constant loop of customer engagement and feedback in addition to the surveys.
Thank you for that. I'm curious in terms of out of the subway stations, how many of them have the deployment of these additional law enforcement agents? And out of those selected stations, 1, how were the stations selected? And 2, are those stations where you actually see the crime happening? Like, are you looking at data to determine what stations, or are you just kind of throwing them at the stations?
Yeah, obviously, we're still sort of working through that. I mean, this was announced less than a week ago or about a week ago. But that's typically how we, work with NYPD, for example, on deployment of resources, prioritizing cameras, for example, prioritizing gate guards, obviously prioritizing here as well. It's typically a few things: the volume, so the size of the station and the number of ridership. As Shanifa mentioned, customer complaints. Customers are our best eyes and ears to see if there are issues. To your point, crime that's occurring as well, fare evasion as well. So I think all those things are how we determine how resources are deployed, including the most recent.
I'm sorry, but the deployment is not based on fare evasion. The deployment is based on the crime, correct?
It's based on all the above, is what I just said. So it's all of those characteristics: customer feedback, crime, volume of customers, the size of the particular station. You need more bodies, for example, to cover a large station, even though crime might be high or low. So it's all of the above is what we use to deploy all of the resources that we have. John?
Yeah, and the relationship we have with the NYPD, it's a great relationship where we are sharing information like never before. And one of the things we share is a lot of the information that comes into Shanifa's team from the customers about quality of life issues. We're now able to get that over to the NYPD. So that becomes part of their deployment. So it isn't even just crime numbers. It's really about what issues our customers, our workers are facing, and that free flow of information. So, and one other thing I would add, Chair, on the 2 years ago when the governor announced that with the mayor, the Cops Camera and Care initiative, one of the important measures in adding MTA police to certain stations, it frees up NYPD officers to do other work. So that's where you're seeing the added enforcement, the added officers. It makes others available to do other work throughout the system.
Does the MTA Police and National Guard intend to follow reporting requirements set out in the council's How Many Stops Act? And if not, are the demographics of the stops and bag checks being tracked in any form, and will that data be made public?
So yes, the MTA PD has guidelines similar to the NYPD, and any guard or state police will not be doing that work. This is any bag check according to those rules will be done by the MTA PD. The role of the additional uniforms is really to serve the purpose of allowing these officers to focus, the MTA PD and the NYPD focus on these other items like the weapons checks and the like. So yes, we will follow the same rules, but that will be done by the MTA PD. It won't be done by the Guard or state police.
So the guards won't be the ones that are checking the bags, they're just standing to be the eyes, while the MTA police is the ones that's doing the function of checking the bags?
Correct, and they have very strict criteria.
And
That's
is that
consistent.
information made public in terms of what those stops look like?
I'll check on that, but I believe so.
Okay, if
it's
you could get back to us
Sure.
while we're here. I also want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Majority Leader Farias, and I'm going to pause. I am going to come back to this piece, but I want to pause to allow the opportunity for my colleagues to ask questions. We are going to start with Councilmember Lewis, followed by Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, President Davey. Thank you for being here today. In your testimony, you mentioned endeavors for a faster, cleaner, and safer service. In Flatbush, not only is the 2 and 5 line not safe due to crime, but we also have major capital deficiencies that fall on deaf ears when we call to make requests for repairs for broken steps for over a year now, and flooding that causes safety concerns for some of our constituents. So I'll start with this. The B41 bus has been inconsistent with service, and it has residents concerned about the Brooklyn bus network redesign and how that could further leave travelers stranded. So we wanted to know, how is the MTA taking this into consideration to ensure frequency isn't reduced for our older adults and residents with disabilities who rely on the bus to travel to important destinations like medical appointments and travel for older adults that go to senior centers and shopping across central Brooklyn. The second question is the constant delays at the Brooklyn College Flatbush Avenue terminal that causes a major impact on economic and social viability of Flatbush and travelers, which frequently we hear about complaints being held. The trains are held in between stations, causing commuters to be late. We wanted to know, does the MTA have any plans to resolve the chronic issues between Brooklyn College, Newkirk Avenue, going towards Church Avenue? And this has been going since I've been elected into this seat for the last 4 years. It's been the same issue. And last but not least, we have communicated with the MTA on safety issues on Flatbush and Glenwood with pedestrians and buses colliding, causing fatalities due to confusing signal patterns and multiple buses being back-to-back on the blocks of Flatbush and Glenwood, with multiple deaths that occur recently and publicly for everyone to see. So we wanted to know, how is the MTA taking this into consideration, the concerns to resolve these issues, as the bus network redesign has no notes about this bus stop. This is at the B6, which is between Flatbush and Glenwood. And is the MTA considering the conflicts with the redesign and the intersections in Council District 45? And the chair has been to the district to see these corridors, which are bustling intersections, but we have the highest fatalities due to buses colliding with pedestrians. That happens quite often. And just a quick highlight, if you can provide on the pilot program for the free bus route on the B60, the new bus route, we wanted to know if that will be increased to other areas like the Canarsie Flatlands and Mill Basin area. Thank you.
I want to compliment you on getting those questions in 3 minutes. So but let me take a few at a time. And I should start by saying, I'm happy to come out to your district and take a look at these specific places with you, so we can arrange that for sure. On the B41, so maybe just take a quick step back. So on the Brooklyn bus redesign, that is sort of next in line, as you know. We're maybe behind Queens. Queens is where Brooklyn is following. Although we are out with public comment right now, I would say in the Bronx and in Queens, the bus redesign that we put out as a draft is never the final that we implement. So we want your feedback. We want your constituents' feedback. They're going to know the bus routes certainly better than me, and we want to get that feedback from folks. Whether it's inappropriately eliminating a bus stop, for example, near a senior center, that has come up from time to time. We obviously don't want to do that. Relative to the B41, I would say, I think on Flatbush Avenue in particular, I was out there, 18 months ago, I love bus lanes as a general matter. I know that might be unpopular for some folks. I happen to like bus lanes, and so, we have a bus lane proposal out on Flatbush Avenue. As I mentioned earlier, when it comes to pedestrian safety, I know you were talking, I think, about the B6, but as it relates to pedestrian safety, what we've seen is for areas where there are bus lanes, it is just safer. It's safer when colliding with cars and also having challenges with pedestrians as well. I think the bus redesign does take that into account. I think part of what we're trying to do is look at where we have bus stops and, can we reduce, for example, right-hand or left-hand turns? Can we ensure that the buses are going straight by nature? That is just a safer route as opposed to needing to take a left or a right. I think all those things. We're also looking at pedestrian warning systems. We have this in some of our buses now, but warning pedestrians if the bus is turning, for example. And then lastly, I would tell you, just from a safety perspective, I think this is a twofer for us, is, we've been investigating being able to fully enclose our bus operators in a full cockpit to prevent them from being assaulted. At the same time, what that's going to allow us to do is install e-mirrors, literally, cameras that are substitute for mirrors, and they are much, much clearer, particularly in inclement weather. And so, to your point, we are looking at ways to make our operation safer. And then, finally, you mentioned the issues of the 2 and the 5. Happy to have a conversation. I have my line managers in next week, so we can see how we can improve those terminal operations. But as I said, and I make this blanket offer to all of you and your colleagues, to the extent I know, I think Councilmember Narcisse invited me out last year, and we had a good walk around. Happy to come out to your districts and see these issues for myself.
We'll take the offer, and if you want to do a joint effort between myself and Councilwoman Narcisse about the B41, we'll take it.
Happy.
I just wanted to quickly highlight the collisions happen on the B6 route that collides with the B44, which has a bus lane.
Got it.
That is the problem. And we actually rejected the B44 route. This is when I was a staffer. There was another council member there at the time, because we knew this would happen. And now, 4 years later, we have a lot of fatalities. The same issue happens at Flatbush Avenue and Avenue H, which the chair came out for a walkthrough on that, and we still haven't heard back from MTA on that. So it'd be great to have conversations about the warning signals that you mentioned and a walkthrough.
Yeah, let's do that. So I don't know, apologize if someone hasn't been getting back to you, but the answer is I'll come out and let's look at it together, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. How are you? My name is Camila Hanks. I am the council member of the 49th District, which is the North Shore of Staten Island. And I'm excited about the R211's launch on Staten Island, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. I had to Google it, but I'm looking forward to it.
The good news is we didn't buy used trains. These are new, which Staten Island has been waiting for way too long, so.
Longer than I've been alive.
Indeed.
And I'm 52. So, thank you, council member. My question really revolves around the congestion pricing, and I kind of wanted to read out some stats for you that have come about our research. So there are 4 zip codes on Staten Island that have been designated by the city as environmental justice areas. That's 10301, 02, 03, and 10, all of this in my district. Those demographics of those 4 zip codes are over 50% Black and Hispanic with an average household income of $62,000. Contrary, there are 12 zip codes in the central business district, when you're talking about congestion pricing, that are not in environmental justice areas, and they are less than 20% Black and Hispanic, and the average household income is $300,000. So being an outer borough council member, maybe it speaks to some of my colleagues who are in Queens who are also contending with what the impact, the environmental impact that congestion pricing are going to have on these outer boroughs. We have many teachers, firefighters, people who have no choice but to leave Staten Island to earn a living. And this congestion pricing, which you were proud to say will raise over $1 billion. And my question is, at what cost to the outer boroughs, at what cost to vulnerable populations, and at what cost to people who are trying to earn a living who do not have a choice and do live in transportation deserts? Thank you.
Sure. So a couple of things. I mean, number one, I think we all know that congestion pricing is the law of the land, right? It was passed 5 years ago by the state legislature, signed by the governor. So, we are the implementer of the law at MTA. 2 is, I don't have those statistics you read in front of you, but I can tell you, as a New Yorker, I've lived in Hell's Kitchen for the last 2 years.
These environmental impacts came from the MTA's report, not ours.
Yeah, right. A report that ultimately substantiated that congestion pricing should go forward. So that said, my neighbors in Hell's Kitchen tell me that they've been pushing hard for the last number of decades to get something like congestion pricing because it is a diverse community, very different, incomes and households, but, a traffic choked around the Lincoln Tunnel, for example. As mentioned, for me, at least as New York City Transit president, it's an opportunity to invest in transit. I'm not sure, certainly there are subway deserts in the city. We run service all over the place, so to say that there are transit deserts, I might take issue with, but happy to have a separate conversation on that. Most folks that travel into the central business district, the vast majority, I think 90%, are taking public transit. We hope we can move a few more of those folks out of their cars and into public transit to get into the central business district. But, I would just say that, it's in the eye of the beholder, right? There are some folks who are certainly not happy with congestion pricing. We've heard that, but it is the law of the state of New York. We went through an exhaustive process. The MTA board is still considering maybe tweaks to that and have heard as recently as 2 weeks ago from the public in that regard. But I am of the personal opinion that it should go forward, and it should go forward as quickly as it can.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Shulman.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, we could start with congestion pricing. I have a few questions. I'll try to get them all in and then take it from there. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work. I'm very excited about some of the initiatives that you've mentioned. My district is entirely within Manhattan, below 60th Street, or the tolling zone for congestion pricing. My constituents will be uniquely impacted by the congestion bill, both for potential benefits and the costs. The congestion toll will be used for MTA's capital plan. So can you provide any projects that will be supported by these funds that will improve the transportation network that's actually within the congestion zone? And I've also received concerns that our goals for reducing congestion, they won't be successful unless we redesign our streets to increase biking and pedestrian infrastructure. Street redesign is not in the purview of the MTA, like it is with DOT, and we'll hear from them later. And the funds raised will not be contributed to these projects per se, the street redesign for cyclists and pedestrians. Do you have any plans to collaborate with DOT on these street redesigns? Is it possible to use congestion toll funds for these purposes?
So to the first question, sure, there are lots of projects that we will fund that will benefit folks within the congestion zone, right? So as mentioned earlier, right now we're delayed on our signal projects for the AC, BD, F&M, obviously, which serve folks within the central business district as an example. Other than the 7 and the L line, which have modern signal systems from across both of those lines, that's a major improvement we need to make across the entire system, so it would benefit all 4 boroughs, not just folks living below 60th Street, but that's critical. New rolling stock is another one, so new subway cars, right? I know you take the service, and some of them are quite new, and some of them really need to have a retirement party. And congestion pricing will allow us to fund those kinds of projects in the future as well. I mean, I think it's fair to say that congestion pricing will benefit folks across the 5 boroughs in terms of transit improvements, but for folks within the district, absolutely. On the second question, we obviously collaborate with DOT all the time on whether it's bus lanes or improvements around cycling and walking. As to who pays for what, I can't speak to that, but certainly we would collaborate with the commissioner and his team, as we do, around improvements for bus and for street.
Just my last question
Sure.
is somewhat related. The 2nd Avenue redesign, what input did MTA have of this redesign? What goals does the MTA hope to achieve with the redesign? And just, you mentioned the L. You've announced subway barriers at the 3rd Avenue L station, not the ones we've seen, not the yellow ones and not the other ones. They're supposed to be the sort of state-of-the-art, more advanced, used in other countries' barriers. So I'd like to know the status of that. And
Sure.
along the L too, the elevators. Is there a timeline for a fully accessible L train? And just squeeze in one last question. So she can't actually punish me for this. Thank you. All right, so you got those, right? 2nd
Yes.
Avenue redesign, 3rd Avenue L station, the L line being fully accessible with elevators, but the barriers at 3rd Avenue specifically in terms of the timeline. And for cleanliness, how do you determine which stations get cleaned? Is it complaint-driven? Is it ridership? Is it both? And thank you.
So let me unpack. I appreciate that, the round robin, a lot of questions. So a couple things. On the 2nd Avenue, yes, we often talk to the DOT, staff to staff. I talk to the commissioner on a regular basis on major issues, but we were a part of those conversations. I mean, for me, the goal is to improve speed. Fundamentally, we talked a lot about what our subway customers are telling us in terms of why they aren't riding. What our bus customers are telling us is they want more reliable service with shorter wait times. And in part, that's about improving bus speed. So my hope is that the M15 will improve its reliability as a result of that redesign. It's, as I said, one of the largest, if not the most frequently used bus service in the city. So that's important. How we determine cleaning? We have... we hired 800 station cleaners last year. How many total we have on? I'll have to get back to you, but we clean every station every day. So it's not as if there are customer complaints, for example, of course, I'm on the service frequently, and if I see a spill or something that may have just occurred right after a cleaner was there, we get that information in. But I am proud to say that what we are hearing from our customers is that they are seeing cleaner stations, brighter stations, as a result of not only the great work our cleaning staff is doing, And we bought them new, I call them Zambonis, those new scrubbers. We bought 100 new ones last year. It's our job as management to do, give them the tools to get the job done. And I don't think we had done a very good job of that in the last couple of years. On the barriers that you mentioned, so maybe I'm to blame for these or to be thanked. I don't know. It's probably 50-50. But we did receive vendor proposals last month for these new, platform screen doors, right? Those are expensive, and they won't fit in every station for a bunch of reasons. And I would say, too, at least in my experience, you don't often see those retrofitted. They're part and parcel in Japan when they built those lines, or Singapore, or the one line in London, by the way. It's not standard issue here in the U.S. In fact, I don't think any system other than, air trains to airports do. So we said to the staff, look, why wait? Are there other things we can do that are within our control that we can put out immediately to help our customers feel safer and, to stand behind a barrier if they feel like they might be pushed or they might trip for that matter? We've seen folks, drop a cell phone into the tracks because they're too close and climb down and get the cell phone. I mean, it's crazy. Please don't do that. We have staff that can do that for you. So to me, it's an all the above kind of an approach. So we're going to move forward with the platform screen doors, as you mentioned, but if there are other low-cost ways we can improve safety, we're going to try that too. And so far, so good, and my hope is we'll roll out more. I think. Oh, the ADA and the L. All right, so the latest. So I don't have an actual date into when the entire system, we can get that for you, but so this year, 14th Street, 6th Ave, and 7th Ave will be completed, as I said, by middle of this year. And then there are 3 other stations that are already accessible. We can come back to you about what the plan would be for the next capital program. But suffice to say, our goal of getting 95% of the system accessible by 2050 is our goal. And, Chair Lieber has challenged us to see if we can do better than that in terms of the date.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the graciousness and the time, and also look into the Essex to Lansing, okay?
Well, yes.
Missed opportunity here. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Davey. So few things. One is I'm going to take you up on your offer. I'm Councilmember Schulman. I represent Central Queens, Forest Hills, Kew Gardens, Richmond Hill. I would say it's a transit-rich, somewhat rich area, but we do have issues, especially accessibility, because the chair came out to my district and saw one station is accessible and then the other one isn't, so it's difficult just to get on at the one station and then not be able to get around. What I do want to talk to you about is the express buses. Mm-hmm. So the express buses, what I've noticed, because I take them all the time.
Thank you.
The QM11, I'm going to say that, and the QM18 and QM42. But what I often see is that I'll go for a particular bus to get a bus, and then on the app it says, we don't have the personnel to cover the bus, and we're doing the best we can. So what is being done there to make sure that the buses run on a regular basis?
Yeah, so employee availability has been a huge focus of ours. 20 years ago, in the year 2000, the average transit employee worked 215 days. 2 years ago, it was 188. So over a 20-year period, we've lost almost 20 days. And even if you take out COVID, which obviously was an excruciating time for all of us, just not acceptable. So we've been working with our partners in labor, the ATU and the TWU, to improve that. I think this year we're averaging about 198, 199 across New York City Transit, which I'm happy about, but we still got to improve. And so when you see that, that means that there is absenteeism, folks calling in sick, whatever, the reasons may be. We've made a huge and concerted effort to hire bus operators as well. So it's not just about getting folks to work, but it's also making sure we've got the appropriate number of bus operators. We're pretty much there in terms of the budget, but we do know we project forward expected monthly attrition, and as a result, we're hiring up to that, which is critical. So, but we just have to do a better job of working with our partners in labor and making sure that those employees, feel safe, are coming to work, and are getting on those buses. I would also say too that I don't know if you use an app but I don't think our bus app is that great. We're actually
It isn't.
Exactly.
It isn't.
No, it's not. And so
It says the bus is coming until it's not.
well, or if there are detours, for example, which actually happen very frequently in our city.
Yes.
And so you don't know the bus is like 2 blocks away. This will be some news, but we are quietly piloting. Now it's not so quiet because the press gallery is typing. A new app, internal. We haven't launched it yet to see if we can make those improvements. One of the challenges with our buses is that the ping is every 30 seconds, not every like 2 or 3 seconds. So you see the bus sort of standing still and it moves 2 blocks. It's part of the challenge. I use buses frequently too, and this has been my feedback. So we're very much focused on that. But so it's employee availability, making sure we're hiring, and then improving the communication we're getting out to our customers. That's our strategy.
Chair, I just had a couple of questions. All right, thank you. The other is that it hasn't happened recently, but it used to happen very often, so I use the Omni card. And
Thank you.
when it doesn't work, they just say, just get on the bus, don't worry about it. And that's losing money for you guys, and I want to pay, so I just wanted to ask about that too.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly frustrating. That's self-inflicted wound, right? As we talked about fare evasion before, there are folks who want to pay, and our system is we did a software upgrade in December for those validators, which we know helped, and we're also getting better reporting now. So buses, we're attempting to make sure that buses, before they leave our depots, that those validators are working. And if they're not, then we're getting better reports to ensure that they are. But I couldn't agree with you more. And that's what our bus operators are told to do, not
Right.
harass a customer, right? Go ahead. But we've been pushing Cubic to give us better reporting as well. So again, I am with you on that, and we're focused on it.
And the last thing, I want to just put in my 2 cents about expanding the express bus service, especially on the weekends,
Yeah.
because that would bring in a whole bunch of people to do shopping and everything else, especially in Queens, to go into Manhattan. So I wanted to put that out there because I think that would be of value.
Yeah, we're looking at that. We're also looking at express buses relative to congestion pricing too. So we know that there are some routes that we do have good ridership, particularly during the weeks and potentially in the weekend with congestion pricing. So I think express buses in particular is a place we're watching closely as ridership grows, and should we be adding more service. But I appreciate that point.
Yeah, and by the way, I do take the surveys, so I just want to
Thank you.
mention that.
And just so you know, I know sometimes people feel like they go nowhere. We read them. So this team knows I'm probably obsessed with it in an unhealthy way, but c'est la vie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's good to see you. I will say that I miss Will Shorts.
We all do. Notice I had to bring 20 people with me.
We all
because
miss
Will is no longer here.
Will's a good egg, Will Schwartz is a good egg. So I just wanted that on the record. But on to the issues of the day. Just firstly, Speaker made a great announcement. Speaker made many great announcements in her State of the City address yesterday, one of which was to bring some real accountability to the streets plan. I just wanted to see, do you support her legislation to ensure that we actually get the bus lanes built that we've been promised?
Yeah, I have to be honest, I haven't looked at her legislation, but do I support bus lanes? Yes.
And more accountability to get the bus lanes built that we all have been promised would be terrific, right?
Yes. Certainly we can
I'd love to just quote Jano, if you don't mind. I think
I do mind. No, I'm kidding.
If I can find it. He said, essentially, I love the Eric Adams of 2022 when he was committed to building more bus lanes. He campaigned on it. We've seen just an extraordinary bait and switch from this administration. But as we know, bus lanes require partnership between the DOT and the MTA. And so I'd just like to get some more information from New York City Transit on what's actually in the pipeline. Is anything happening? Are there any new bus lanes that are actually getting built in the city of New York? We all have the data in the PMMR. We see that bus lanes are going as slow as ever. We see that we are dramatically behind our goals of the 150 miles of new bus lanes that have to be built in New York City over the next couple of years. And it doesn't appear that the administration is making any new announcements about bus lanes around the city. But you have more insight than perhaps what we have. So could you advise us, how many current new bus lane projects are underway and are planned for implementation either this fiscal year over the next 3 months or for the calendar year in 2024?
So I could neither speak for the DOT or make commitments on their behalf.
No, but they consult with you about the things that are in the works, and I'm just trying to understand, is there anything behind the curtain?
No, and no, there's nothing behind the curtain. I will defer to them to answer, but I will say this, which is, you know, from my perspective, I think New York City Transit's perspective, MTA, the more bus lanes, the better, right? And so,
but they have to talk to you about the projects that are planned because they need you to implement them. They need the drivers. They need all of it. So what are they talking to you about?
And those conversations are generally staff to staff. So am I fully up to date on what's been happening over the last couple of weeks? I'm not. But I just wanted to give you...
Can you speak broadly to the number of new bus lane projects that are in the works that you're anticipating for implementation? Because I just keep hearing from MTA leadership how incredibly frustrated you all are that the DOT and this mayor, let's be real, it's the mayor, because DOT would love to build these bus lanes, the mayor has just decided he doesn't care about bus lanes anymore. Can you give us any insight to new projects that are being planned or any progress that we can look forward to?
I mean, respectfully, Councilmember, a lot to unpack there. Let me just say this, you know, the administration broadly for transit has been very good. Safety has been the dominant topic, and the mayor and his team have been terrific in giving us the resources we need to combat that. I'm on the record as saying, for example, Fordham Road was a disappointment. I think I wrote a letter.
Recall.
And, you know, we're going to watch that closely. Probably 150 bus lanes wouldn't even be enough in my view, but there are other constituencies that the administration has to work with. I get that. But that said,
I'm not asking you to indict the mayor. I just am asking for this, for information on the projects that are coming. It doesn't sound like we're going to hear any of that today. Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question, if that'd be okay.
Last question.
Last question. Despite my deep frustration that the bus mayor has disappeared and gone home, and that we have no bus projects to be shared today from the MTA, just want to ask you, we've got a 6-week G-Train shutdown that's coming this summer that I'm deeply concerned about. We know you have plans for shuttle buses, but shuttle buses aren't going to move through the traffic in our neighborhoods and provide any real help to folks. So is there a plan for an actual busway and for rapid bus transit to get people in and out of our community with a 6-week G-Train shutdown? Because as you know, Greenpoint has no other transit. We live and die on the G-Train.
So a couple of things, Councilmember. So number one is, obviously shutting down service for that period of time is going to be inconvenient for our customers, if not worse. The alternative was, I think, 80 weekends of a shutdown. My perspective is you rip the Band-Aid off of these projects, get them done, and get out. As to your question on a plan, one thing that we're committed to, and it's been successful with our weekends, is we committed and appointed a weekend service czar that's very much focused on that. We're going to appoint a G-Train czar to be focused on the buses, to be working with the DOT, NYPD if we need to, our customer service staff. And I think what I have found often is in some of these projects, it's not coordinated, right? And it really requires an individual to, sleep, eat, and breathe that particular project. So you have my commitment there. We're still working with the city in terms of how that actual shuttle bus will work, but I can assure you this is, we've heard you and some of your other colleagues about your concerns. I'm concerned as well. I want to make sure that our customers are getting the best possible service that we can provide.
I appreciate it. We'd love to discuss further because shuttle buses in highly congested areas aren't going to be all that helpful.
Happy to have that conversation.
Thanks
so much.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to Councilmember Ariola, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify that there are areas that are transit deserts, and they do exist. And if you spoke with our chair and Majority Whip, Sylvina Brooks Powers, and my constituents, they could show you exactly where it is. So that being said, thank you for the ADA upgrade on the J line on Jamaica Avenue and the A line on Rockaway Boulevard for the elevators that are put in. I also want to say that Danny Randell and Luke DePalma are amazing partners in keeping us abreast of what's happening.
Will Schwartz, who? Is that at the...
keeping us abreast of what's happening, the changes, and if there are any issues, they are addressed immediately. Thank you both very much for being as available as you are. I'm happy to hear that you're running on a balanced operating budget, but in your entire budget and in your entire speech and your entire commitment to have, you know, trains and buses be accessible, I didn't hear you say anything about the Queens Link. And that, again, is very important to the people of the Rockaway Peninsula, and which the chair and I both represent. Why is it with surplus and balanced budgets, we don't hear anything about an EIS study for the Queens Link or any consideration of it?
Councilmember, I'll jump in for that. So the project you're discussing, it was studied in the 20-year needs. And this is very different from what we did before, which is there will be a host of different projects that are looked at by different teams. We went to one place and put them together so that and called it a comparative evaluation, so that we're looking at it holistically, all the projects that are expansion projects together, and scoring them and understanding what they bring as far as ridership, potential growth, and what existing capacity is already there. So I will make sure that you get a copy of the comparative evaluation and the discussion of that project and its status. And then from here, this is where the decision makers and our funding partners will make that decision. So to be clear, this is something we did look at, and there'll be further discussion, but let's,
Do you have a timeline for when decisions will be made?
So the next step is, as you build out the capital program, there's statutory language, state law. What we do is we'll put together a capital program probably over this summer, because by next fall, we will have to go to Albany with a capital program, which includes all our transit projects, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, bridge and tunnels, et cetera, laid out. And then what is the envelope that we're talking about as far as funding? And so that conversation will take place over the summer. What we're doing first is getting out there what our needs are, so people understand exactly what we're talking about and how thorough we were. That was the mandate. It's like, do the work, do the research, find out what's needed, and then come back to us and let's figure out the funding for it. And that includes expansion projects.
Okay, and just, if I can, because that was a pretty lengthy answer.
Sorry.
So on the congestion pricing, of course, I've been staunchly opposed to congestion pricing. So I want to also clarify that the lawsuits that you refer to with litigants in New Jersey and other litigants, one of which I am, they're not pro-traffic lawsuits, they're pro-people lawsuits. And the last is we have buses that come into the Rockaway Peninsula. The 35 is on the Rockaway Peninsula. With the uptick in ridership on that particular bus, because of the migrant bus base camp over in Floyd Bennett Field, it really has been very difficult for the riders to get a bus that's empty, and for our school children that go to school in Brooklyn to get a seat. So we're asking for additional buses on that bus line. And also, we need to address that people are not paying to get on the buses. They're not paying to ride. They're not getting a ticket. They're getting on in the back, and there is no enforcement. So I'd like to just know what you're doing about that. Thank you.
Sure. So on enforcement, like I couldn't agree more. What we've done recently is hire more Eagle Team members and started to deploy them on buses. So we'll take a look at those routes that in particular you're looking at, but that is a major concern. And frankly, I teased it a little bit or mentioned it a little bit in my remarks, which is, if there's a potential setback for our healthy fiscal outlook over the next 5 years is not addressing toll and fare evasion across MTA. So it's something we're very, very focused on. And yeah, bus customers have to pay their fare. We do have enforcement out. Equity is also part of that too. I mentioned at the beginning that really partnering with this body and the mayor and his team around fair fares is really important, because there are New Yorkers who are struggling as well. Who aren't, who probably don't wish, who don't wish themselves to beat the fare, but they're struggling to pay the $2.90. But if we can offer them $1.45, it certainly helps. So there's a lot there. I mean, relative to bus routes, I would just say this. I mean, we keep a very close eye on ridership, and so happy to have a conversation about particular routes. But we do keep a very close eye on average ridership patterns to see. Most of our buses now, about 70%, have automated passenger counters now, so we know how many people are getting on and off a bus. So, are there instances, instances where there might be a crowded bus, of course. But overall, throughout the system, we keep a close eye on it. But happy to have a conversation about particular routes.
Yeah, especially on the 35, and I think that's good that you're keeping account because I don't want to lose buses because
Right.
you think there's a lessened ridership, and that's because people are not paying for the toll. So thank
Yep.
you so much.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you, Rich, for coming to our 46th district. Before I start the question, I want to say every day is a special day for the transit workers because I know it's been tough, especially during COVID. They step up for us in New York City. Thank you for that, and looking forward for zero emission by 2040 because we need to do that. Thank you. And my question is, when it comes to the redesigning, how is the progress for Brooklyn bus redesigning is going, and is it on target?
So how's it going? I would say it's deliberate, and it is on target into 2025. And I say deliberate because, again, I've learned in this business a long time, and certainly here in New York, is public feedback and public process is so important. I think, MTA learned a lesson before COVID with some redesigns where I think there was an attempt to move things along quickly, and that caught a lot of customers by surprise, constituents, elected officials. And so, Brooklyn is a very deliberate process. I think we've got more iterations to go. And as I mentioned earlier, our customers, our bus operators for that matter, know these routes, know the traffic patterns, know the bus stops better than we do. In the Bronx, for example, even after we went through a full public process and rolled out the bus redesign, we still made a few more changes. I think we brought back in the Bronx like 10 or 12 bus stops because we saw that, where they were located. I think one was at a senior center, one was at a major house of worship. It just didn't make sense. So, you've got my commitment. We're going to continue to listen. And even after we implement the changes, which will be likely in 2025, we're probably going to make more changes as well.
Thank you for that. Since my chair is looking at me for the timing, let's go on that. I'm looking forward for B76 on Avenue L, and we're excited for that, but I have complained for Marine Park for B2, so I hope you're still looking into that. And we are in transportation desert, and L is still a problem, the train, when it comes to weekends especially. I still have a lot of complaint for that. And thank you for making them more accessible, the station. So we appreciate that. And I have complained on delay on B47. A lot of seniors complaining when they have to get access to get to their office. L is our lifeline to get out of because we live in transportation desert. So please work on that. What else you have to answer me? I think, B35, I was gonna ask, I thank you, Councilwoman Ayola that already addressed that. So I'm looking forward and I'm excited for the progress and for a better way. And then you've been going my way, coming in front of our office for our seniors for the half fair. I appreciate that. So looking forward for a better transit.
3
so
minutes was fleeting, you know where to find me. So if we can do anything, please.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Councilmember Shekhar Krishna.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair, for a great hearing today. Thank you so much to all of you at MTA, to President Davey for testifying. I just had 2 questions, following up on, and I appreciate the MTA's work, in particular around express bus lanes, making sure to find ways to get people using our buses and making our traffic more efficient and increasing our ridership. In that regard, an important piece of this too is, of course, enforcement, to make sure that when we create express bus lanes or other bus lanes, that buses are able to use them and not cars blocking them. The reason why I bring that up is I think you guys have done great work in my district in Jackson Heights with the Northern Boulevard bus lane. But there are 2 issues in particular I wanted to just mention to you all. One is I'm, of course, very supportive of the bus lanes and always have been and appreciate your work. What we're noticing now is that there are a number of cars that are using the bus lane to get around traffic, are parking in the bus lane or double parking in the bus lane. I think what could really help is camera enforcement for bus lanes, making sure they're dedicated only for bus lanes. Would you all be open to looking into that and seeing what would be possible to, because without the enforcement, it just doesn't work.
You had me at hello. I mean, the answer is yes. So, so two things there. One is we are expanding our camera enforcement this May, actually, and it's not only for bus lanes, but it's actually for buses that aren't in bus lanes where cars are double parked, or cars are actually parked in our bus stops, which, by the way, is a pet peeve of mine, because that, for our customers who are disabled, by the way, getting off a bus in the middle of traffic, I mean, is totally unsafe. So that's one. Two is, and NYPD has been incredibly helpful. We formed a traffic enforcement group with them back in December, and they put resources behind. We've been very focused on Queens and Brooklyn in particular, a bit in the Bronx as well for bus enforcement, where we have less cameras. But the bottom line is, yes, if you are not a bus, get out of my bus lane. I say that all the time, and happy to support your concerns on Northern Boulevard.
Sure, and as you're rolling it out in May, if you can look at prioritizing Northern Boulevard, because it
Yes.
connects so many communities.
For
and
sure.
the bus lane has been transformative for bus service in this part of Queens. After a lot of discussion about the bus routes, it's been really transformative, but it's going to require that enforcement as soon as possible to ensure that that progress continues.
Right.
My other question on the same note, too, was can you also take a look at express bus service? Now that we have that bus lane there on Northern Boulevard, having express buses, too, I think would help commuters and would be just a significant way to make sure that we continue to use our bus service and bus lane there. That, again, is great, but with enforcement and with express bus service, I think could be very helpful.
We certainly will.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Chair.
Council Member. So just have a couple more questions before we close this portion of today's prelim with the MTA. I do want to ask a couple of questions pertaining to Access-a-Ride. Last year, the state enacted budget increased the city's share of the Access-a-Ride program from 50% to 70%. The Access-a-Ride program has a history of poor service, though, as you've noted, on-time performance has improved in recent years. How is MTA ensuring further improvements to the Access-a-Ride service in this budget?
Sure. So, and maybe we'll make some news here. Yesterday, we had 37,000 paratransit customers, the highest ridership day in New York City Transit history. Not pre-COVID, post-COVID. This is the number of riders. So we know how important it is to deliver good service for our paratransit customers. And we are working hard, Chair. You're right. We are rewriting that history. 3-4 years ago, customer service, customer satisfaction was in the 40 percentile. We were running poor service, not great service. Today, I'm proud to say, and I know I always say this, and I know some of our most fervent advocates are behind me. I want to acknowledge them because they hold us accountable as well. This is not always the lived experience for every single one of our customers, but 79% on customer satisfaction in January, and some of the best on-time performance we've seen. How are we improving? So we're focusing in on that. We're pushing our vendors who are providing the service. That's one. Now you can book with an app. So rather than calling that phone number, you can actually use an mobile app to book your ride. We're experimenting right now with eHail Phase 2. eHail Phase 1, the pilot went on for like 6 years. I don't know how many pilots go on for 6 years. That one did. We're in the midst of a 6-month pilot, which will be winding down soon, to see how else we can improve eHail, which is on-demand service, not required by the federal government, better service for our customers. And we've gotten some good feedback as well. So we're looking at new technologies. So we have an antiquated routing system that routes our service around. We have RFPs out. I think actually the RFP I think went out this past week. And then lastly, as I mentioned in my testimony, we actually shrank the on-time performance window. I think 30 minutes to be, within 30 minutes, not a great on-time requirement, even though that is the federal standard. We shrunk that down to 20 to challenge ourselves to do better. So again, we have work to do, but it is very much a focal point of ours. We had 4 million subway customers, I think yesterday, the first time we eclipsed 4 million this year. but our 37,000 paratransit customers are just as important and are just as a big part of how I think about, dedicating time and resources to improve our service.
And the MTA recently offered more customers access to Access-to-Ride e-hail service pilot, though this also placed additional restrictions on the use of this service. Can you provide a status update on phase 2 of the e-hail pilot?
Yeah, so not yet. We said we would do a 6-month review, which, as I said, we're sort of closing in on. A couple things. Number one, we know customers are incredibly satisfied with the service, e-hail, as a general matter. But you're right. What we did was put into place to expand the number. We went from 1,200 to up to 3,600 folks who would be eligible to take the service, and it was a 25-40. You could take 40 trips at a cost of $25 we would cover, or 25 trips and we would cover up to $40. I think one concern we've heard from our customers, which is we're looking at, is how far that gets you within a multi-borough trip, for example. So that's something we're looking at. But as you mentioned at the outset, we're also cognizant that 70% of the dollars we're spending are the cities, and so we're trying to ensure that we're also good stewards of the dollars that you all provide, but at the same time provide good service. So I don't think we've hit the sweet spot yet, and so my expectation is later. This spring, if not summer, we would be talking publicly about what a phase 3 would look like.
I know you've been asked a couple of questions already about congestion price, and I just had 2 really quick follow-up questions. A significant amount of the 2020 to 2024 capital plan is funded with resources collected from congestion pricing, but in all likelihood, congestion pricing will not be initiated until the very end of the plan period, or outside of the plan period. Does the MTA have sufficient funding available without resources of congestion pricing to fully finance the entirety of the current capital plan?
Sadly, no. And we've been pretty clear about that if congestion pricing fails for whatever reason or reasons, litigants or otherwise, there are a whole host of things we won't be doing. As I mentioned, signal systems, other upgrades, ADA stations will be delayed, maybe into the next capital plan. There are going to be a lot of things that are going to hit the cutting floor for sure. But no, there is no plan B. There is no plan B. The plan B is to not do things, fundamentally.
And will the MTA continue to fund and complete projects in the current plan after the completion of the plan?
I mean, we always do, right? I think it's a commitment question. And then, for example, rolling stock takes usually years to come, to fruition. But the answer is yes, we can commit the dollars, but then the actual construction and ribbon cutting, if you will, can happen beyond the current capital plan.
I think if I can add to that,
sure.
right? The conversation, the envelope was $55 billion for the 2024 capital plan, and the MTA always had said that they would commit the $15 billion for congestion pricing prior to committing the last $8 to $10 billion that the MTA would do. At this point, we've actually started committing our own dollars to move projects along, and we're at the point where the last $15 billion is necessary for us to continue the projects. And as you heard President Davey say earlier, this is why we've put on hold certain projects, right? The CBTC, Second Avenue Subway could be in jeopardy because we're up to the limit of where we need dollars to start committing if we don't have the revenue sources.
And to that point, I just want clarity on that. So are you saying that MTA has already put up as much as it would like to put up, and it would like to have the additional $15 billion through congestion pricing, or is MTA absolutely unable to put in that $15 billion if it had to?
So we're absolutely unable to put $15 billion if we don't have congestion pricing.
How much of the $15 billion is MTA able to put up?
Excuse me?
How much of the $15 billion, if it came down to it, would the MTA be able to put up?
So the MTA, as part of the capital funding envelope, already has $8 billion committed of our own money, and we've started to advance that piece of the dollars of the envelope to the capital program.
That's in addition to the 15?
The 15 is in addition, yes, in addition, because it's a $55 billion. There's federal,
Right.
there's state, there's city committed.
So I'm trying to understand that 15, that final 15, just based on how you responded. So with that 15, because the impression I got from your response was that is the capital improvements that are needed up to that remaining 15 billion is accounted for, but with that 15 billion, it seems almost like there is something the MTA could do to contribute towards that 15 billion, or is it absolute?
It's an absolute necessary.
That's what I wanted clarity.
To get to continue the program.
Of the 55 billion, we're at the last 15 billion. That's congestion pricing. Everything else was filled up, as Jay said, by federal government, by our own dollars, by the state, by the city for that matter. The last 15 billion is all about congestion pricing. If congestion pricing doesn't happen, those projects do not happen in this capital plan. It may never happen.
So also wanting to add on to Councilmember Ariola's question in terms of Queens Link. Offline, I've had a number of conversations with different representatives of the MTA, and just wanting to get on record that the MTA, that the Queensway, which is the park aspect of the conversation with QueensLink, building that park will not prevent further scoping of the viability for QueensLink.
I would have to get back to you. I don't know the extent of the work that the city has planned specifically there, but our review.
I mean, I've been
that we
told by the MTA and the administration that the Queensway, the development of the Queensway would not get in the way of the right-of-way for the QueensLink.
Yeah,
I just want confirmation on record.
That is the case. It's not precluding something being done in the future, but we, as I said previously in our 20-year needs, we've started to look at this, and I think we've been meeting with you and your team and having discussions along with all these other projects that we have to look at. So we'll continue to do that as we put together a capital program.
What are the metrics the MTA is looking at with respect to QueensLink and projects like QueensLink when assessing viability for NEIS? I've also requested in the past to be able to contribute to an EIS, but was told not to. And so I'd like to understand on the record what those metrics are as it pertains to assessing the viability of an EIS.
And sure, and we'll walk you through it, but it's a pretty complex review looking at a whole host of measures from the obvious, which is cost effectiveness and ridership, but we also took a deep dive into equity. We want to make sure that we're growing in a fair way. We want to be concerned about geographic distribution so that we're not just growing or supporting expansion in one area and not others. And then sustainability is
How are
high.
you growing and expanding in Rockaway or Southeast Queens?
So, for example, in Southeast Queens, by having by modernizing the signals on the QBL, it's going to allow us to run more service, and by more service, that's growth. That's like the new way.
You're talking about the Q and
the QBL, which is the Queens Boulevard line.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So, but that's going out to Jamaica. That's the feeder service where so many of our buses link into. So, the point is, you don't want to just grow in one specific area of the city. That's part of this study. Resiliency is, how is this making our system more resilient so that we can continue to run and run more? And then capacity, where are we with capacity? When you look at something like QueensLink, you're going to want to see, has there been growth since the Long Island Railroad shut that line down in the early 60s because there wasn't enough ridership? What is the changes? What's the
there's
potential
growth in Rockaway.
Yeah, exactly. What is the
You should come
potential
visit.
growth? So those are, that's the host of areas that we looked at. And it's, we're happy to go over it with you and your team.
And I'm glad you mentioned in terms of equity and how growth looks. I was talking to my staff just this week and looking at a map of the subway lines. And when you look on that map across the boroughs, when you look in Canarsie, Brooklyn, for example, in Councilmember Narcise's district, there's absolutely no subways. When you look in Southeast Queens, at the end of the E and J line and the F line, and you go southeast, there is absolutely no subway line. When you look at the buses that we have, while we have a few express buses that come into Manhattan, they all go into Midtown, where a lot of our workforce comes downtown. So when we talk about equity, and as we are now approaching congestion pricing and the implementation of the state-approved congestion pricing plan, we run the risk of deepening inequity and access in this city. And I have not seen from the MTA or anyone, quite honestly, on how we address that. The systems are what they are. The infrastructure in terms of our transit network are very deep, and we have to challenge one another to think innovatively on how we create greater access. Because to implement a toll congestion pricing at the same time that we're not expanding services or even exploring how we create greater access is very dangerous. And so when we look at the population shift, when we look at 200,000 Black New Yorkers leaving New York City and unable to afford to stay here, people rely on our amazing transportation system because it's the best in the country, right? I will say that any day of the week. But we have to make sure that it's meeting New Yorkers where they are and where they need to go.
Yep, and I just, want to echo and support what you said. Mass transit is the engine of equity, and that is something that we talk about day in and day out. And when you think about equity, it's around looking at the cost of the fare, and not only the traditional buses and subways, looking at making sure that our folks have access to the railroads that, have plowed through our communities and just getting the word out, too, of our different fare products. And as you said, where the subway systems are already built and we're looking at, expanding those stations, whether it's through the 4 new Metro North station and the, IBX, but looking at buses too. Buses, with the approach of the bus redesign, making sure that our buses are meeting our customers' needs. So happy to have a conversation with you and everyone else around, how we can continue to make sure and ensure that the mass transit remain equitable. I'm happy to have that because that is, front and top of mind for me every day.
And to that point, going back into equity and access, with congestion pricing, what about affordability? Do you have long-term plans to allow, for example, free transfers through City Ticket between commuter rail and other modes of transportation?
So, and you were a supporter of this, and certainly the governor pushed this through, and the mayor on the city ticket changes, and that's sort of
just to be clear, I was not in support of getting rid of Atlantic tickets. So I just want to be clear on the difference of that.
But the good news is the city ticket has added ridership opportunities, and we're seeing it with the numbers. So I think there's more to be done in that area where we know that there's legislation at the state level on this right now that we're taking, we're just getting this week, we're taking a look at that. But we're all about opportunities to get more people to use transit. Like Rich said, we had the busiest day of the year on the subways yesterday. That's very exciting. We're going to, think about 4 years ago, we were going the other way, shutting it down 4 years ago to the day. So that we're always open to those ideas. How can we get more people to use our network and different parts of our network, meaning more buses that go to the railroad stations, both in Metro North Territory and Long Island Railroad. Think about Southeast Queens. There's so many stations that were underutilized. But today, like St. Albans has more trains than they ever had stopping there. That's good news. Fordham in the Bronx, we've doubled the number of trains that stop there. It used to be that trains going to Connecticut just didn't stop. Not anymore. And they're available at a lower price. So more opportunities like that, we're going to explore.
And then when we think about fair fares, just wanted to talk about that program. It's important. This is such an important program for so many New Yorkers in need. And yesterday, in the Speaker's State of the City remarks, she once again called for the eligibility threshold to increase to 200% of the federal poverty level. At the HRA preliminary budget hearing, HRA talked about their partnership with the MTA for fair fares programming. And can you talk to us about how you work with HRA to promote the program? And can you walk us through the MTA's efforts to increase fair fares uptake among eligible New Yorkers? And is outreach funded in the MTA budget?
So we are in constant communication with the mayor's office as well as the DSS around fair fares. There is no shortage of conversation, as well as the opportunity to promote the program. As President Davies said in his opening remarks, we are currently using 2 of our customer service centers, which we have about 16 across the city. We have converted, in addition to information around Omni and other service information, we are doing enrollment days at those 2 centers a couple of times a month. And the goal is, at the end of the year, to grow the number of customer service centers, and partnering with the city agency to do more fair fare enrollment days. President Davey, twice a month, it seems like every other week actually, does transit talks day, going in to the system with execs and other members of the transit team and engaging customers around concerns and feedback. And we have fair fare enrollment team there. I mean, it goes beyond giving out brochures and information and awareness about the program, but we have them with their iPads. We publicize and advertise well ahead of the event and encourage people to come with their information, and we do on-site enrollment. We are using our digital screens to bring awareness of the program, and just, again, encouraging people to use our centers, as well as, the city agencies' points to enroll into the program. So we will continue to do our part to, again, bring awareness and grow enrollment. And we welcome the City Council's commitment, and their investment in the Fair Fares program, as well as raising the eligibility, because as we, whether it's congestion pricing or fare hearings that we have, there are those that, whether they're students or those who are sort of, low income but are working class that, are close to that eligibility, can stand to benefit from that. So we welcome that partnership again.
Thank you. I'm going to now turn over questions to Councilmember Rivera, followed by Lewis, followed by Krishnan.
Thank you so much. We've talked about the bus quite a bit, which I appreciate. I take both the bus and the train every day. In the state enacted budget, funding was included for a pilot program which offers 1 free bus route in every borough. Can you update the committee on the pilot program? How did you choose which bus routes to make free to passengers? What have you learned that could inform future decisions? And how did you measure success?
Sure. So we're still in the midst of that pilot right now for the 5 across the 5 boroughs. How do we choose them? So we looked at a few things. We looked at the statute. Certainly outlined a few. We looked at a few others, but certainly it was demographic, it was income level, it was ensuring that, one thing we looked at was to ensure that the bus line or the bus route didn't follow a subway line, because we didn't want to sort of cannibalize the subway to bus. We really wanted to see, are new people taking more trips, or are they taking, or there's the same folks, for example, or are folks just getting off the subway and taking bus, we not moving the dial. So that's how we thought about the service, and then not redundant bus service. As you know, some bus service we have is redundant. We have several routes running along the same line. Again, we didn't want, sort of everyone to leave a couple of routes and all plow onto the free route. So that's how we selected it. I think we're relatively close, and we'll be able to provide information to the committee probably in the next month or so about how the pilot worked. I mean, in measures of success, I think it'll be customer satisfaction. That's my North Star. We always go back to that, our customer satisfied. You know, not surprising, people like free things, so I expect we'll see customer satisfaction will be high. I have no doubt we're going to see that ridership was higher, for sure. But I think understanding, again, you know, are there folks using the system more? Were we able to attract new folks to the system? Or, you know, were we able to attract people out of their cars, for example? Or were they previously walking? Like, understanding how behavior changed is going to be, I think, an important part of informing, you know, MTA and other stakeholders in the future about, you know, other pilots like this.
And you'll be able to see what impact the free bus routes had on the subway stations, I imagine, that
Correct.
they connect to?
Yep, that's correct.
Have you seen an increase in subway ridership at stations along the route?
Have we seen an increase in subway ridership? That I do not know off the top of my head. We've been watching more ridership on the buses, and I know that we saw an increase in bus ridership. I haven't seen the latest data on that, but I know early on we saw increases. But all of that, to your point, Councilmember, will be thought through. Did we see an increase in subway ridership as well? We certainly see this across the system. We've seen an increase in subway ridership year over year. But whether that's related to the free buses, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I thank you. Yesterday, you said you had a big day at the subway, right?
4.01 million.
All right.
paid.
I was on the 6 at least twice, so glad to contribute.
Thank
And
you.
If I could just,
Maybe it was 4.00002.
I have the
and you are
receipts.
the
I'm-
two,
I'm-
so thank you.
I've got them all here, my Omni collection, but,
Thank you.
you know, when you look at the metrics by the survey, does the survey, and forgive me for not knowing this, say explicitly by riders that they feel safer with more cops in the subway?
So the answer is yes. I mean, we asked them, you know, sort of a couple different questions. Do you feel safer this month versus last month? I mean, that's a question. We've seen that last couple months actually decline. It'll be interesting to see in February and March if that changes. We also asked the question, do you think, it's the Goldilocks sort of question, are there too many cops, too few cops, or is it just right? And the answer is, what we've seen over the last few months is folks are saying, we want to see more cops in the system. So that's consistent. You know, it's a consistent question we've asked the last 2 years, and we sort of track it, you know, on a month-to-month basis. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional round.
Thank you, Chair. As we get to the end of this, right? We didn't get to talk about bus speed, so I wanted to know if you could share with us the current average bus speed of MTA buses, and if you could provide information and breakdown on both the average for local and select buses and by borough.
Sure. So I don't think I have that data in front of me, but the answer is we absolutely track it by borough, by select bus versus not. We also track customer satisfaction. I can tell you, just at a high level, it's intolerably slow. So, you know, I think Manhattan might be slightly better than some of the other boroughs, but the bottom line is it's like, you know, the best of the worst. It is intolerably slow, which is why we have been, you know, and Shanifa mentioned this, like, you know, buses in particular, the engine of equity, and I think in the past, perhaps, you know, it hasn't been as much of a focus maybe for other administrations. It is a huge focus for us, not only in the bus redesigns, but also as, you know, your colleague, Councilmember Krishna asked earlier about thinking about the enforcement question. And, you know, what we know about enforcement is it changes behavior, right? When a New Yorker gets a ticket from a bus, 80% of the time, they never get a second ticket.
Right.
And 90% of the time, they never get a third ticket because behavior changes, which is great news. But we also know traffic has increased. You know, it's back in many respects to pre-COVID.
Right.
And we also know, too, I mean, you all see it, ambulances, fire trucks. I mean, I would not want to be a New Yorker in distress. Ambulances seem to get stuck in traffic all the time.
Right.
That's intolerable as well. So working on this sort of holistic approach will speed up buses, no doubt, but also improve, you know, those emergency vehicles getting around the city.
So we know the MTA loves surveys, right?
I'm sorry, we love?
surveys, because
Yes.
that's the North Star, right? That's
Yes,
what we're
I am
doing today?
obsessed with that. I'm
So
sorry.
I wanted to ask, how are you utilizing the surveys to enhance performance time?
Sure.
And both just making sure that the feedback is implemented to improve?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. So, in a few ways. So, and I could talk about this. I don't know how much time I have, Chair, but so a couple things. Number one is I have my station management team in once a month, the entire 25 folks, to talk about the customer surveys. You know, this station is not clean. There's concerns about fare evasion here. There's concerns about homelessness there. What are we doing about it? Who are we talking to? You know, the NYPD COs, homeless outreach, et cetera. So we're putting into action very specifically what our customers are asking for within the station environment, which was also the impetus behind our renovation and our LED program, et cetera. Line managers. So we also have our line managers in who manage you know, our subway lines now. We're starting that next week to talk about, okay, what are we seeing? You know, is there crowding on platforms? What's our terminal performance in terms of departures? How can we improve, you know, getting trains out? We very much use that data as well. And then lastly, on the bus side, what we did last year was we took the 29 underperforming routes. We have about 200 plus bus routes in the city. We focused on just the 29 worst. Customers were saying it was bad, bus speeds were super slow, et cetera. And we focused very much on those 29 routes. Everything from potholes need to be fixed to NYPD needs to be out doing traffic enforcement to maybe some of our bus operators need to be motivated to get out on time, et cetera. I'm thankful that 10 of those have graduated because we've made so much improvement and we've rotated them in. We look at what our customers are telling us all the time because, look, that's the business we're ultimately in. You know, traditionally in this business, it's like mean distance between failure and all these metrics that ultimately don't say, are your customers satisfied? And that's what we're obsessed with.
Thank you. It'd be good to get an update on the 29 and the output.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
And I just want to add that all our bus speed data are on our open data portal, so we'll make sure you get that link, and there's so much more information we're throwing up there as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. Just a few more questions from my end, too. And you may have actually touched on these before, but just wanted to make sure we had it clear for the record, too, on this information. Sure. So one is, what is the timeline on signaling upgrades?
So it's multi-year, right? And so, as you know, mentioned earlier, for the AC, the BDF&M, you know, that's delayed as a result of congestion pricing. But it's a multi-year process, right? Because we're literally, you know, building the bike as we're riding it, i.e. we're installing the signal systems while we're still running service. So that'll take time. The good news is we've made a lot of progress in the last couple of years to get that done. But we can get you an exact date, but it's definitely a multi-year process for sure.
Got it.
And that's the reason, because we're not, you know, we're not shutting down lines for months at a time.
Mm-hmm. And what's the cost, the projected cost of upgrading the entire system?
It's in the billions. I'll get you the exact number, but it's an expensive proposition, but one that needs to happen. I mean, we have signal system down here at City Hall, and like installed literally, you know, 1952. I mean, it's a mini miracle. It's still running 70 years later, but that's what we're up against.
And what improvements in performance have you seen in the lines where CBTC has been implemented?
Huge. So the number 7 line in particular, which I take every day from Hell's Kitchen, has the highest customer satisfaction and the highest on-time performance because the CBT system, the communication-based train control is what CBTC stands for, is our most state-of-the-art signal system, and we're able to run service during rush hour every 2 to 3 minutes. The signal system allows you to run trains safely and more closely together. But customers are happier, the service is better. You know, Mets fans are happier when this, I still call it Shea, pours out, you know, after a game. So, you know, that's what we want to replicate across the transit system.
All right, so I'm going to deviate from this for a second because I'm glad you mentioned the 7 train. I can't believe I forgot this before. As a daily 7 train rider.
Thank you.
I think that, you know, yes, and I think overall, service has been much better with CBTC and things like that. But right now, the work on the 7 train in Queens has dragged on for a while. And I'm seeing it, all my constituents are seeing it. It's skipping stops as you do each side, and then the delays sometimes. I'm late even here getting for hearings or votes because I'll get on, plan the trip, and it'll take even longer. I know other colleagues that use the 7 train too face the same dilemma. So I understand the work, and I know we followed up with the agency as well. There is work that needs to be done. But now it's dragging on and it's causing major delays on the train. So what is the timeline to have the work done, and how can we expedite it? Because it is becoming a big issue.
So a lot of that, of course, is ADA work, right? And it is on time and on schedule as far as I know. I'll be corrected if not by someone behind me.
He knows.
So exactly. Yeah, so it's a 7-station project. We're doing some more work right now, 82nd and 111th, as you know. I mean, I look at the on-time performance twice a day. I get a report twice a day. So certainly there have been from time to time issues in the 7, but overall it's performing at 90% or above in terms of on-time performance. But unfortunately, that is the trade-off when we're making these major capital improvements.
When's the work going to be done, you think?
I'll find out for you.
Okay,
I
if you
don't
can.
know. And this sticky didn't know either, so.
Sure. There's one other thing on that point too, which I think is, and I'm glad you mentioned accessibility.
Yeah.
So I think absolutely right. Those repairs need to be done. It's crucial. The subway system needs to be far more accessible than it is. 82nd Street in Jackson Heights. I know you're doing work there, but as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there's no elevator there. And my understanding, and other electeds' understanding too, was the work that was being done would put in an elevator at 82nd Street. Right now, number of individuals with disabilities, parents with strollers, who I've helped down. I was one of them myself just a couple of years ago too. It's a real big issue, and it's a very trafficked station. So we're doing all this work, but at the end of it, we're not going to have an accessible subway station there. And so would love to hear more about what can be done.
Sure. So, it sounds like it fell out of this capital plan for funding reasons. The work that's being done there now is a state of good repair work around the station. What I'm told is, if we have identified funding in the future, next capital plan or beyond, the work that's being done should make it easier to put an elevator there. Certainly, we have a lot of work to do to make our system accessible. That's what happens when you run a system that opened in 1904. But we have, and this way I guess go back to the congestion pricing question, which I think I think you said you're supportive of, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yes, I am.
This is the reason why we need congestion pricing, is to invest in these kinds of, major upgrades. So, but, obviously we're in the midst of, as John said, our 20-year needs plan is out. We'll be putting together, I think, our draft capital plan in the fall for public comment, et cetera, and the board. So, welcome for any projects, this body's view about what we should be funding for the next 5 years.
And if you can prioritize the elevator, because we're doing the work on accessibility, but the main accessible component is missing from the construction work. So I think for the next round, it's something I think that really needs, it's not great at all, and so it really needs to be prioritized, especially for shutting down the
It
line.
is always the balance, right? I mean, obviously you had concerns about some of the other construction happening on 7. We heard it earlier from Councilman Resser on the G. There's always this trade-off between trying to get work done that's critically important, and then the impacts it has to customers. But I definitely hear you. John?
And I would just add that, we're in a race to get as much ADA done as possible. We've done more in the last 4 years than I think we did in the prior 2 capital programs.
Yeah.
And part of that is like picking and, coming up with a criteria that's fair, and sometimes doesn't feel fair because you're doing work at a station. So in the case of 82nd Street, you're right next to 74th Street where it's ADA, and so that works its way into that equation. Like, we don't want people to be more than 2 stations away. But noted, because I understand the point, you're doing work there anyway. But just so you see where our when we're coming up with these plans, what we're dealing with.
Got it. And my final 2 questions are, one more on the 7 is, has there been any look at, the line itself is so loud as it goes across, any look at sound enforcement or finding ways to reduce it? You guys replaced lead paint that's peeling off and creating major issues. Any look at sound control?
Honestly, I'm not aware we have. I mean, certainly we can take a look at, which we do on a frequent basis, the wheel profile of our trains, for example, right, that can create some additional noise, but making sure that we're truing our wheels on a regular basis, which we do, that's something we can look at. But let me go back and talk to the team and see. I mean, obviously, trains are noisy in some respects, but we can look to see if there's something we can do.
Sure. And finally, going back to CBTC, last question is, are there any barriers to implementation that prevent a full rollout of CBTC signals to the whole subway system?
Are there any barriers to that?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. I think the question is, as we said, is sort of the trade-off of time versus keeping, service running. So, I mean, that would be our desire. We know our signal systems are antiquated, and and some is from the Eisenhower or first Roosevelt administration. I think in some instances that might be slight exaggeration, but no, not that I'm aware of.
And good question. While you're implementing this, there's obviously impacts on the service that President Davies implementing. Right. So that's always the trade-off, but it's money and time availability. And the 7 train that you lived through when there was a lot of suffering, right? And then there's the ability to run that much more service, and we frequently use that as an example as we go out to these other lines now, and including the G train. So, but that's the short of it.
Got it. Thank you, and thank you, Chair. Sorry for my detour on the 7 line.
That was definitely a detour. Next, we'll have Majority Leader Vargas.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. So in your testimony, you speak about frequencies being improved on 8 subway lines, including mine, the 6 train, which is great. We love to hear that, and I hope my constituents watching see the good work we're doing in increasing frequencies. But I just wanted to follow up on that a bit and ask, how do either the frequencies improving on these lines or just generally the wait times comparatively to last year? Can we talk about those comparisons and how they're improving?
Sure. So typically where we're adding service is midday, nights, and weekends, right? So the 6 has pretty good frequency during rush hour in particular, and I think what we're hearing from our customers in particular is the concerns of adding more service during those times. And so on average, we're adding 2, 3, sometimes 4 minutes are reducing. So for a 10, 12-minute wait time, that's pretty significant, right? So, I mean, that's what we're seeing. Truthfully, in particular for the R, we've had some challenges because we have work trains coming out of Coney Island for some of that direct track fixation work we're doing. So that should clear up in the next couple of weeks. But overall, we've been pretty pleased with what we've been able to offer midday, nights, and weekends. Weekends in particular, where we've seen ridership come back, relatively speaking, even stronger than weekdays.
Okay, and so the improving frequencies by 20 to 25%, you're saying that's over the last year, or what's the time frame of comparing that?
Yes, over the last year. So we started, once the budget was completed, we started these rollouts last summer. And then what we do is our employees pick their work every quarter. And so we made those adjustments, as those, quote, picks came out.
Great, and then just really quickly on capital projects, were any impacted or halted by PEGs or the capital plan at all?
Were any halted by?
Like halted, prevented, or like if there's any PEGs or any adjustments in the budget? Or are things going accordingly? Like, for example, I have my ADA conversion happening right now in Parkchester.
I mean, anything that is in construction, no. Okay. But because of the delay in congestion pricing, we have delayed projects that that we're unsure of whether or not we'll have the dollars. Signaling system, ADA projects, a whole host of projects, unfortunately. But anything that's in construction now, no. That is continuing.
Including Penn Station access and the 4 new stations.
Great.
Yes.
I was going to follow up on that. Thank you. And then I wanted to ask about agency-to-agency reporting on real-time bus data. Mm-hmm. So I know we track our buses in real time for the various apps that we have to inform riders when the buses are oncoming or when they're delayed, et cetera.
Right.
I had a constituent have an incident where they could not find a way to report the exact time of when an incident occurred to the agency that they were calling 911. Like, they were on the phone with 911, and 911 could not actually they didn't have the real-time data of where the bus was going. And so a consistent update needed to happen. And so I was just wondering, and I'm looking into this actually legislatively as well, is there a way that we are communicating to emergency personnel, like to emergency services, or is there a way that we're keeping our real-time bus data overlapped with maybe 911, fire, EMS?
Sure. I mean, we can certainly have that conversation in our rail control center. We have, for example, from the subway side, we have a dedicated police officer and a dedicated firefighter sitting there. So if there's an issue in the subway system, we have that sort of real-time connection. I mean, obviously those services have the ability to look at our, at our publicly available data on an app, but no, we can have that conversation to see if we can improve communication with 911 or others with our bus, for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that a bit
Sure.
more offline
Happy
as
to.
I'm like policy-wise trying to think about this, because
Yeah.
I do think we're already investing a ton of money to keep these applications going and best ways to serve our cities. So would love to take that conversation offline.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Chair, for the questions.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And my absolute last question, and then we will be done.
For today.
Yes, for today. Thank you. Is about distribution of FHB surcharge receipts. So the MTA 20 to 24 to 27 adopted financial plan includes FHB surcharge receipts of $375 million in 2024, $387 million in 2025, that grows to $401.2 million by 2027. Of that amount, $50 million is reserved for the outer borough transportation account items. Can you describe for the committee how the outer borough account came to exist, how it is utilized, and can you identify for the committee some of the key projects funded in calendar year 2024? And can you also share some details on how those projects were selected?
So I can start with some of the things that I know. 2023 was the first year that the outer borough account reached about $49 million. And the outer borough account was through the legislation that created the surcharge for the 96th Street, required that the first $300 million would go to the Subway Action Plan. The next $50 million would be dedicated to the outer borough transportation account, and then anything above $350 would go back to the transportation fund account to fund transit projects. The $50 million, I think there is part of the legislation said how we would spend the money. Through the actual state and the legislature, they actually sign off on projects. And so I think what we saw was that in 2024, there was $22 million dedicated for rebates on 2 of the bridges for that funding. The remaining of the $50 million has not been decided of how it would be allocated to the outer boroughs.
So it has not been decided yet. And just to clarify, you're saying that the state legislatures, they are the ones that sign off on what the projects are based on the legislation?
That is my understanding.
That's correct. It's similar to how the capital program works, so it's the designees on that board would approve an expense.
And has the MTA put in anything for the remaining amount? Any projects?
Not to date, but we would work with the state legislature to come up with different projects beyond what was already in there for the Henry Hudson Bridge and the Cross Bay.
Cross Bay, yeah.
It'd be great to see, 3 to 10 million for EIS for Queenslink. It sounds like you got a little bit of change left over there. In calendar years 2022 and 2023, actual receipts for the outer borough transportation account items again were $37.3 million, bless you, and $51.8 million respectively. To date, how many outer borough projects have been funded out of this account, and where are some of these projects located? I know you mentioned Cross Bay, so that's one, but what else?
It's just those 2 rebate programs so far. So the first year, we only, as you stated, in 2022, there was only $37 million. we didn't want to dedicate any funding if we weren't, we were unsure if we were reaching $50 million, so you don't want to overcommit any funding. So that was the first time we actually saw the account get any funding above the $300 million that's dedicated to the Subway Action Plan. And then because we got I think you updated me, I said $49 million, $51 million in 2023. So we are starting to spend that $51 million for the rebates.
Which I'm in support of those programs, just for the record. Just wanting to understand how you are prioritizing the excess beyond that. And thank you for coming out, for your patience with us today, and your thorough and thoughtful answers, and looking forward to following up on some components. I think you have an outstanding answer for me as it pertains to the reporting with the stops.
Yeah,
with
and
Subway
and,
Safety.
and the answer is yes, we will be reporting those out. We have not accumulated something yet, but those will be reported out.
Thank you.
And one last thing, I just want to thank you, Chair, for we've been sending over job openings, and there are more and more. We have an open bus operator exam, and these are good paying jobs, and we appreciate that you and your team and other council members are putting the word out, and people are applying for those jobs.
Yes, keep the flyers
which can
coming.
keep the trains running.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 5 minutes before we start the next section.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats so we can resume. Quiet in the chambers, please, folks. Please find your seats. Once again, please find your seats. We are ready to resume. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good afternoon and welcome. We'll have committee council swear in the next agency.
Good afternoon. If you could all raise your right hand, or we can wait until the water's poured, that's fine. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
And if you could identify yourself and your titles for the record before you begin, and then you may begin your testimony.
Rick Rodriguez, Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental. Paul Ochoa, Executive Deputy Commissioner.
Idanis Rodriguez, Commissioner DOT.
Margaret Forgione, First Deputy Commissioner.
Eric Beaton, Deputy Commissioner for Transportation, Planning, and Management.
You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm Idanis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are First Deputy Commissioner Margaret Forgione and Second Deputy Commissioner Paul Ochoa, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Planning, and Management, Eric Beaton, and Assistant Commissioner for Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Rick Rodriguez. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on DOT's fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget and fiscal years 24-33 capital plan. This budget builds on Mayor Eric Adams' proven track record of responsible fiscal management while prioritizing the need of working and middle-class New Yorkers and investing in public spaces. We appreciate the Mayor's continued investment in DOT during difficult financial times. This budget will allow DOT to continue our work to make New York City the safest city for pedestrians and cyclists in the whole country. Reimagine the use of public space, invest in working class and middle class community, and community of colors. Make the city more accessible for all New Yorkers, including people with disabilities. Maintain our infrastructure, including nearly 800 bridges and tunnels, and continue to operate the Staten Island Ferry while also being fiscally responsible with our spending. Expense budget. DOT's $1.4 billion FY25 expense budgets include the following: $117 million for bridges maintenance and inspection, $149 million for ferry operations and maintenance, $236 million for roadway maintenance, $302 million for other DOT operations and administration, including sidewalk management and inspection, $458 million for traffic operations, including signals, street light, automatic enforcement, and parking, and $141 million for transportation planning and management, including installation of street signs and roadway markings. DOT proposed $26 billion FY24, FY33 capital plan includes the following: $12.4 billion for bridge and reconstruction and rehabilitation, $4.9 billion for streets reconstruction, $3.2 billion for resurfacing, $3.2 billion for sidewalk and pedestrian ramp repair and reconstruction, $1.1 billion for street light, signals, and automatic enforcement, $568 million for the Staten Island Ferry, and $674 million for the facilities and equipment needed to support DOT's operation. Turning to Vision Zero, last month, the city marked the 10 years anniversary of Vision Zero. While pedestrian fatality across the country reached the highest number since 1987, New York City had the lowest year of pedestrian fatalities since we started collecting data 113 years ago, other than 20 years of COVID. Through engineering, education, and enforcement, Vision Zero is working, but we have much more to do. And now I would like to ask a moment of silence on behalf of the little boy that we lost yesterday in the crash where the drivers failed to yield. Equity has long been a cornerstone of New York City DOT's implementation of Vision Zero and a top priority for this administration led by Mayor Eric Adams. We are committed to ensuring our safety projects reach all New Yorkers, using data to prioritize interventions where they are most needed and can have the greatest benefit. These budgets reflect this administration's continued commitment to Vision Zero and the safety of all New Yorkers. The FY24, FY33 10-year capital plan invests nearly $4.2 billion in Vision Zero, and our expense budget invests an average of about $260 million annually. We will continue our focus on improving intersections following the mayor's announcement that the city will make safety improvements at 2,000 intersections each year, with design improvements like raised crosswalks, leading pedestrians in tunnels, and sidewalk extensions, as well as daylighting to improve visibility between pedestrians and drivers in 1,000 intersections of those locations. On Queens Boulevard, we will continue to transform what was formerly known as the Boulevard of the Dead, El Boulevard de la Muerte. We are working with the Departments of Design and Construction to transform existing medians into green pedestrian malls, raise the bike lane, and improve travel times for bus riders by moving bus stops to the median. And the Departments of Environmental Protection will also make major water and sewer upgrades. This project is supported by our recently awarded Safe Streets for All grant from US DOT. In Southeast Queens, starting this spring, we will be partnering with DDC and DEP to bring flooding relief to residents of over a dozen streets across Hollis, St. Albans, and Jamaica. The project will include new curbs, streets, sidewalks, and porous pavement to better manage stormwater events, as well as raise crosswalks to enhance accessibility and safety. In Brooklyn, at the complex intersections of Flatbush Avenue, Utica Avenue, and Avenue S in Marine Park, we will add new and expanded concrete pedestrian space showing crossing distance and add new crosswalks. And in the Bronx, we will construct new medians and expand sidewalks near several schools and playgrounds in Hunts Point, which will add more than 3,500 square feet of new pedestrian space. Beyond our critical infrastructure project, we are working with our partners in Albany to renew and expand our life-saving red light camera program, which will expire this year and is currently limited to 150 intersections. We need your support, your partnership to move those numbers, expand those numbers to 1,700 intersections. Turning to bikes, with over 500,000 bike trips taken each year and a city bike reaching record ridership, cycling has never been more popular in New York City. To meet this demand, New York City has built more protected bike lanes than all other big USA cities combined. In 2023, we installed a record-breaking of 31.9 new protected bike lanes miles In 2022, we also built 27 protected bike lane. It means that from the 220 protected bike lane being built in the last 10 years, most of those have been built in the last 2 years. A larger percentage have been built in the last 2 years. We meet the administration commitment to harden 20 miles of bike lanes by the end of 2023 and are installing wider lanes, being New York City one of the first one working toward widening the bike lanes. And we install over 3,250 bike racks and distribute nearly 22,000 bike helmets and 9,000 bike lights. This year, we will undertake many critical bike projects, including Eastchester Road from Pelham Parkway to Hutchinson Greenway in the Bronx, Simonson Avenue, Walker Street, Trenton Avenue, connecting to the bike path on the Bayonne Bridge in Staten Island, and 10th Avenue and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan and Washington Bridge. We are working to expand City Bike and incorporate previously underserved parts of the city while adding more capacity to the parts of the system with the highest demand. We currently have over 27,000 bikes and over 2,000 stations. Once this year's scheduled expansion is completed, more than half of the New York City residents will live within a 5-minute walk of a city bike station. And it is a commitment of this administration to connect all community with city bike and micromobility, including our scooters program. And to promote the safe use of power mobility device and reduce fire risks, we recently launched a 6-month e-bike charging pilot program to test different battery charging technologies on the street. We will also launch an e-bike buyback program to help deliver workers' transition from dangerous and uncertified power mobility device to UL certified bike and battery. As you can see, those are some of the locations where we are doing the electrical bike. Chairman, some of them from Cooper Unions and others, you can see the numbers of the Liberitas already responding to go and swap the battery. So the pilots started working since day one. DOT continued to make it easier and faster to travel around the city for all New Yorkers. In 2023, we made commuting faster and more reliable for over 300,000 daily bus riders with new and enhanced bus lane, including projects on Northern Boulevard in Queens, Golden Hill Road and University Avenue in the Bronx, Livingston Street in Brooklyn, 3rd Avenue in Manhattan, and Washington Bridge connecting Manhattan and the Bronx. We also started transit signal priority at 754 intersections to reduce the time buses spend stuck on red lights. This year, we will undertake a number of exciting bus projects, including improving the dedicated bus lane on 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, which will make the trip faster for 50,000 daily bus riders. We also began construction on our major bus and safety project along Kings Highway, Flatland Avenue, and Pennsylvania Avenue in southern Brooklyn. To make the city more accessible, DOT continued to install and upgrade pedestrian ramps throughout the city. We also installed accessibility pedestrian signals at a record of 866 intersections in 2023. This year, we are beginning an over $100 million neighborhood reconstruction project in Rosedale, Queens, making long-needed repairs and upgrades to a street that have experienced ongoing flooding problems. In partnership with DEP and DDC, we will be installing sidewalks, accessibility upgrades, and redesigning intersections along with major sewer upgrades. This administration continues to reimagine the use of public space. DOT installed more than 666,000 square feet of new pedestrian space in 2023, an all-time annual record. This includes new pedestrian plazas, curbs, sidewalk extensions, pedestrian safety island, and medians. Now, in its 5th year, Open Streets continue to be the nation's largest and most successful car-free program, with over 200 locations across the 5 boroughs. Earlier this month, we announced new rules for the program, formalizing the application process and clarifying eligibility criteria. This administration also announced Dining Out NYC, which was the result of the work of this administration and also the council, which is the nation's largest permanent outdoor dining program and one of the most significant efforts of the last decades of reimagining the city's streetscape. Last month, we released the final rules for the program after a robust public outreach campaign, and last week, we launched the application portal so restaurants and other food services establishments such as coffee and grease shops and bakery can also apply. We also implemented the most ambitious Summer Street program, more than doubling its size and bringing the program to all 5 boroughs for the first time. We went from 79th Street to the heart of Harlem, and then we also went across the other 4 boroughs. Along with the largest car-free Earth Day, we also do a second season of the popular Trick or Treat program. DOT is taking action to better manage the curb to reduce congestion, double parking, and vehicle emissions. Last year, we published a curb management action plan to reimagine how curb lanes are used and launched a smart curb pilot to evaluate regulations, identify community need, and test new technology at the curb. We announced a micro-hubs program to provide locations for delivery trucks to transfer packages to cargo bikes for final delivery. And we are in the process of finalizing rules to allow largest pedal-assist electric cargo bikes and make package deliveries more efficient. Turning now to the Staten Island Ferry, after 13 years, I'm thrilled to say that the administration led by Mayor Adams reached an agreement with the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, the union representing Staten Island Ferry licensed officers. The new contracts raise salary to competitive rate and establish a 40 hours work week, which will allow us to hire and retain our critical workers who keep the Staten Island Ferry running. On resurfacing, this budget protects the baseline funding for 1,100 lane miles and 50 miles of protected bike lanes for resurfacing each year. These amounts of resurfacing reduce the numbers of potholes, and our average pothole response time is now under 2 days, our fastest response time ever in the city of New York. For our bridges, the city adopted rules to prohibit vendors on bridges. This rule has been instrumental in the city's efforts to ensure the safety and security of our bridges. We have also nearly finished the 4-year, $300 million project to rehabilitate the Brooklyn Bridge, including cleaning all of the bridge stumps, strengthening the bridge approach spans, and adding new energy efficiency lighting. Turning to the fiscal year, climate. DOT is proud to have done our share to fill the citywide 5% program to eliminate the gap, or PEG. In both the FY25 preliminary plan and the November plan, DOT generated over $88 million of gap closing measures for FY25. We did this through a number of savings from conducting studies in-house, receiving funding from the federal government for our traffic management center, and through programs that generate revenue such as City Bike. I'm also proud to say we have applied for over $100 billion in federal funding, and the great team of finance and budget have already secured over $81 million. Following the mayor's mandates, we reduced the 10-year capital total by nearly $5.5 billion and stretched the plan by $1.9 billion to the outer years. We do not believe this will affect current active projects, and will work with the administration to ensure future projects are fully funded as needed. Under this administration, DOT has been a leader in minority and women-owned business enterprise, something that I know is important for you, Chair, and for all council members. I'm proud to say that DOT has increased our MWBE participation rates from 11% that I took when I got into DOT to 24% in FY23, and in FY24, we hope to meet the 30% MWBE utilization goal for the first time at DOT. In conclusion, I would like to thank the council, especially you, Chair, for the opportunity to testify before you today. I look forward to partnering with the council as we work together to make this city safer, more equitable, and more accessible for generations to come. We are proud of the work that the almost 6,000 men and women at DOT do daily to keep this city moving. We will now be happy to answer any question.
Thank you. First, I'd like to take a moment to just re-emphasize how important it is for our committee staff to receive testimony in advance. We received testimony today at minutes to noon, when we were already well into the first part of the preliminary budget hearing, and just to re-emphasize how important it is that we have meaningful conversation during the hearing so that we're not trying to figure out what not to overlap with that's been addressed or additional questions. It's very important. I understand that has not necessarily been the way things have been done, but under my chairmanship, I have asked all agencies to submit testimony in advance. The MTA was gracious enough to submit theirs 2 days in advance. And so I ask that the city agencies show respect to this committee and to our staff and the work that they do by submitting the testimony in advance of the hearing. But with that being said, I'm going to yield my questions so that my colleagues can ask theirs, and then I'll ask mine. I am going to start with Councilmember Lewis, followed by Krishnan, followed by Ressler. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And having the testimony in advance is very, very helpful. So I hope you guys could do that in the future. All right, I have 3 questions. The first one, we'll start with potholes. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. Appreciate it. And your amazing team. All right, the PMR indicates that there were over 7,784 pothole work orders in the first 4 months of fiscal year 2024, but there were roughly 35,000 potholes repaired across the highway system and local streets in the same period. Can you explain the relationship between pothole work orders and pothole repairs? And what's the cost of repairing a pothole?
Yeah, I would pass it to Margaret to get into more details, but one thing that I say, as I said for the first time, you know, when we get a 311 call or any of you elected official about pothole, with those potholes are taken care in less than 2 days. Mm-hmm. Unless there's other DEP matter that is about water under the street, things like that. Mm-hmm. But Margaret, if you don't mind to take into this one.
And then I have 2 more quick questions.
Thank you for your question. So I'm looking now at the breakdown of our pothole repair by borough. We are showing for fiscal '23, 176,000 repaired potholes. I have to check into the two numbers that you provided to understand exactly the nature of your question, but what I can tell you is that every single day we have dedicated pothole crews in every borough. During the winter months, when we're not paving, a lot of our workforce is seasonalized and they don't work over the winter, but the remaining asphalt workers do additional potholes during those months. We are able to address potholes in a very timely manner. Our average response time is now under 2 days, so if a member of the public calls 311 or gets us a request in
That would be
another means-
considered an order, because what we need for the record is the difference between just the repairs and then the orders, so the orders are coming in through 311.
The orders come in from various means. Many of
Okay.
them do come in from 311.
And what other avenues?
They can come in through emails, they can come in through
Got it.
phone requests, they can come in through letters, all sorts of ways. And right, community boards as well. Our own workers identify them, other workers in the department, lots of sources, NYPD, et cetera, et cetera.
A quick capital change order question. How much time does it take to perform change orders? And what is the average value of change orders by project type? If you could break down the data and the reports for those change orders. And my last question, I'll just ask them all and then you can answer. The MWBE contracting, Commissioner, you said by a particular time you want to meet the 30% for MWBE utilization goals. So I wanted to know, what are you using to measure to get to that 30%? What does that look like? And those are my questions. Thanks.
I was on the end, and then I will get Secretary Commissioner Polo Cho, also on the change order or contract, right?
Yes.
So on the NWBE, I would say the most important thing is, as I've been in your seat in the past, when I was asking those questions on WBE, the numbers was usually my 2 years almost the same. So it is the first time that we move those numbers from 11% in 2 years and few months to 24%. What is working with us is that one, we do a doing business with DOT event. Second, we also, as a procurement team led by Nancy and Carlos NWE, they put the panels together that they go over the ISP, RFP, ISP for any contract. And now I'm working hard to be sure that any panels that review any contract have the composition that reflect diversity.
How are you getting to the 30%?
Well, continue doing the same thing that I've been doing these 2 years.
And by when?
What's that?
By when will you get to the 30%?
Again, I will continue doing the same thing that I've been doing these 2 years when I move from 11% to 24%. There's new contract that we have in front of us right now, like the horticultural is a $27 million contract that DOT award for the institution that is in charge of management the public spaces. First time that the institution, the ISP include that 30% should be NWBE.
Okay.
The speed camera also, IVP is almost going out, almost ready to go out. Also in the language, also everything that I'm doing is including the mandated on the 30%. And the message to everyone who come to do business with DOT, please don't try not to come to ask for waiver, because in the past it was very common that a lot of private sector, they came and they tried to get some waivers so that they didn't have to do the 30%. So the message is clear that I followed from Mayor Eric Adams. 30% is our goal, and we accomplished it.
For fiscal year 25, right?
What's that?
For fiscal year 25?
That's our goal. Again, yeah.
Perfect. And then just going back to the capital change orders, how much time does it take to perform the change orders, and what's the average value of change orders by project? And if you could provide that data for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. How much time do you have to talk about change orders? Because it's a very present topic. In fact, the mayor's office established a capital reform task force, and change order were a big discussion, both from the agency side and from the industry, to be honest. Change orders happen for various reasons. Sometimes there are changes in the field that we didn't perceive when we were scoping or designing the projects that are just required. But you're right, it does take long for the city to process change orders. It is not beneficial for us as an agency to take long for change orders, nor it is for the contractor to wait for payment. Typically, when a change order is approved, it takes about 100 days for including controller registration for the payments to be made for the contractor. I would also mention, as part of the capital reform task force that the mayor's office has established, one of the things that we've been discussing with the controller is called expanded work allowance. It is essentially the easiest way to explain it is money up front that the controller and the agency, in this case us, will allow for change orders so that they don't have to go through the formal process of change orders, and they can just be incorporated in the normal work, sort of day-to-day work. We are in good conversation with the controller, and we hope to establish that citywide in the next few months.
All right, thank you for that. Madam Chair, it'll be good to know when you ask your questions, how could they get the 100 days cut in half? So thank you for the time. Yes, please. How do we get that 100 days cut in half within fiscal year 25 with the change orders? And that's my last question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Part of it is change order does go for registration for the controller's office. I think the easiest way is to avoid them altogether, which is the expanded work allowance that I'm mentioning. That is the simplest way of us limiting change orders for capital contracts and large contracts for agencies. I agree with you. I think both the industry and the administration and the agencies all want to reduce change orders. It's not good for business. It takes longer, delays project, et cetera.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good to see you, First Deputy Commissioner, Borough Commissioner Garcia. Thank you all for your testimony today. I just have questions on two different topics. First, Commissioner, thank you for your partnership. I appreciate our work together around street safety in our district and what we've done up till this point to address pedestrian safety in our neighborhood. But I want to go through what's been happening in the last 6 weeks alone in my community and right around it. Just yesterday, an 8-year-old boy was struck and killed by a pickup truck while holding his 10-year-old brother's hand walking in a crosswalk. This was in East Elmhurst, just a few blocks outside of my district. Before that, a 61-year-old woman was struck and killed by a speeding SUV crossing the street. A man was struck and is in critical condition crossing the street in Jackson Heights. And what I want to focus on, and also 2 women were struck and hospitalized by the same moped on 34th Avenue, Open Street. And what I want to focus on, there's obviously a street safety crisis in our city. These instances are all just in the past 6 weeks in one community. There's obviously a much bigger issue here. I know we'll talk about the hearing today. The one I want to focus on in particular, the element of this crisis, is the moped crisis in our city. As I mentioned, we had 2 women on 34th Avenue, our gold standard open street that's been a success around the city, that were hit. The moped hit one woman, kept driving, and then hit a second woman. I knew an 8-year-old boy who was hit by a moped and dragged a bit by the moped on our 34th Avenue open street. So this is really affecting a major pedestrian safety project in our neighborhood, but it's also a larger crisis in our city of mopeds that are really driving roughshod on our streets. So my first question is, what is DOT's strategy to address the moped crisis in our city, and how can we partner together to address it?
Yeah, there's no doubt that New York City today is not the New York City, even when I was elected and serving here in 2009. With the numbers of electrical bike, mopeds that we have in the street. What we are doing is, one, we're doing the educational, because even when we look at moped, even right now, the technology is changing so fast that what could be as electrical bike, suddenly it can be transformed as a moped, like, say, whole moped, gas power mopeds and electrical bike. We do recognize that, the whole industry is there, because the demand that New Yorkers are putting on them. 80% of New Yorkers are placing order once a week, 24% placing order 4 times a week. When we in a cold day, raining day, we made a call, we want the food to go to our places. So what we are doing, one, educational, second, building the infrastructure. We are the first city, one of the first city. We almost show that we are the first, but to be safe, we're going to say that we're the first city that has taken to water in the bike lane. And we are widening the bike lane for the purpose to give more space to that sector. 200 million bike trips every year is happening in New York City. So it's about educating, it's about building the infrastructure, it's about enforcement. And by the way, as I said before, the child who we lost yesterday involved a reckless driver whose license was suspended more than 5 times, who failed to jail. Yes, for the record, this was not about a moped electrical bike. This was about a responsible person with a reckless record that unfortunately took the life away of that beautiful person.
It was very tragic. Yes, that was a pickup truck, but it illustrates the larger safety crisis in our city. But just going back, and thank you for your point, as I mentioned, specifically on the moped piece. My next question was, I did receive this morning the proposals for addressing DOT's proposals for addressing the 34th Avenue open street moped major safety issue we're seeing there. Thank you for sending them. It did take months. I asked them for them a long time ago, but I do appreciate you all sending the proposals to address it. I do want to give context in that, this is, as you all know well, and we work together well on it, it is a pedestrian walkway for people to walk. Thousands of children walk there to school, but now it's becoming overrun by mopeds. So I do appreciate the DOT proposals that were sent over to address them. Given the magnitude of this crisis in my district and the questions I'm hearing from constituents, Commissioner, will you join me and Chair Brooks Powers at a town hall in my district in Jackson Heights to address the moped, to hear the concerns of my constituents about pedestrian safety, in particular about the moped crisis, and for DOT to present the proposals that you all sent me today. Will you join me, Commissioner, and the Chair at a town hall in our district on pedestrian safety?
Of course, I organized it before being a teacher, before being a council member, before being a commissioner. I'm the grassroots commissioner in this body. So never shy to be in front of people, listening to different opinions. I think it is important to hear from the community. Next week, I'm going to be spending the whole day in Manhattan as I do the commissioning in Borough. I do it, as you know, in the district, so much of you as a council member. I think that I've been the commissioner more accessible to give all the time that, you and the rest of the members of the party need. When they have been in a request, more than happy to go there. But as you also asking the questions, the answer is yes. I also want to invite this body for all of us to join this effort, to work with the Councilmember Gennaro and Andrew Garnaros in the bill, and Assemblymember Dinovich and John Simon to pass the red light camera bill that will, since the program will expire in December. This bill, led by the body at the Assembly and the Senate, want not only to renew, but they wanted to expand it. So, your partnership, your support, your home rule on time is very critical in order for us to send the message loud and clear to Albany that the whole city is on board, keeping and expanding a life-saving tool with the red light camera.
Absolutely.
Like the red light camera saved life. However, last year, 29 people, we lost 25 people in red light camera crashes, one of the larger numbers that we have. So yes, to work with you, you've been a great partners. 34th Avenue is a national model. Mm-hmm. It's from former Councilmember Drone, from you as a former staff, now as a commissioner. So you and all of you sitting here are very important partner for us to continue making the city. This is the city, as I said before, Councilmember, 2023, we had the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality since we started collecting data 113 years ago. When I was in Washington 2 days ago, all the national leaders in transportation, they just say New York City is leading the model. We have more bus lane, we have more bike lane, we have the best infrastructure than any other city. However, as resilient in New York that we are, we also push ourselves to do more and to do better. So more than happy to partner with you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you raising the red light cameras as well. It's a very important issue. And I look forward to our town hall in the neighborhood to hear from my constituents about how important and concerning the moped safety crisis is, and for you all to present both of your proposals that you sent over today. My final question before turning to another topic is just one note. If you all can, I'd ask you all as an agency and Commissioner too to prioritize. We had a meeting and then a visit to 73rd Street and 37th Avenue in Jackson Heights. It's a complete gridlock right off the BQE. Trucks are double parked. It's a major traffic hazard and situation. And after we met, we had a meeting with your team there, although I'm not sure one unit had communicated to the other about our meeting, but we met there. But what happened is 3 days later, or several days after our meeting, a senior was actually hit at that intersection. His leg he's paralyzed now. He's at the hospital. So that intersection is really dangerous. I would just ask if you can, with your agency, to just look into what measures. We proposed a bunch of safety measures. We'd love to work with you all and really in an expedited way to address that intersection, because unfortunately the fear that we had materialized several days later. So appreciate your partnership on that intersection too.
At it, and we will look at it, and again, as I say, like, you are one of the person that we work closer. So even though you got the proposal today, but as you know, you've been meeting with Nicole, you've been meeting with Margaret, you've been meeting with me. I think that the level of communication between you and us have been very productive. And we all care 34th Avenue in a way also that, you know, in the national summit that we're holding on transportation equity, we want to highlight 34th Avenue. So more than happy to continue working with you.
Absolutely. And I appreciate our communication. Look forward now to actualizing our different ideas and improving tangibly pedestrian safety. My final 3 questions are on a different topic, shifting gears completely. Can we do it second round? Okay. We'll do it second round. Withdrawn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner and team, always good to see you. Thank you for being with us today. You know, Commissioner, I think if we were to go and get a beer and talk about all of these issues, we would agree on the vast, vast majority of what needs to be done to make our streets safer. I believe that you are committed to advancing safety on our streets deep in your core. The problem, of course, is that you report to Mayor Adams, who ran on a campaign, on a platform of being committed to making our streets safer, ran as the bus mayor to be the champion of the 2 million predominantly low-income New Yorkers who ride the bus every day. And unfortunately, when we look at the data, despite DOT's best efforts, we're not producing the bike lanes and the bus lanes and the safety interventions that we need and that New Yorkers depend on. And I'll tell you, when I work with you and your team on projects that don't require City Hall interference, we do great things. The Livingston Street Busway, the Skirmerhorn Bike Lane, the mid-block crossings on Atlantic that are making District 33 really a model in lots of ways. But when projects come over to City Hall, like McGinnis Boulevard or the bike lane on Bedford Avenue, and I could cite many more, that's when we get in trouble. So I just want to start by asking, there's often this like funny tension between the council and DOT, where DOT is saying, you know, if council members supported these projects, they would happen. So I support McGinnis Boulevard and a lane reduction south of Collier. You said you'd come back to us in the spring. It's now March 14th, so spring officially is in a week. Maybe I'm pressing my luck by asking you this question too early, but I hope not. Do we have a solution on McGinnis Boulevard to achieve a lane reduction? Do we have a solution on Bedford Avenue to get the protected bike lane that we need? These are projects that are supported by local council members, myself, Jen, Chi, Crystal, et cetera. Do we have DOT support?
First of all, on the first comment that you made, and then I will ask for our Deputy Commissioner for Transportation and Planning and Management, Eric Beaton, to add on the second part of the question. On the first one, no mayor have invest more to DOT for us to have the resources that we need to improve the safety than Mayor Eric Adams. And as I said before, we have improved public safety in so many locations in New York City. And I feel that someone like you that had been at City Hall in the past, who know how City Hall works, you also appreciate the work that we are doing. And more than happy, more than happy, if you don't mind, to let me finish.
Please.
More than happy, again, to go with the chairman and you in details, with all details, how on this administration we've been able to get 2023 the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality in the last 113 years. How we were able, from the 200 million bike lane that is more than all largest cities combined have built in this nation, New York City. 57 of those being built, 31 of those bike lanes last year. In McGinnis Boulevard, we are making a lot of improvement. There's other project on Bus Lane in different areas that we need the council member support, that sometimes the community engagement, the stakeholder work has to be done, sometimes the support is not there. But for the second part of McGinnis Boulevard, Eric, would you mind to answer a question?
Sure, and I think we remain committed to doing what we said on McGinnis Boulevard. We said we were going to do the first part of it in the fall, get as much in as we could before the winter. We did that. We said we were going to collect data over the winter. We've been collecting that data and putting it together, and we can.
So is there a timeline by which you'll be coming back to us?
And then, you know, we're going to finish putting together the data. We'll come back to you soon. And then when we talk about spring, spring to us means we need to weather sort of consistently over 50 degrees, which today it feels so nice. Our marking season really usually gets going in April or May.
My community deserves, look, I have a lot of respect for each of the people at the dais. I really appreciate your partnership and the work that we do together each and every day. This is not, my intention here is not to beat you all up. I want to see you all meet your goals. We want to be your biggest I want to be your biggest champion in District 33. I deeply value the expertise and the hard work of the men and women and the people that work at the Department of Transportation and the creativity of the people at the Department of Transportation. I want you all to be successful. So you all put out a great plan on McGinnis Boulevard. We know, we've all read the newspaper. We know what happened. Do we have a timeline that you're going to come back to us with an updated proposal?
Well, I guess I'm not saying, I wouldn't say updated proposal. We said we would look at the data, we come back and present the data and talk about when we're proceeding. I think we, as we said, we expect to do that in the spring. I can't schedule a meeting on the spot here, but we'll come back to you soon and talk about it.
All right. I wish you'd come with a little more specificity, knowing how important a topic this is. I don't think I have time to dig into my least favorite topic, which is the BQE, but I just want to underscore, I'm a council member who strongly supports the work of your agency. I will be out there every single time at community meetings with you, Commissioner, when it's a tough room, trying my best to block and tackle to make the street safety projects that will save lives happen. There are a number of indicators that have been moving in the wrong direction. Cyclist deaths in particular is a major concern of mine. We suffered 3 fatalities in my district in just the last 3 weeks, 1 in Greenpoint and 2 in South Williamsburg. And of course, your team is always extremely responsive and tries to be helpful and make the improvements that make our streets safer. I value that partnership, but we need to be doing more. And I don't feel that we have this, I know we don't, we need City Hall to get with the program. So, I just want to comment on one more thing, which is Walk NYC.
If you don't mind, before the comment, with the cyclist laws that we are having in the city, and as again, Mayor Adams and I approach that one day is too many. But one information that we all should know is that the laws of cyclists in our city on average in the normal bike, last year we had one of the lowest year. The higher numbers of cyclists that we lost last year have been mainly individuals using an electrical bike. And that's why right now, very soon, we're going to be launching an educational bike safety campaign, also educating our cyclists about how to accelerate, how to use an electric bike, because most of those cases when those, unfortunately, we lost those cyclists, happening is most of them, like from 30 cyclists, I think that we lost, and I can go concrete on the number, but the larger number
I know those trends to be true, and we've done multiple events together around delivery worker safety training, delivery worker safety events in District 33, you know, that DOT has led, where we've set up at key locations and educated delivery workers about how to stay safe, given away helmets, provided more training. I do think that we need to work together to much more rigorously regulate these app companies so that we're prioritizing safety rather than speed. And I hope that that's an area where we can work together in the weeks and months to come. The last thing I just wanted to ask about is Walk NYC, and maybe the chair will let us do a round 2. But just on this, on Walk NYC, you know, which these are elements to map elements that help educate New Yorkers and tourists on where to go and how to get around. There were only 5 new walking elements or maps that were implemented in the first 4 months of FY24 in the PMMR, and only 35 for all of FY23. That's a big reduction from where we'd been in the past. I have a lot of tourists in my district. We'd love to be able to have better and more signage up to help direct people where to go. Is this something you're concerned about? Is it a priority for you to see those numbers increase?
Sure, and this is the Walk NYC. For anyone who's not familiar, these are the wayfinding maps that we use to help people get around. And we are still committed to those. We have a number of actual federal grants that are helping support the program, so we are moving it forward. We've had some interesting to me, maybe not to everyone, but supply chain issues around the epoxy that we use to attach the glass and plexiglass to the map to the structure itself. The manufacturer essentially stopped making the one that we were using. We have been testing a number of new materials to make sure that they're durable in all kinds of conditions and temperatures. That testing is still ongoing, but we hope that this year we'll be able to start putting out the new material. In the meantime, we've been starting to use some of the what we call the finger posts, which are kind of the metal signs. They look a little bit more like our street name signs, and doing those in some locations because those are just metal and don't have quite the same issues. So it's a technical issue, but one that we are.
You expect to see the numbers increase on more wayfinding getting installed by approximately when?
So I think we hope to be back on track this summer, but it assumes that we have a product that we are happy with.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, Commissioner, I meant what I said at the beginning of the testimony. I really know that your heart's in the right place. You care deeply about these issues, and you've built a team that cares deeply about these issues. And I have a great deal of respect for the tremendous staff that you have at DOT. And we want to do more to help you achieve your goals that you've worked on for so many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just briefly, I'd like to talk about, first I'd like to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmember Chris Banks. Just touching on the program to eliminate the gap, the fiscal 2025 preliminary plan reflects several revenue-generating pegs that allow DOT to avoid significant reductions in spending to meet savings targets. In the preliminary plan, the agency projects an additional $12 million in bus lane camera revenue. These additional funds help DOT meet its PEG targets in fiscal 2025, but are also baseline across the plan period. Does DOT anticipate collecting this revenue by increasing the number of cameras or relocating cameras? Or is this revenue projecting a right-sizing based on actual revenue received in prior years? And then how was the decision made, and did the department consider any potential equity impacts from any increases in enforcement?
I'm going to say a few words, then Paul Ochoa will get into more details. Definitely for us, like equity is as you know, top priority for this administration. And whatever decision we make on the PEG that we got to do, like with, as you know, this mayor is very fiscal responsible, and all of us have to do our part to be sure that, with the limited resources that we in the city, that we distribute it well, and that any PEG that we do is happening without one particular group being hurt more than the other. So this has been a top priority, but Paul can get into more details on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, the automated enforcement program has been incredibly successful at DOT. I'll talk
when
about
you say successful, do you mean in dollars and cents or in
actually,
fatality?
I would actually say that the most successful program is one that we issued no violations. I'm talking about success in reducing speeding and blocking bus lanes in terms of our bus lane. We've seen a reduction in speeds of about 93% in the areas where we have a speed camera. And the same goes for bus lanes. We do see that New Yorkers tend to learn at the second or third violations in some instances, but after that, they're not receiving violations, which is exactly what we want to see from this program. To your question, it is right-sizing the revenue that we were seeing in terms of the violation for the bus lane camera, but we are also expecting, Commissioner mentioned earlier that we're about to be launching an RFP for our entire automated enforcement program, where we are expecting new bus lane cameras to be installed as part of this new the new RFP. So both right-sizing and new cameras in the near future.
And then in terms of the question pertaining to equity impacts?
Yes, so we place cameras where there is speeding and where there is crash data. Those are the measures that we use to place the cameras. We have done an analysis that shows equitable distribution of cameras across the entire city. Larger council districts do have more cameras because of their size, but we have not seen any impacts in terms of the placement. We are going where the speeding is and where the crash data is telling us to go.
And where the crash data is leading you to, like, how are you prioritizing the camera versus the infrastructure investments?
So we do both. I think the camera is, as I mentioned, it has been incredibly successful at reducing speed, but you've seen Commissioner testify, Eric Beaton, Margaret tell us about all the changes in intersections that we're doing on a yearly basis. The mayor announced 2,000 changes in intersections that are going to be across the entire city. So we're doing both, but you can't, Vision Zero has 3 E's, as we've mentioned. There's the engineering, there's the education, and then there's the enforcement. And the automated enforcement program is a key component of the last E that I mentioned.
And as you mentioned, Vision Zero, what are the current numbers of traffic fatalities and injuries year to date for 2024, and how do they compare to the previous year? Can DOT talk about its efforts to reduce these numbers in the coming year?
Yeah, give us 1 second.
Give me 1 second.
These are the fatals for this year, yes, as of today.
Yeah, so as of today, we had fatals of 23 pedestrians, 1 with regular bike, 9 with motorized 2 wheels, and 18 with motor vehicle. Those are the numbers that we have.
23, or is it 29? Because I think
23 pedestrian fatality,
Okay.
1 regular bike, 1 motorized 2 wheels. 9 motorized 2 wheels, and 18 motor vehicle.
And what type of crashes were these, especially with the motorized bikes? Do you know?
Sure. So year to date, and this is the same numbers the commissioner said, but just broken down a little bit more. We've had just the 1 traditional bike. We've had 3 e-bike, 1 stand-up scooter, 4 moped, 1, and these are all the vehicle that the person was killed on, not necessarily all the vehicles involved. 1 motorcycle fatality.
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you just said? I didn't understand you.
This is the person who was killed. Not there may have been other vehicles involved in the crash.
Okay.
So 4 moped riders were killed, 1 motorcycle, 0 other from that group, and then motor vehicle occupants. It was 13 in cars, 3 in SUVs, and 2 in other, which is, it could be an ATV, could be different types of.
And those are also, you saying that were killed?
Yes.
Mm.
So they could be a driver or a passenger.
That was killed.
Yeah, that was killed.
I think I missed some of the numbers. So 4 moped, 1 motorcycle. What was in between that? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to write this.
So I think 1 stand-up scooter.
That's the one I missed.
That's the one.
Okay. I think I have everything else. Recent reporting shows that communities with lower percentages of Black and Brown residents saw a reduction in injuries and deaths during the latter half of the Vision Zero era, while lower income and minority areas experienced an increase. What steps are being taken to ensure that the residents of the city benefit equitably from efforts to reduce traffic violence. And when I talk about equity, just to kind of make sure we're talking apples to apples, it's not saying we're giving, a community that is often resourced, let's say 5 new infrastructure projects, and then one that's been historically under-resourced, 5 new projects as well, because then that's not equity, because that under-resourced community is starting from a deficit. So taking that into account, I'm interested in hearing DOT on that.
Yeah, is that the TA report that you referenced? Because it's not coming from us, from DOT.
Yes, and there has been reporting as well on this.
So I have a lot of respect for TA. Together, as a former council member, I passed a bill reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour. We went together to Albany. They're great partners. However, we completely disagree on those findings because that report is based on the last 3 years. It's not accurate, and this is something that we expressed to TA, but Paul can add more information.
No, that's right. It is looking at, I believe, 2020, 21, and 22, when, as the commissioner mentioned in his testimony, Vision Zero has been a 10-year effort where we've invested all across the city. And in fact, our 10-year capital plan is the most equitable capital plan in the history of New York City DOT. We've billions of dollars slated for communities of color. As Commissioner mentioned, I would also point out in the report, something aside from the data that we disagree, we also disagree in what seems to me the premise of the report, which is less community engagement is good for the projects. It's not what the mayor expects us to do. It's not what the commissioner has asked us to do. And to be quite frankly, it's not what you all expect us to do. We think community engagement strengthens a lot of the projects that we have. And we hope TA can start going to these communities, led side by side with us, to make sure that they get the approval that we hope to get from communities of color.
The plan includes a PEG of $3 million for Vision Zero education and outreach. These savings are baseline and the funding is removed from the budget. Why is the administration reducing education and outreach for traffic safety when we still see hundreds of fatalities on our streets each year? If this PEG was due to contract underspending, does this mean that the services the department contracted were not implemented? Is the second part of that question as well.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned before, Vision Zero has 3 components: engineering, education, and enforcement. The fiscal climate had forced us to make very tough decisions. This is a reduction in our outreach and education campaigns. However, we are still doing a lot of work, both in-house and externally. As the Commissioner mentioned, we're going to be launching an e-bike education campaign shortly. You're right, this is one that hurt, not going to lie. But we are finding the resources internally to make sure that we continue the key component of Vision Zero, which is education.
And I understand Vision Zero has been a priority for DOT, and so what did DOT feel could have been cut as opposed to Vision Zero? Because I understand it was like a backup PEG.
Oh, you're getting inside baseball here. No, listen, we looked at everything. We looked at our operations, we looked at administration, there was a lot of PS accruals, for example, that we had to take too. So it was a concerted effort to make sure that we weren't hitting one area of the agency more than others. We tried to be fair and balanced, and that means that what traditionally is a commissioner's office priority also needed to take a haircut, just like the other operational divisions.
It would just add, within that same period of time, we put out a record 117 press releases in that period. We have more social interactions than we've ever had before. So even within that moment, we knew that we could successfully navigate those stormy waters.
In the fiscal 24 to 33 10-year capital plan, in your remarks, you mentioned nearly $4.2 billion in Vision Zero. But there is a difference from what we saw in the actual plan of $111 million. Where's the extra money and why wasn't it labeled as Vision Zero?
Which is
So is there a specific, it's a large capital plan and there may be some different figures. Can you repeat the question, please? Maybe you're talking about the cut.
So in the plan, there's $111 million that is labeled specifically as Vision Zero, but in the remarks, in the testimony, it says $4.2 billion. So where's the rest of the money?
So when we talk about Vision Zero in terms of capital dollars, right, when we talk about Vision Zero for capital dollars, mainly talking about street reconstruction, our sidewalk work, our signal work. So the $4.2 billion includes all those types of projects. And I'd be happy to provide a breakdown if that's helpful.
So then that's, to be fair, not necessarily Vision Zero, it's construction work that needed to happen.
Well, it's construction work that includes Vision Zero components. We usually don't rebuild, for example, we wouldn't go on a street reconstruction to rebuild it just as it is. We always make Vision Zero improvements on that street, whether it's expanding median lanes or bike lanes, widening sidewalks. They always have a Vision Zero component. These types of street reconstruction projects always have a Vision Zero component.
Going back to the PEG conversation, the November plan included a revenue PEG of $42 million in fiscal 24 and $40 million in fiscals 2025 and 2026 due to additional revenue related to speed camera revenue from high speeding areas. Will any cameras be added or relocated as a part of this PEG?
Yeah, so we are not expecting to add new cameras. We are moving cameras around. Essentially, we've been looking at areas where we've seen a reduction in speeding, where the cameras have successfully reduced speeding, and we're moving those to high-speed areas. So we are moving them around the entire city, yes. But we're not expecting at this point to add new cameras. We operate about 2,200 cameras in about 750 school zones.
Now, the areas that you haven't seen any improvements, has DOT taken any steps to dig deeper to understand what further investments may be needed to make that area or corridor safer?
Yes, and this is a top priority for Mayor Eric Adams. Every 2 weeks we have our discussion together, DOT, NYPD, Deputy Mayor, City Hall, to go over any new thing that we can do to improve safety from the perspective of Vision Zero. As Paul said before, Vision Zero had a 3E, which is the engineer redesigning major intersections. It's about putting more racing crosswalk, with the 1,000 daylighting that the mayor announced. It's about reorganizing the signal system. So every day we work hard, and because of that work, is that we've been able to be the city that had the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality. And that's, as a father of 2 daughters, and most of all, we have children and grandchildren, we know that we want for everyone to walk safe or to bike safe in the street of New York City. But we also know that that's a word that requires for us to always thinking, what else can we do? So as we do in the reality of fiscal responsible or any pick that we got to do, we always give priority to maintaining the resources that we need to redesign danger intersection, to have the resources to educate our New Yorkers about the responsibility that they have to protect cyclists, to protect pedestrians, to protect senior citizens, to improve safety around the school. So for us, led by Mayor Adams, is a top priority to continue having the resources that we need. Again, and it's about data-led decision. It's about where crashes are happening. And that's why we do a lot of work. We deal with NYPD or the New York City Department of Health. Now we're also working with the Department of Education to be sure that when we look on everything that we have to do to improve safety, it's about looking at the box and seeing all the tools that we have that we can use.
What areas of the city have higher rates of projected speed camera revenue? What boroughs or council districts in particular?
We are not, again, as our approach at DOT, and I was in that side for 12 years. That money that we get from, especially from crashes, come with blood. We hope that one day we don't get $1 from a speed camera. So we don't follow this, we don't make decisions based about where we can get more revenue. We make decisions where crashes are happening. So we will be moving around the city based about what data are showing that as we were able to see, the year after speed camera will allow to be 24 hours, we were able to see a 30% decline of speeding and a 25% reduction of fatality. So all we use to make decision where we bring the camera is not about the revenue, it's about where crashes are happening.
And I hear you, and I've heard that, and I know in my short time as a council member, based on some of the reports that I see, one would argue that parts of Southeast Queens has not seen a decline, but we do have a lot of speed cameras. And we do get traffic fatalities. I think about Zafina Afakoba from Far Rockaway, a young 10-year-old girl that was struck and pinned under a building. And even through my advocacy as chair, how many times I had to go to DOT just to get some level of infrastructure placed there. I question how we're looking and prioritizing where the investments are going, because I always say that cars drive the way that the roads are designed. So how do we design them to slow down the vehicles? How do we design them so pedestrians are safe? And so I'm just curious in terms of when we talk about equity and where these cameras are placed, and this is why we passed the bill to bring out equity metrics from the streets plan. It was because we want to see how DOT is prioritizing the infrastructure dollars of the agency to truly keep pedestrians safe. So just going back to my question, and then I'm going to pivot to Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Bank. I would like to know what areas of the city have higher rates of projected speed camera revenues based on the boroughs and the council districts. And I also am interested to comparing and contrasting what infrastructure investments are happening in those districts at the same time. Where are those, even if we had like a heat map that was created, where are those cameras? And then let's heat it up and see where is the infrastructure dollars going? Whose districts are they going into? Because there are some districts that I travel in, and they have widened sidewalks that are amazing. They got their curb cuts, amazing. We have broken up streets and you know, unpaved roads, potholes, you know, sinking holes in our district. So I'm really interested in seeing hard facts. I hear how we feel, but hard facts on what the data is showing us as it pertains to equity from DOT.
Yeah, I would say, Chairman, that when I leave DOT, one of the areas where I want to be defined, besides my job as a commissioner, having Margaret Fujonia, my first deputy commissioner that oversee operation, 95, I might believe 90% of my job is to run the operation every day. It's about the 44,000 intersections, it's about the 800 bridges, it's about the ferry, it's about the signal, it's about the sidewalk, it's about the roadway. It's 27% of the land of New York City that is under our agency. So I'm proud to be surrounded with a great team of operation that run this well. So, but the part that I want to add as a commissioner, and as Lin-Manuel say, I'm not wasting my shot, is equity. Equity and WBE are two of the top priorities that as I fought as a council member for 2 years, I have brought the same energy, and I can say that the men and women at DOT, they have embraced. So when every decision that we make on how we distribute the resources, how we redesign intersection is coming for that approach. But I think that, Margaret, if you don't mind to add a little bit to the first question. But on equity, and what I can say, Chairman, I'm more than happy to sit down with you. More than happy to look at council district by council district to go with more detail. If we see any district that there's a disparity, that there's a less investment, and I don't care the composition of the district, I'm committed to be the commissioner that invests, the same amount of resources across all community, regardless of the ethnic, social background on the district. So for me, again, as you know, because you and I work together for many years, equity is a top priority. But I want to follow with you and to compare in addition how we invest.
And I'm looking forward to that follow-up, I'll say, because even through the comptroller's recent reports, when we look at the MBE participation in particular with the capital projects, Black participation is reported out as 0%. And, so again, when you start to break it down by disparity and underutilized groups, when we talk about MWBEs and MBEs in particular, there's a lot of work for DOT to do. So I look forward to sitting down with you, looking district by district, and I'm sorry.
And by the way, the DOT is the agency, and I'm proud and honored to be leading right now, that has been identified as one of the role models across the agency in New York City on how we've been able to move those numbers on WBE from 11% when I got there to 24% as we have it right now. But Margaret had the answer for the first question, and if you don't mind, Paul also has something to add, and then.
Thank you. So an example of a corridor that had consistently high speed camera violations was Seegert, which, as you know, we redesigned. What I'd like to suggest is maybe we come and sit with you and talk to you about corridors that we do see consistently high speed camera violations within your district, and brainstorm with you on corridors that we can.
Oh, I know my borough commissioner knows I've asked for hard infrastructure on Seegert, and I was not approved with it because I know it needs dollars and cents, but we have a plethora of speed cameras on Seegert. So I do appreciate, though, that some crosswalks were painted there. That was a good step, but we need some hard infrastructure on Seegert to make it safer, and I have asked for that.
Okay, good. So we will follow up on that, and then I think what we should do is come back to you over a period of time and let you know how it's operating and what we're seeing, and have we seen improvements, and do we want to relocate some cameras? Do we have other higher priority places to put those cameras?
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Madam Chair, if I may,
sorry,
can I
Paul.
just make one correction on the Comptroller MWB report? It's a methodology question. I think the Comptroller in their report included projects with federal dollars, which, as you know, those have DBE requirements. Those are disadvantaged business enterprises. So they're not part of Local 1 reporting, the MWB reporting. So there's just a difference in methodology, and that's the 0% number is based on the federal projects, which do not have MWB goals, they have DBE goals. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
And so even though they're going by the federal standards, in the event that an MBE is used, would that still not be included in the report?
Exactly. So the only DBE, the DBE and MWB are reported separately. So that's why you can't compare. They're sort of apple to oranges. That was our.
Because the section I'm talking about actually has an MBE category.
So, but if there's no project that we would do that has 0%. So
okay.
If maybe it has 0% MWB because it's a federal project that has DBE requirements.
Understood.
So I just want to make sure that there's a distinction.
Understood. Thank you.
We would never do a project that has 0%.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you all for your testimony and for your partnership over the years. I guess now with you as commissioner, we've seen, we had the e-bike charging station at Astor Place. That was great, at Cooper Square, I should say. I know we have a redesign of Broadway, 3rd Avenue, and 2nd Avenue on the horizon. Specifically, I'd say on 3rd Avenue, looking at 23rd and 24th Streets. And on 2nd Avenue, when you're ready to announce these changes, I have the perfect space to do it. It's on 2nd Avenue and 20th Street, across the street from PS 40. A lane that is clogged, a bus that is constantly block the M15, highest ridership, as we learned, in the city. And I think the school and the neighbors there would appreciate a redesign in that space, probably more than anywhere else along 2nd Avenue. All right. Other parts of my district clearly have challenges. I think daylighting is something that we all really believe in. It has proven to be a great way to activate curb space, improve the pedestrian experience. I know that it's really important that we harden daylit spaces by placing infrastructure there, boulders, planters, bike racks. How much would it cost to place hardened infrastructure in all existing daylight spaces? And do you know how much would it cost to harden the 1,000 daylit spaces that Mayor Adams committed to create each year?
I will get Eric to get into more details, but I can say that we are looking at the daylighting, as you know, using different way of how to accomplish that goal. You know that, and we specified in front of you last year that even before that decision, we already been doing hundreds of daylighting every year, and the daylighting is one of the tools that many that we use to improve safety. Eric, if you don't mind to get it.
Sure, and we'll have to get back to you with the detailed number, but just conceptually, there's different ways that we harden, right?
All right, so hold on, because I don't have a lot of time. Okay. But if you get back to me with the numbers, that would be great. Let me ask you about open streets, because I only have about a minute. We love open streets. I remember when we passed the bill, it has seen substantial challenges. Recent reporting come out that Vanderbilt and Fifth Avenue open streets are facing funding shortages. So what is the funding allocated to DOT for open streets? Approximately how much is DOT contributing to operating expenses per open street? Because the groups are reporting shortages of like $20,000 to $40,000, which for a volunteer-run group is a lot to fundraise and provide. Of course, I want to shout out the Hort on Avenue B, who does an amazing job of maintaining that space. But how can we work to provide increased direct funding to these volunteer-run organizations? And are we specifically looking at some of the streets that do the school streets? Because I think that's so important for the safety of the kids.
Yeah, council member, as I said with other council members, you are one of the great champions for public safety, and we work together for all those years. So Open Street, as we know, is to put in context the whole thing is Open Street. During COVID, that was when New York City saw thousands of open street. But open street during COVID was more, here we are putting the barricade and the block is closed because school needed, family, they need a space to walk with distance and safe. In 2022, we took open street to a place where all of them, they were partners with CBOs, business improvement districts, and in other cases, then we put our resources. We had to have in mind that there was a lot of COVID money that also came. You know, in 2020, there was more resources. The resources not only came through DOT, but they also came through other agencies. So there was more. Now that we passed the rule and the open street is permanent, DOT continue having through a $7 million investment in the program, DOT can offer funding and direct operation support to partners executing open street. And yes, with that article that talk about that some open street they were not paid, there was like a few. Most of the, and they still are great partners. Like everyone that have any challenges in many of those cases, there was in those institutions that they had to provide some paperwork. It was not about lack of funding from our end. So we continue being a good place to have the financial in our hand to support Open Street. One of the best programs, Open Street. And again, 34th Avenue have been identified as a national model. 1.8 million a street that used to be used only by car. Now it's used for working middle class New Yorkers to walk, art, entertainment, hope. So thank you also council members. So yeah, we will continue having the financial to do the open street, but in those few cases that some a CBO that they were not paid, in most cases, first of all, we are in conversation to help them to get the money, but in most of those cases, it was no lack of we having the money, it was more some paperwork that they were missing.
Oh, okay. Well, I look forward to the numbers for daylighting, open streets specifically. You mentioned federal funds, and I know we have a Greenway plan. I'd love details on that. And I just want to thank the chair for the time. And then street lighting, I know there have been some delays. All of us have intersections where street lighting can be improved, and we look forward to getting you that.
And if you don't mind, pull out the numbers also for the open street.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think we were having a discussion earlier about the hard decisions that we made, but in a time of fiscal crisis, we actually allocated $30 million for our Open Streets program as support to provide staffing support, direct support for all open streets in the city. I think the article, you mentioned Fifth Avenue. I think we do expect to have another partner for Fifth Avenue, so we expect that open street to be open. And you're right, our reimbursements are about $20,000 of direct reimbursements that we provide aside from the work that we do on the staffing side and other type of support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner, and to your team. Street maintenance is extremely important to the residents in New York City, and I wanted to know the PMMR reports that 70% of streets had a good maintenance rating in fiscal year 2023, and in about 22.3% were rated as fair. The PMMR shows that a street rate is rated good or above the agency's target, but there are no targets for fair. What is DOT's target for the streets with a fair or better rating?
So our first Deputy Commissioner Marco Fagioni will get into details to answer that question.
Okay, so every year, thank you for the question, Councilmember. Every year, we mill and pave about 1,150 lane miles. We allocate them throughout the city, and then we base the actual streets that we mill and pave on our detailed inspections of the conditions and some of the conditions that you've cited. Sometimes there are cases where we have streets that are in fair or poor, but a capital project is coming, so we do not pave them. Sometimes there could be some concerns with that. If you have any particular, as always, areas of concern, you can let us know and we'll make sure that we check into them. We don't have actual targets of, 80% of good, 10% fair or anything of that nature.
So there's no rating system that will determine what streets
will actually be paved?
Right.
Right. It needs to be in the lower part of or fair category. Usually poor have to do very, very tiny percentage of poor are dealt with in capital projects, and sometimes on the lower end of good, we also pave them too.
Okay. Street lighting, I know that was brought up by my colleagues. That's something that the 42nd Council District suffers with. I can name a litany of streets where multiple complaints have been put in through 311, and we're just not getting the response from DOT. It seems like a back and forth, and I can give you one problematic block, which it's definitely in need of lighting, which is on a major transportation strip in East New York, and we're not getting the support. The residents constantly complain that they put in a complaint to 311 and nothing is being done. And it's been problematic. I could show you, even before I was in the city council, where there's been complaints going back 5 or 6 or 7 years. And it's a block that needs lighting because there's a lot of activity, if you know what I mean, on that block. And I believe if the lighting was there, it would definitely curtail some of that activity. But these are some of the things I think that are spread throughout my district, and I need your assistance on this, Commissioner. I really do. So when we talk about equity, this is something I think needs to be focused on. And I'm also, too, if we can have a sidebar conversation on the oversaturation of cameras in my district, the speed cams, I would definitely love to have that conversation with you.
Councilmember, a quick question. So the block in question, it's not that there's existing lighting that is not functioning, it's that additional lighting needs to be added. Is that correct? correct?
No, it's the light that existing is not functioning.
Okay, we will
And
get
we
that
would definitely,
for you.
and
Okay.
you know, if we can get additional lighting, that would
Great.
definitely help out.
Okay.
But the existing light is not functioning, and we can get you that information.
Could you get us that
I will
location? We'll
get-
follow up immediately,
I'll
and
get
we'll
you
also
it-
assess if
I'll
there
get it
needs
to
to
you
be
dating
additional-
back 5 years back.
Okay, and we don't even need that. If you get me the location, we will make sure we get the light back on.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for you running on a record of your commitment on transportation.
Thank you.
And we noticed that, you know, as you were running, as you were elected, you were also very clear on your commitment to be a leader in improving safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, supporting both lane and bike lane. You know, those things are important for us because this is like, you know, whatever we do, we have to put in context that we are in the most density city in the whole nation. I always say when the mayor asks a question, how are you doing DOT? You know, for me, it's about if the signals are working, if the lights are working, if we're taking care of the pothole, taking care of the roadway, then we have the time for the other work that we do. So whatever, not only with you, but as other council members know, we are committed. Mayor Adams has instructed all agency, all commissioners to say, work close with all council members. So whatever is important for you is priority for us. So Margaret, we follow with you.
Well, thank you for your commitment. And if I just make it 30 more seconds, Madam Chair, bike lanes is an issue in my district. We're one of the districts that there have been bike lanes placed in certain areas that have created a public safety issue. So I mean, I was listening to your statement just now. Quite the contrary. We want certain bike lanes removed from those areas and placed in areas where it doesn't cause a public safety matter. And I believe DOT actually came out to my district a couple of months ago and did a walkthrough on a particular bike lane on Cozine, which is right across the street from, it's in the middle of a NYCHA development and a condominium, Fairfield or Meadowwood. And the residents said loud and clear that they didn't want those bike lanes, and they were put there. And not only that, but we lost parking spaces. And as you do know, what the conversions that's taking place in NYCHA, there are new tenants that are coming in. So we don't have the parking. There are bike lanes that are put in pedestrians, put in the folks who are driving coming out of the parking lots in danger, and it's just been a mess. So we can finally get a commitment to have that bike lane removed. I would love to have a conversation with you about that going forward. Thank you.
Sure, I mean, we're always happy to keep a conversation going, but just on Cozine and Wortman, the reason we did that project, we spent 2 years working with the schools and many other residents in the area. It was a dangerous street. It had a lot of speeding, and rather than just go with enforcement, rather than just go with speed cameras, we wanted to make sure that that neighborhood got the same level of investment, the same types of redesigns that we do elsewhere in the city, which we hadn't done as well all around the city. So I think what we'd like to do is get back to you with the data of, is it causing more crashes
I got
or
the
fewer?
data already. I don't want you to waste your time on bringing me. We know the data. It was expressed to us who was in support of it, but at that time, every elected official in the district said no to the bike lane. The community board said no to the bike lane. So if you can bring that data to me, I'll accept that. But we need to have a deeper conversation as to where these bike lanes are being placed and the really take into consideration the desires of the community. Thank you.
We understand that. I think you said that the street is more dangerous. I think that that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing that the street is really safer, and that's the data that we'd like to go through with you before we do something that we think.
Well, I live
actually
2
makes the
blocks
street more
away from
dangerous.
this, so we can agree to disagree on that. And there are a multitude of residents that live there, that cross that street, that live there day in and day out, that will tell you different. So if you want to come and purchase an apartment or rent an apartment over there and see if you can see what your experience may be, I'll invite you to do that. But I would prefer to have a productive conversation on how we can be more inclusive in making sure that the community is involved in the decision-making process where bike lanes are placed in my district.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will definitely follow with you. And again, this is like, you know, the reality on how we had to have this conversation about the street master plan, doing the bike lane and the bus lane, because then overall, we all agree with the numbers of the law that we had to follow, or the numbers of bike lane and bus lane that we had to do. But then when we go through some district, then we have those realities, and then we had to come back to you and say, here we're able to do these numbers because of those realities. So more than happy to continue, sharing those data. And as I said, as you were running in the street, a community, the advocate community, they also were happy with your proposal, your agenda, your vision for transportation, but more than happy to follow the details about that particular piece of the bike.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by Councilmember Salamanca and Minority Leader Borelli. Councilmember Salamanca will ask questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. How are you? Good afternoon, Commissioner and your team. Commissioner, first I wanted to thank you. We finally have a Bronx Borough Commissioner for DOT, Anthony Perez, and yes, trust me. And I'm happy that I put the pressure on your agency to finally get it done, and you got it done. And I can say that your commissioner has been doing a good job in making his rounds throughout the borough of the Bronx. There are certain issues that I'm going to bring up that are issues that are prior to this commissioner here. So I hope, Mr. Commissioner, you don't get too worried about these issues, because these are major concerns that I have with DOT for years. I'm going to start first with your car share program that you have. I know that when you rolled it out, there may have been some notification to our offices and to community boards. But what I'm seeing throughout my district is that you're normally taking 2 parking spots, and my neighbors are telling me, they're not seeing some of these vehicles being utilized. Or at times, we're seeing that these 2 parking spots that have been taken are not occupied at all for weeks on end. And, it's valuable parking that you've taken from our community. Is there data to show how often these parking spots these vehicles for car share are being used, depending on specifically at the locations, on specific locations?
We do. We're able to get back and get those data and share that data with you. But what we know is that the SIP card program has been a program very popular, very supported. People have been using those services, but I'm more than happy again to look back to the team and look for those data.
So that information is not public on your website?
I got to, again, as a question being asked right now, let me look and get back to you.
I think that it's important information, because there may be certain neighborhoods where parking has been removed for different reasons, and there's valuable parking that's just sitting there. And again, going back to the examples, there's parking spots that are just empty, just sitting there, and people are scared, constituents are scared to get a violation if they park there. My next, I brought this up at the last hearing when I was when you were president and I was here, is the Westchester redesign project. I know that you did a walkthrough with me about a year ago. I did a walkthrough with the commissioner. He's going to follow up on certain recommendations that we did on bringing back parking. But I just, I want to warn my colleagues, just be mindful of these redesigns that DOT implements. You have individuals that do not live in our communities, that are making decisions for our communities, and are creating major congestion in our communities. Commissioner, if I tell you that every day on Westchester Avenue between Whitlock and Southern Boulevard, there is major congestion, I am not lying. And my constituents are angry with me because DOT made these changes. Is now, in terms of what a plan, a design in this magnitude is implemented, when does DOT come back to do kind of a review of their implementation and how it's affecting that immediate community?
Yeah, Eric will get back on when do we get back, and share about what we have seen, council member, in most area where we do projects, they have been improved of safety. And we are responsible to do our planning, thinking about the safety of our people. New York City right now is a role model across the United States on reducing pedestrian fatality. We can get back to you again, share those data, but yes, Eric can share on when do we get back to the stakeholders, share the outcome, but most of the project, the council been supporting of Vision Zero. And the third E beside education and enforcement, one is redesigning. When I did my project in Uptown, I didn't even against many stakeholders in my community. But what I have seen is about in those areas where we did those projects, there have been a reduction of pedestrian fatality.
Commissioner, let me, please, my time ran out, and I thank you, and I understand that the priority here is to increase pedestrian safety. But when you incorporate a redesign and you have major congestion, what you have in my community are drivers that are desperate, are upset, and stop following traffic rules because of the congestion and the implementation that was put in. Now, with this redesign, I'm not getting more enforcement. I'm not getting NYPD to come and stand there and do more enforcement because I prefer them to go out and fight crime. And so I feel that these plans are leaving our communities, especially communities of color, out to dry, especially a community such as mine that has major construction happening with the Sheridan and the Brockton Boulevard and has major fairways that gets you throughout the entire city or different states. So I just feel that this plan, again, while it was designed to promote or to increase safety, there was no plan to address congestion. And that is why I am asking if or when there would be a review that you can send back to the communities to say, hey, we increased pedestrian safety because pedestrian accidents have decreased, number one. And number two, be honest and realistic about the congestion and how the time that it takes to get from point A to point B because of this implementation of this redesign.
Yeah. So Eric will add when it comes that part related when we get back to the community. But council member, and before closing on that, in the first comment that you made on how DOT go to the community and get into project, as I say at the beginning, I spend 1 day a month, being in the field of each council member in each borough. And I think in your case, not only Anthony is a great commissioner, but Yarisa also is someone that also holds a great leadership. So from your district to the other 50 council districts in this administration, being in the community, sending ambassadors, members of DOT that look like the community, is the priority, and we've been very committed to do the community engagement. So most of the project that we do is the result of the community engagement.
Sure, and I think in some ways Westchester is an example of, we don't do these projects and then walk away, right? We do them, and then if there's changes that need to be made, and I hear you that we need to maybe look at some more, but if there's changes, we keep working with them. And on a typical project, we look at 6 months to a year afterwards to give people a chance to adjust and make changes. Obviously, on that one, we heard the issues right away. We came sooner. But we can put together a review, as we do for all projects, that looks at safety of all types, but also looks at traffic flow and how long it takes to get down Westchester Avenue and other streets. And we can look at that all as a package. And we understand that there are different effects in different places. And as the commissioner said, the top goal we have is to make the streets safer. We try to do that while being cognizant of all the other goals that we have on the streets in terms of mobility and creating quality public space. And we are more than happy to put that data together and share it and review it with you. Yeah,
and to finally, Commissioner, I just want to thank your two deputy commissioners because they've been accessible as well, and they've done walkthroughs with myself. But I'm going to keep pushing the envelope because we have to address the congestion there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Salamanca. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions on behalf of my colleagues that are a part of the Staten Island delegation. The first question pertains to service interruptions overnight. Just wanting to get some updates on how hiring up is going since the contract was signed.
want to take it? So I'll talk about the hiring. We are very excited and grateful that the administration settled on the MEBA contract, which we've been waiting for since 2010. We do expect that those wages, that the wages that were historically very low, essentially the way it worked, we couldn't post for the new salaries until the settlement was a done deal. So we do hope that will help increase the staffing at the Staten Island Ferry. I would also note that most of the positions in Staten Island Ferry are not subject to the hiring freeze since they are grant funded. So that is also very helpful for us to staff up. I'll turn it over to Margaret in terms of the service disruptions, which I understand have come down.
Right, we are getting positive feedback in our recruitment efforts as a result of the higher wages, as a result of the settlement of the contract. So we are doing well, and we think that we're going to continue to see the effect overnight come down further over the next few months. We've already seen improvements. One other thing I wanted to mention is that we're doing a marine oiler training program, which has been one of our very difficult to recruit titles. And the way the ferry works, of course, unless you have the full complement of staff members on the boat cannot sail, right? So if you're down even one person, you're not going to be able to make it. So in certain titles, we've had some difficulties, and we're developing a training program which will help us to recruit and retain this critical title. And if that's effective, yes, and absolutely. And if that's effective, we might look at doing it with other titles as well.
And we hired almost 80 people last year, yes, for the ferry. And I got to say, John Garvey, as a person who is in charge of the ferry, with the leadership of Margaret, they're doing a great job. I also want to take advantage of recognize Roseanne, who is here from the Staten Island. One of the things that we're doing, as I come to testify to be sure that all the borough commissioners, from Roseanne, Staten Island, Keith from Brooklyn, Anthony from the Bronx, and Nicole from Queens, and Ed from Manhattan, they all are here because as we have to respond, answer related to the budget, they are also here to be the ear to be sure that we follow all the 51 council members or any local issue that you bring to us.
Next, reliable ferry service was the second part of the question, like reducing service interruptions, advance notice of service interruptions. And then the last question is, what is the total number of lane miles paved this year in Staten Island, and how does it compare to previous years?
Okay, it's going to be very, very similar to previous years, and I'm trying to stall while we get you the exact number.
While you're doing that, if you could also answer the reliable ferry service piece in terms of the advance notice of service interruptions.
Okay. As soon as we realized, and usually again, it's on the overnight, as soon as we realized we are gonna have a service delay, we put it out in our social media, on Facebook. Often, again, it's overnight, and we get that out often in the late afternoon. Okay, Staten Island paving is about 160 lane miles per year.
And in previous years, it's been?
It has fluctuated according to how we've been funded. Fiscal 20 was 157 lane miles. Fiscal 22, 156. 21 during COVID was all the way down to 116. So it fluctuates, but at this point, it should be pretty consistent at around 160.
Okay, also in terms of commuter vans, I have a question as it pertains to the commuter van stop in downtown Brooklyn. Just wanting to know when that stop will be restored. I believe that stop was taken away. It was supposed to be temporarily, but it has not been restored, is my understanding.
Could you just clarify which stop? There's a couple commuter van stops in downtown Brooklyn.
Do you know which ones you've taken away downtown?
I'm not familiar with that offhand, but if you get us the location, we can
So
get
I'll circle back to the location as I'm waiting for it.
If you can get that to us by the end of the hearing, that would be very
Of
good.
course. Cute. But I'm glad you did that because guess what? We're going to talk about streets plan now. I was saving this for being able to go into much more detail. But we're talking about the stop that's on Smith Street. So while you come back on that, we'll delve into streets plan. So in yesterday's State of the City, Speaker Adams spoke about holding the city accountable for the streets master plan, which sets out legal mandates for construction that DOT must meet. DOT continues to fall short of these requirements. That includes building just 5 of a required 30 protected bus lanes citywide. In your latest streets plan, you wrote, quote unquote, given fiscal challenges that hit New York City in 2023, serious actions were taken citywide, including a hiring freeze and a 5% program to eliminate the gap, and multiple financial plans. New York City DOT did our best to protect services, but unfortunately many programs, including supporting the streets plan, had to be reduced. Why don't we see reinvestments in these areas in the preliminary plan, and do you expect further investments in the executive budget?
I'll take it from the budget perspective. As we mentioned in the streets plan, yes, there were some impacts. We tried to protect essentially the funding levels at the outputs that we're producing. We had a record-breaking year this year in terms of protected bike lanes, but we did had to take some pegs, especially on the OTPS side. So that's barriers, gantry poles, street lights. It was a very difficult decision, but I think we've done an amazing job not only surpassing a lot of the goals in the streets plan, like the open space goals, but also doing things that are not in the streets plan. I know you've heard this before, but the bike lane widening, the bike lane hardening as a cyclist, to me, that's a new protected bike lane that was not envisioned when the streets plan was created in 2019. We're not counting those towards the protected bike lane miles, although I think we should, because they've already been counted in other ways. So we're trying to do, and we'll continue to exceed in a lot of areas, and we'll try to do, I think you saw a perfect example of why it's tough to have these conversations with all the council members. It's not, some of these projects are not always welcomed. Just heard Councilmember Banks asking us to take away a bike lane. So, but listen, we're going to continue doing what we have. We're going to continue striving for record-breaking years, and we'll continue having these conversations. I would also mention the budget director in his testimony mentioned 2 very important factors. That is not just OTPS dollars, staffing, space, vehicles. Those are all things that we've mentioned before that are.
I often feel like DOT moves that marker. Sometimes it's the council members, sometimes it's funding,
it's not a
sometimes
single
it's supply chain. I mean, like every hearing we talk about why DOT is not meeting its mandated goals, and we get a different reason each time. So it's hard for us as a legislative body to be able to support this work to help the agency be able to achieve these goals, because if we don't have a clear idea of what is holding up the progress, how can we move forward?
I think we've been consistent.
No.
I just feel that, one, definitely having support all council members as we go through their district to do the bus lane and bike lane will definitely make a big difference for us.
I also think that that's a poor excuse for a number of reasons, and I'm sorry, Commissioner. And one, it's not the council members' jobs to determine where these are going. It's up for the agency to work with community and position them where the community would like to see it. I also feel like it is unfair to continue to place that blame when the agency hasn't done its part. Because again, every time we come into these hearings, I hear something different. If we were to go back to the record, every hearing, we've literally heard something different. We've heard supply chain, and we understand COVID happened. We've heard staffing issues, and this was even before the hiring freeze. So each time it changes, And there's not really full transparency also in terms of what is happening. And not for nothing, when the agency wants to place a bike lane somewhere, regardless of what the council member says or the community, DOT has done it. When you look on Beach 20th Street in Rockaway, where all of the merchants and the community in that area said, do not place this hard infrastructure bike lane right here, DOT still placed it there. When the community came out against having it on Seeger, when there is a parallel bike lane on the boardwalk, DOT placed it there. So to say that because the community or the council member is doing it, we're not holding it up, because when DOT has the political will to do it, they have done it.
I feel that and that is another conversation that we can follow. I think that we've been very consistent on one, to continue supporting, understanding that the Street Master Plan is a law that I had the honor to be a co-prime. As a chairman, I passed the bill. Second, this administration is committed to the Street Master Plan. What we are adding is that there's other things also that we do right now that is supported by all of us, from Open Street, thing that Paul mentioned in dining out is not part of the Street Master Plan. When it comes to two of those areas, which is about the bus lane and bike lane, definitely sometimes, we have the whole plan, but sometimes there's challenges that we face, especially through some part of the city, that communities, elected officials, the stakeholders, they are not supporting of those projects in those communities. However, as I said, even with all these challenges, and I repeat it again, New York City has built more protected bike lane that all cities together.
Absolutely. We see the bike lanes as like the top priority for DOT, but we see with the bus lanes, as congestion pricing is nearing, we are not prioritizing how we are being able to create that infrastructure to address getting communities that are from the furthest parts of the city into where they need to go.
Bus lane is a top priority for us too, and more than happy, again, I know that, you had toured many council districts, looking for different needs that they have. More than happy, again, to sit down with you as a chairman and discuss with you our plan to get all those bus lanes, because in most cases also there have been places in the city that we want to do the bus lane that in some elected council members, they are saying not in my district. So more than happy to sit down with you and see how it can be helpful to us as we go across the 5 boroughs to do the bus lane that is mandated in the Street Master Plan.
And I'm willing to work with you on that. And I know we've had conversations even with Southeast Queens. I think sometimes it gets messaged out like members are solely against bus lanes or bike lanes, but it's not necessary that they're against it. It's nuances to it. And as Councilmember Salamanca said, we have people who are not familiar with the community and the movement of the community. You may come there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and see one dynamic on one day, but not really taking into account what members of the community feel. So there are times where I've seen members literally ask DOT, we would like to see a bus lane in a particular area, and then DOT will ignore that request and they'll put it somewhere else. I've seen that also with the bus lanes. So again, I think there's some work to be done on it, but the bus lanes in particular are extremely important as we're looking at congestion pricing to make sure people can get to where they need to go. I think about Councilmember Lee's district that's very bus heavy. My own district as well, and Councilmember Narcisse in Brooklyn, and so many others. Considering that the Department of Transportation has not met its mandated targets in the street plan, does DOT believe that the current level of funding is sufficient?
With the funding we have, we will be able to do the work. If we would need more resources, we go back to OMB, we go back and not make those ads, but so far, we have planning to have the financial support, that we need to accomplish our goal from 2024.
So then why in the streets plan did you say that, why did you acknowledge the fiscal challenges impacting your ability to meet the mandate?
Yeah, that's right. So we did take a OTPS peg on streets plan related matters. What we mean about we have the proper level of funding is we have the proper level of funding to continue doing the amount of projects that we've been doing in the past, which have been record-breaking.
But they're still not meeting the goals.
So let me ask, if you think about where we have failed, which is the area of the street master plan that you feel that we have not accomplished?
Particularly the bus lane.
Bus lane. And I can tell you that funding is not the only reason. Like when we couldn't do Fordham, it was not just about the funding. When you go through other places in Brooklyn or the location, it's not about the funding. So I think it is important, again, as I said, would love to sit down with you so that we can identify those areas.
What about the areas that you haven't received the pushback? Like, have you prioritized those areas to at least still continue to build it out?
I would, yes, and I will say that, as I said before, I've been going around as you have done the tour, walkthrough with different council members in different parts of the city. As a commissioner, besides that, I have a great team from the intergovernmental, and probably Rick can also add a little bit about Rick Rodriguez on how are we doing the community engagement. Why don't you share a little bit about what is the work that we do in the community engagement? Because I think that in the last 2 years, the DOT has definitely been taking that approach to have a strong community engagement. Rick. So the reality is that we have a great intergovernmental division that work directly with each of the council members, that we go and present the project to you guys. And we also have I myself, since I became a commissioner, I brought a person to be in charge of connecting DOT with immigrants community. I myself, I can say, I don't know which council member I had not met or visited the district, but if there's few. In this year, I have walked with most of the council members, and not only myself, but I've been sure that the team know that the direction, not for me only, it's for Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Eric Adams said, go and meet with the council member, go and meet with the other elected officials, be sure that they are included. So I feel that, we definitely can always look on how we can do better and improve the engagement. But I can say, like, right now, if we go back on the street master plan and just focus on the bus lane, it's not just about resources. Resources is one of the pieces. But the other most important one is about the support from some community where we want to build those bus lanes.
And then also in terms of the bus stop upgrades, only 54 of the 500 were mandated. So what's the reason for that?
I can take it from the budget perspective. The reality, last time we came to testify, we said that we were working with the selected contractor to do the work. The prices came in way higher than we expected, and in a time of very financial or difficult decisions, we needed to make a pivot. So we're going to be maintaining the current RTPIs and bus stop improvements, and in the future, when things get better, we're going to be thinking of a way to install new ones. But at this point, we're just going to be maintaining the current real-time passenger information.
So in that regard, are you saying that that's a budgetary reason?
It is part of the conversations that we're having with City Hall and OMB, yes.
But also, again, it would be highly irresponsible of the agency to be spending over what we know that a project should be costing. So this is about being fiscally responsible as well. I just wanted to go back to the question about community outreach for bus projects in particular. Again, some of the most thoughtful individuals are going door to door, reaching out to small businesses, working with community boards. We have over 10 languages that we're working with to make sure that people are hearing information and receiving information in their native tongue. And you see that's baseline. You see the different ways that we work exceptionally hard to work on when we're receiving some of that community pushback. So again, our engagement strategies are robust and profoundly intense.
Has DOT been working with like SBS, to your point, in terms of going and talking to the merchants?
Yes, we have, and they're one of our closest partners for this open for Dining Out NYC as well.
Just going back really quickly, I'm going to come back to streets plan. In terms of the locations for the commuter vans, one is in front of 140 Skirmahoyne Street. Another one is between Livingston and Skirmahoyne. Another one is on Lewiston between Hoyt and Smith. There's one on Flatbush Avenue as well. That is on the southbound side on the corner of Avenue U. So those are some of the different locations. I guess they were taken down. They were supposed to go back up. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, we'll report back to you on that.
Yeah, the one that you had mentioned was taken down for construction, so we expect to put it back up when construction is finished there. We'll check into all those locations. I don't know that they all got taken down recently, but we'll figure out what's going on there.
Going back to streets plan, the transit signal priority also, was that also because of funding?
Well, I think we've been maintaining at 750 intersections for transit signal priority. Year over year, the target went up from 750 to 1,000. And I think
The benchmark is 1,000 though for
Right.
2023.
Right, the benchmark, the first year was 750, the second year was 1,000. We continued at 750. And that's about really staffing. Like that's something we do primarily in-house. We have signal engineers that go and look at each of these intersections. 750 is a tremendous number. Like we are doing,
I think go back to a
most
question
cities are
I
doing
asked
20
if
or
you,
30.
in a previous hearing, which was, do you feel that the benchmarks are realistic for the agency? Because, it seems to be, the agency hasn't been able to meet these goals. And while I hear you, you're like, okay, well, we've done 750 before. We decided we're going to keep going and doing 750, but the goal is 1,000.
I think that probably we should, again, you as someone doing your job as a chairman of this committee, as well as understand, this job from this side, probably we should also follow in that conversation, because
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand now on the record.
Not only with that number, but also I also feel even with the street master plan, as I said, we are committed to work toward our numbers, but then I think it's important that also we look at it and revise. Is the numbers of bus lane, is the numbers of bike lane, numbers that as we as a council voted in the past in the street master plan, something that it is a doable number. Like from this end, we work hard 24/7 to work toward that goal. But as I say, all the challenges that we have, that also I think is important to, probably sit down and have those conversations with you.
No, I definitely welcome the conversations as well. I know Councilmember Lewis had a follow-up question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You actually asked one of them. It was regarding the DOT commuter van stops. They actually have not been restored. So one of them is on Flatbush Avenue, and the chair mentioned the other one. So if we could get an update on that. There are people in the audience right now that want that information, so just want to give you a heads up on that. I do want to circle back on the community engagement that was shared earlier. Community engagement with DOT is ineffective, and the community ambassadors, I don't believe, are provided the correct framework in order to engage the community the way the agency may be expecting them to do. So not only are we failing the ambassadors, we're failing the community, and we're failing overall the framework and infrastructure in order for us to all be working together for safety purposes. So I just wanted to highlight that. But I wanted to know if you all could provide an update on the car share pilot program, and can we get a commitment to move and eliminate particular stops? I mentioned this at every transportation hearing, and every time I could get in front of you all, It's unfair to put car share spots in front of people's homes, especially if they are wheelchair bound and if they have disabilities. Those particular spots still have not been removed out of my district and Council District 46. And also, I wanted to just quickly highlight, I was a proud supporter of Sammy's Law. It's a policy that needed to be implemented, but the saturation of cameras in BIPOC and Black communities and neighborhoods to support red light, speed cameras, everything that you're asking us to support is also going to be ineffective for our communities. The approach to be aggressive to us to support these particular projects, I don't think it's fair. And then it causes contention amongst all of us. Therefore, we cannot be effective with you. So I'm asking if we could get a commitment, the same way you're asking for implementation for speed cameras, which I support Sammy's Law, the same way you're asking for red light cameras, you have to put in the same approach and aggression for speed bumps and speed cushions as had been asked by my colleagues over and over and over again. So can we get that commitment to have a conversation? You all sit with the chair. You know, I know you guys are a big fan of my council member here, Councilmember Ressler. The same way you could sit with him and build a successful relationship, you should be able to do that with the rest of us. We have been asking for years, before we even got here, can we get speed bumps and speed cushions in particular neighborhoods? And it falls on deaf ears all the time. So I'm asking for a commitment with that, as well as the car share. There are areas that you guys should have never put those spots in, and we need them removed.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. Let's get time. Let's, follow up, and we're more than happy to share changes that we have made. And Margaret can take it on, go into details on when it comes to the people. It's people be like how we've been making changes that is showing that we have reducing the timing to respond and get those speed bump built. But I will leave that one to Margaret. With the first question related to the street ambassadors, I want to say that DOT's ambassador program are the important resources to our community approach to our outreach. The street ambassadors literally meet New Yorkers where they live. And one of the good things about especially the new group of the street ambassador, because for me it's a commitment. I say I want to be the commissioner that everyone knows that I bring fairness, that each community also get individuals that look like them when they go and present any project. So right now the street ambassador that composition team is comprised of multi-language public engagement specialists who at this moment currently speak 10 languages. So this is a expansion that we're doing with the street ambassador, but also being sure that those ambassadors that will go to the community that also speak the language of the community.
Commissioner, we'll sit and talk, and I'll give you some ideas about the street ambassador program.
Right, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for the comments on the speed humps. We have heard from you and the council and communities loud and clear that they want more speed humps. They want the speed humps to be reviewed and implemented more quickly. So we've done some great things on that front, and I think you're going to see results. We have developed a new program to evaluate the criteria for the necessity of a speed hump much more quickly and less labor intensive, and using data that we have available. So we're evaluating them quicker. Another thing that we're doing is that previously we had one speed hump crew, large speed hump crew, but they were responsible both for restoring speed humps after resurfacing, which is just simply replacements, as well as the new ones. We have just embarked on an effort to train a lot of additional people. So in every borough, what we've done is had the main speed hump crew train the other asphalt workers. Those asphalt workers are going to be able to do them on the weekends and on overtime to eliminate that backlog. So far, we've done that in 2 boroughs. We're now training in our 3rd borough. We're going to do all 5 boroughs. But if you give me a list of, if you have speed humps in particular that you know have been approved, and we can work with the Borough Commissioner, of course.
I'm gonna
We
send you
can
for the
make
whole
sure
Brooklyn delegation.
we expedite those and get those done for you. But I
Thank
think
you so
all of you
much.
will see we're going to do better on the speed humps.
I appreciate the update. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you, DOT, for your testimony and participation in today's hearing. We will next hear from the TLC, and they can just come right up.
Thank you.
If everybody could settle down and find a seat, we're getting ready to continue. Everybody settle down and find a seat. We are getting ready to continue.
Hello, we're going to have you sworn in by council.
For the next portion of our hearing, we'll hear witnesses from the Taxi and Limousine Commission, Commissioner David Doe, and Deputy Commissioner for Finance, Edward Wilton. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Powers, Brooks Powers, excuse me, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Thank you for inviting me to brief you on the status of the Taxi and Limousine Commission's operations, update you on the industry, and introduce our 2025 preliminary budget. I look forward to answering any questions, and with me today is Deputy Commissioner of Finance, Edward Wilton. Ever since the pandemic brought profound disruptions to the TLC-regulated industries, we've begun these hearings by sharing how the recovery is going. Compared to the previous year, overall trips are up 3.7%. We had over 9,000 taxis in service in January, 1,000 more than the same time last year. This is the first time this many have been operating since the pandemic. In terms of active yellow trips, we are at about 50% of what they were pre-pandemic. Yellow daily revenue in the month of December 2023 was $2.7 million. This was 30% higher than the year before, following TLC's first fare increase in a decade. Trip volumes of our largest sector, rideshare vehicles, are at 92% of what they were pre-pandemic, while liveries and community car service trips are hovering near 70% of what they were pre-pandemic. Rideshare drivers' gross earnings are stable at between $1,000 and $1,300 a week. Consistent with the compensation rate since 2021, TLC recently increased minimum pay rates by 3.49% to keep pace with inflation. Licensed commuter vans, an important asset in providing affordable transportation in underserved areas, still struggle with insurance requirements, which are regulated at the state level. We continue to have dialogue with the State Department of Financial Services and relevant stakeholders, and we support the expansion of insurance options and any measures that DFS can take to invest in the stabilization and growth of the commuter van industry. Critical to stabilizing the taxi industry has been our historic program providing debt relief for medallion owners negatively impacted by market disruptions and the pandemic, the Medallion Relief Program. 2 years ago, I would not have believed I would be here telling the city has granted almost $500 million in relief, but that is what we have been able to achieve, over $450 million in relief for 2,324 medallions. In real terms, that is more than 1,900 medallion owners who have been able to keep their homes, provide for their families, and stay afloat through hard times. All New Yorkers should be proud of this achievement. I'd like to thank the Council for supporting this program, along with the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor of Operations, the participating lenders, the Taxi Workers Alliance, and everyone at the TLC and the New York Legal Assistance Group who have provided tireless work to keep this program moving and growing. The Medallion Relief Program has been a clear example of how government, private industry, and collective representation can unite to bring positive change to the people of New York. Our efforts to support the taxi industry certainly will not end there. We are always looking for ways to bolster the iconic transportation resource. Now I would like to update you on the city's Green Ride Initiative, which requires all Uber and Lyft trips to either be zero emissions or wheelchair accessible by 2030. This first-of-a-kind initiative sets a series of benchmarks to get us there. 5% of all trips must be zero emissions or wheelchair accessible by the end of the year, 15% by the end of 2025, and 25% by the end of 2026, and so on. As part of our launch of this initiative, and after our review of the for-hire vehicle license pause on October 18th, we decided to open applications for electric vehicle licenses. I would like to apologize to the Council for any confusion associated with the launch of Green Rides. As I mentioned, following Local Law 147, we base our decision to lift the pause on EV vehicles on various factors. These included driver income, potential impact on congestion, traffic safety, utilization rate, access to service, vehicle supply, trip volumes, vehicle attrition, EV infrastructure, and other analytical tools. We were confident that the industry could absorb EV-only licenses without undermining the gains of the license pause. We decided not to state any limits on applications to avoid scarcity conditions and a chaotic run on licenses. We wanted to give drivers flexibility to decide if this was the right time for them to transition to zero emissions and get their own license, without feeling pressure that it was now or never. This strategy was working. Following our announcement that EV licenses would be available, we were receiving 100 to 150 applications a day, a manageable rate that would let us monitor the impact on the industry and adjust accordingly. We did not foresee the litigation against EV licenses would be filed, or that a temporary restraining order would give drivers only 5 days to apply for these licenses. Once drivers saw the doors closing on them, applications skyrocketed to 2,000 licenses a day. This caused the very outcome that everyone wanted to avoid, a run on licenses. In total, we received 9,756 applications. You may have questions about how the city and the industry are absorbing these vehicles, so I want you to walk through them. About 7,500 of these vehicles are now on the road. EVs now comprise 10% of our rideshare fleet, and January marked the first time New York surpassed 1 million EV rides in a month. 88% of these new vehicles are owned by individuals. They are small business people, mostly hardworking immigrants looking for a chance at ownership and a pathway to the middle class. Most of the rest of these licenses are owned by LLCs. It is likely that many of those are also incorporated individuals as well. Leasing licenses can involve significant costs for drivers. We anticipate before making the EV licenses available that there would be heavy demand by individuals who were leasing. So how are these drivers doing? My team and I have been visiting charging hubs and conducting extensive outreach to EV drivers. Here's what we've learning. Unsurprisingly, utilization rates at the city's charging stations, particularly DC fast chargers, are at an all-time high. In some cases, 10 times what they were prior to Green Rides. On the 2 coldest days this winter, as a population new to EVs attempted to charge, we saw long lines at several charging stations. Charging times can double in frigid temperatures, especially if people attempt to charge beyond 80%. But once temperatures improved, lines got smaller. Some charging hubs are busier than others, but there are times of days when traffic is still relatively light at other hubs. How familiar drivers are with the overall charging landscape is important. To this end, we have been handing out informational pamphlets, running them through the basics, as well as emailing them about new charging opportunities and discounts. We are also conducted an informal survey of more than 1,000 new EV drivers moving through our inspection facility at Woodside, asking them where they plan to charge. About 1/3 indicated that they plan to charge at home. This has likely helped ease the pressure on existing infrastructure. I visit charging hubs about once a week to talk to TLC drivers. The majority tell me that they're overall happy with their EVs, they like their car, and they like owning rather than leasing. And they like contributing to a cleaner, more sustainable planet. We also know that their pay is higher, about $2.89 per trip. One thing they all tell me is that they want more charging options. We need more fast charging hubs as soon as possible. To this end, the TLC formed the Charging Task Force. We have been meeting with DOT, DCAS, Con Ed, the New York Power Authority, Tesla, Revel, Electrify America, Gravity, ChargePoint, the Port Authority, EDC, and other key players to identify and facilitate ways to bring more chargers to TLC drivers. And the response has been incredible. Thanks to TLC Rides, the Green Rides initiative, the providers now know they have a guaranteed market. They are actively competing to get more hubs up. It will not happen overnight, but every new hub relieves pressure and increases competition. Less than 2 weeks ago, we saw the opening of the largest, fastest hub yet in Midtown Manhattan. We also learned that 48 plugs are coming to LaGuardia by early 2025. We need more hubs everywhere, especially in the Bronx and Queens, and we need them yesterday. But many seeds are being planted in the forest of fast chargers. Our drivers are already benefiting. Uber and Revel just announced a deal giving Uber drivers 25% off Revel hubs. An unforeseen result of the litigation is that now the city is 2 years ahead of schedule on the Green Rides initiative. We now have the largest zero-emissions rideshare fleet in the United States. As we indicated in our annual FHV license review released on March 1st, additional FHV licenses are not needed at this time due to various factors, including the ongoing litigation. Anyone interested in obtaining an FHV license, however, can still do so, provided that it's a wheelchair-accessible vehicle. Another concern brought up was how these new vehicles would impact traffic congestion. Despite the new Green Rides EVs, we are still 10% below the 120,000 FHVs that were licensed by the TLC when they extended the pause in 2019. DOT has told us that traffic speeds are about the same as they were prior to the pandemic. As I stated earlier, most of these new EVs drivers cease leasing gas-powered vehicles. They continue to work for Uber and Lyft, but it is not in the interest of the rideshare fleets to hire even more drivers. They end up having to pay more drivers more due to our driver pay formula. There is no profit in it for them. Although we're not seeing significant increases in congestion due to TLC vehicles, our industry, like the rest of the city, faces congestion pricing. This administration has been clear on our support for the state's congestion pricing plan, but there is more that can be done to help drivers and the industry in the post-pandemic recovery. We need to consider the economic needs of drivers in order to get congestion pricing right. Even as we have increased sustainability through Green Rides, we have also continued to increase accessibility. January saw a 33% increase in wheelchair-accessible FHV trips compared to the previous year. We now have nearly 10,000 accessible taxis and FHVs, the most in the agency's history. We will never stop improving accessibility. TLC is continuing to work to make taxis more accessible. We are currently in the process of drafting proposed rules which make it easier and more economical for taxi operators to transition to wheelchair-accessible vehicles. We expect to introduce these rules soon, and we look forward to hearing the thoughts from the industry and the public. As you know, this marks the 10th anniversary of Vision Zero. The Taxi and Limousine Commission is a committed Vision Zero agency. Per mile driven, our drivers remain the safest in the city. Last year, over 117,000 drivers completed our required refresher course, which has a Vision Zero focused curriculum. This year's Vision Zero honor roll ceremony will be our biggest yet. For the first time, we will be honoring the city's safest drivers at Gracie Mansion, and we will be inviting all of you to attend. Now getting to our budget. For fiscal year 25, our total expense budget for fiscal year 25 is $59.5 million. $44.4 million is for personal services funding that supports 555 heads, and another $15.1 million in other than personal services funding allocated to support agency operations. We are proud to have helped the mayor and the city by identifying and contributing to cost-saving measures that will benefit residents of New York City. We found efficiencies in basic maintenance and support services, and I'm happy to report that we will not be impacted operationally. We also thank the mayor for giving TLC the funding to support 100 new TLC officers who will help keep the riding public and our roadways safer. These officers are critical to TLC's mission and provide a great public service. They make sure TLC vehicles are safe, drivers are safe, and the riding public is protected from all types of illegal activity. We are also pleased to report that in fiscal year 23, 71.3% of our eligible procurements were awarded to MWBE firms. And so far in fiscal year 24, we are at 82.8% MWBE utilization rate. In total, the TLC projects a 25% increase in the total value of procurements awarded to MWBE firms from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. We are also on our way to awarding our first procurement to Native American firm as part of our TLC Connect project. Thank you again, council members, for giving us the opportunity to update you. I am now happy to take any questions and look forward to providing you with further information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
In your testimony, just for a point of clarification, when you talk about fiscal year 23, the 71.3%, is this the number of contracts or value?
So it's value. So in fiscal year 23, council member, first let me step back and say that our MWBE numbers have exceeded our goal over the last few years. We're very excited to support our small and local businesses, especially minority-owned local businesses. The 71.3% number represents about $2 million. And then this year so far, we're at 1.5 million, but we hope to reach 2.5 million, which is about the 82% number that I just mentioned in my.
And the 1.5 million is out of how much?
Out of our expendable budget, about 15 million.
And what kind of contracts are they getting?
Yeah, so they're typically for TLC Connect, which is one of our biggest projects that we're undergoing. It's a capital project to bring our legacy mainframe system from the last century to this century.
So 1.5 out of 15.
Yeah, and that's what qualifies under the MWBE numbers that we are addressing. So there are a variety of different costs, but out of that, only 1.5 million qualifies towards our goal. And so which is 80% in this fiscal, or in this fiscal year, excuse me.
So the dollar amount on the goal you're saying is 1.5?
Yeah, our goal is, what is our goal?
Or is it 2.5?
2.5 is what we're projecting to spend by the end of the year. We've utilized 1.5 thus far, but looking at our contracts that are coming down the pipe, we know that we're going to be about 2.5 by year end.
But what's the goal in itself in dollars?
So it's 30% of what is expendable. So there's a variety of different contracts that don't have to count or by our numbers, right? And by local law 129. And so if we look at this, right, by the definitions of what is expendable and what has to count towards our MWBE goal, we're meeting it at 82%. And so not all 15 million has to count towards the goal because of a variety of different factors. For example, like a firm or a lease or requirement contracts or like a sole source.
But does the agency even attempt to go beyond the goal?
Yeah, so our agency goal is 30, or our city's goal is 30%. Our agency's goal is 40%, and we're meeting that, or we are exceeding it at 82.3%.
And when you look at diversity, which groups are the least utilized?
Yeah, so like I said in my testimony, council member, we're very proud for the first time ever. We will be contracting to a Native American firm, something that the TLC has never done before. But we're also very proud of the fact that 59% of our allowable dollars contribute towards female MWBEs. And in reality, right, we're trying to ensure that that our numbers will be greater than the previous years. So for example, last year, our black female MWBEs was 25%. When we finalized one more contract.
Are the females minority or is it W?
It's both Caucasian, Hispanic, Asian, and black females.
Okay. So not all of that is MW. Because you're saying MW, so it's throwing me off. I'm just trying to follow you.
So minority and women-owned businesses.
54% is female.
59%.
59%, okay.
And 41% goes to male MWBEs.
So you don't break into the MBEs, the females, you just keep, like, if they're like a black or a Latina, you keep them in the W category, or do they get counted also in the M?
So I can break that down a little bit more. So of the 59%, 10% are Hispanic, 29% are Asian, and then black females, 11%.
And then what is the breakdown in terms of the categories for your MBE category?
So our MBE category is this year 41% of all contracts are going to black males.
And then what about the other categories?
It's 0% right now.
Okay, got it. But this is, again, only like the 1.5 of the 15.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of our OTPS budget goes towards rent or towards utilities or some of the other things that, you know, just do not qualify towards the MWBE goal. And our budget overall compared to, let's say, my predecessor or the last agency is very small in comparison, right? It's only $15 million. They have much larger expendable budgets.
I wanted to take a moment to talk about new inspectors. The preliminary plan included $5.4 million for 54 inspectors at TLC. Your agency was one of the few agencies to receive new funding in fiscal 2025 preliminary plan. Can you explain why the agency requested and needed additional inspectors?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that question, Council Member. Our inspector class has dropped precipitously since the global pandemic. We used to have 200 officers strong, both on the safety and emissions side and on the TLC enforcement side, and that has dropped to 50% or about 100. And so in order to continue to keep our priorities of keeping our roadway safe, of both drivers and unlicensed activity, we work with OMB and the mayor to improve quality of life issues, including this. And so as our outer borough residents see issues along Broadway or along Flatbush, we can look at that illegal activity and tamp them down. We can't be in all 5 boroughs all the time, and so these officers are going to help us achieve our goals.
What's the current budgeted and actual inspectoral headcount at TLC?
Yeah, the current head count at the enforcement team is 171. And there's about 84 vacancies currently.
How do you anticipate these additional inspectors will be deployed through the end of fiscal 24 and fiscal 25?
So the first step, Council Member, is that we have to graduate our cadet class. And so what we're doing currently is going through our DCAS lists, evaluating them for psych and medical, and then there's going to be about a 6-week to 2-month process where we have them go through the academy. And so you know, it's going to take a little bit of time, and then we also have to approve them for our special patrolman, which is a license that goes through NYPD and approved by them. And so it's going to take a little bit of time, but during their training process, they're going to be deployed to help with NYPD traffic mitigation efforts through events during the summer, like the U.S. Open, and other events until they're fully graduated, hopefully by the end of summer or early fall.
How does the agency plan to fill the 84 vacancies it currently has in addition to 54 new positions?
So it's going to be actually 100 additional enforcement officers overall. And so we have...
That's on top of the 84 vacant?
No, it's just 100 total. And so we're using existing vacancies as well. And so there's 54 new vacancies, 46 of which are coming from existing vacancies which are already in our budget. But what we're doing right now is we're going through the list and we're exhausting that list, right? And through our evaluations, we have about a cadet class of about 50 to 60 individuals, and we anticipate to graduate 40. And so then we will have another class come this summer as well to fill the whole entire class hopefully by the end of the calendar year.
Pivoting to the Medallion Relief Program funding, what is the remaining balance of the Medallion Relief Program in fiscal ¡24, and what do you anticipate the balance to be as we move into fiscal '25?
Let me, if I may, just talk a little bit about the successes of the program. Thanks to your help, Council Member, we have achieved over $450 million of debt relief to over 2,300 medallions, over 1,900 individual owner drivers. And so that is a big win. And we have, and as you can see in our budget, right, Council Member, is that there was 15 million and then 50 from the federal government and then 60 from our local government over the last two budgets. We have depleted that and we have helped as many drivers who wanted to participate in this program and who qualified for this program. And so this program will continue until April 30th, but we haven't seen any more additional closings week over week. And so we're saying this program is incredibly successful, and most of the budget now is with pursuit for the reserve fund. And the reserve fund, Council Member, is basically for drivers or owners who default. It draws from that fund instead of having the individual medallion owner to have what we call a personal guarantee or a loan that goes after their assets, right? And so this is a huge relief for many drivers that, the big companies are not, the big lenders are not going after personal assets, but are drawing down the fund. And the fund currently is about 46 or so million.
And then the last area that, oh no, let me not speak too soon. I wanted to touch on commuter vans as well. So as you know, I've been a long advocate for the commuter van industry, which has long helped fill gaps in the city's transportation networks in underserved areas like Southeast Queens. The industry has faced serious challenges in recent years. First, I know your very first hearing last year, we spoke about the street hail. At the time, we had a resolution, and I just wanted to know if you are still in support of legalizing the street hail for commuter vans.
Yeah. Well, Council Member, thank you so much for that question. And it's something that I have been working with our advocates on. And ensuring that we come to an outcome that is fair for our commuter van industry. And what we have done, and we've worked with all of our advocates, and I have said that I have supported the street hail bill in the state. But this is something that we have all collectively worked on, and we need to ensure that it does not impact the yellow taxis below 110th and 96th. And I believe that with all the advocates, both Hector, Leroy, we have agreed that we will that the street hails will remain in the outer boroughs.
Thank you for that. Can you talk about how in this budget we're working to help ensure the survival of the commuter van industry?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing and where we have more opportunity to help is in our advocacy, right? And so at the state level, I have been supportive of what is in the current budget bill at the state, which allows for a captive insurance program. This is something that we've been working on with the commuter van industry and our DFS advocates and our partners, at the state level to ensure that there is an outcome that is supporting commuter vans. And so it's in the budget bill now, and it's something that we support.
Thank you. Pivoting to Vision Zero and TLC. In the first 4 months of fiscal '24, TLC issued 3,442 Vision Zero summonses and 6,844 patrol summonses to drivers. Both of these indicators are down significantly compared to the same period last year. To what degree is the reduction in summonses a result of headcount or staffing?
Yeah, so like I said, Councilmember, Vision Zero is something that is one of our top priorities at the TLC. This is something that we work on a regular basis to ensure our roadways are safe, drivers are safe, and that they change their behavior. And so street summonses is not the only way we approach this, right? And I want to again thank the mayor for putting in 100 new heads to the TLC so that we can work on our enforcement and build up our enforcement team to where it once was at the pre-pandemic levels. But I also rely on our pedestrians, on our bicyclists, on all of our roadway users to help us out. And while summonses are down because of staffing issues, we also have more summonses on the consumer complaint side. And actually, it's increased from 11,000 to 17,000 because drivers, pedestrians, bicyclists, and other roadway users are helping us. And we prosecute them through the fullest extent of our authority within the prosecution unit here at the TLC.
How do you anticipate the new class of inspectors to impact these indicators? And do you anticipate any additional revenue from fines or fees as a result of the increased enforcement?
I can't, tell today if there's going to be increase in revenue. What I know is that there is going to continue to be a help on increasing our ability to be in more places, to change driver behavior, to keep our fleet of TLC drivers safer than ever before, and to ensure that per mile driven, they remain the safest. And so I can't project the budget numbers and revenue numbers today, but what I know is that that if we summons our drivers, they do change their behavior. And part of these numbers is also probably a change in driver behavior as well.
And then I want to touch on congestion pricing. Sure. Has the commission done any sort of analysis on the impacts of congestion pricing on the city's for-hire vehicle drivers? If so, what have you determined?
Yeah, so most of the work on congestion pricing is done at the state level, council member. And it's something that we look at, and we not only look at the environmental study, but also what TMRB and its report release, and also what is currently going on in the public realm where the MTA is holding the public hearings. And so we haven't specifically had a study personally through the TLC, but we work with the MTA and our partners at the DOT on a regular basis to share information. What I can say is that, through the advocacy of the for-hire vehicle industry, it has transformed what we thought would be something that would kill the industry to what is more, I think, a little bit more palatable. And what I mean by that is now it's going from a per entry cost to a per trip cost, where it can be passed on to the passenger who is using the for-hire vehicle. And so through collective organizing with our driver groups, they have been able to succeed there.
Do you have any resources in the preliminary plan to support studying the impacts?
Well, we do not have resources, but again, council member, we continue to work with the MTA and to our DOT partners to ensure that the impact on congestion pricing is minimal on our regulated industries.
I would think that, as the chair for the commission, one of the responsibilities is not only enforcement, but ensuring the health and well-being of the industry. and understanding that congestion pricing, may or may not have a certain impact on the industry, I think it's important that the agency has its own data versus relying on the state, just to understand, because there may be additional needs you may find that may down the line be something to be considered. Because when we think about the fact that the city has already invested in the medallion recovery, which was, quite some in terms of funding dollar amounts, but what could this lead to? How is it impacting? How can the commission support the drivers? I think that, having a study would be helpful.
And I got it, council member, and it's something that, we don't just leave it, out there. We're active participants in data sharing and using our data and leveraging our platforms to ensure that whatever outcome that comes out of it has a lot of our input in it. And we're advocating for the industry because, like I told you before at a previous hearing, the TLC regulated industries has contributed over $2 billion to the MTA through the existing MTA congestion surcharges, right? And so this is something that we have to be very careful on, that we have to examine, and that's why we're in the room helping make some of the decisions. And that's how we got to, instead of a per gantry cost, which would have been, devastating.
So TLC is in the room.
We're talking to our partners at the state level and our DOT, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Ressler.
Good to see you. Thanks so much, Chair, for joining us today. Just a couple questions on my end. First, I've been very concerned about the increase in auto insurance rates.
Yes.
I think, by what I read, they're up about 25, 26% nationally, with rates in New York City some of the highest in the nation, as you know well. It's hurting everyday New Yorkers. I'm especially concerned, though, about taxi and FHV drivers that are really struggling to keep up with the costs. What's the TLC doing to bring down these costs?
Well, a lot of our, we don't directly regulate insurance, but we do work with the state DFS to ensure that whatever rates these companies are charging, it's actuarially sound rates. And for a lot of these companies, right, for one company in particular, it has been, I think, a very difficult place because they have artificially been at very low rates. And so I get it, these costs are skyrocketing for individual drivers, and it's something that we have to examine. But what we do, especially on the high volume side and even on the yellow side, is that we look at the meter rate of fare and that we look at driver pay, and we do studies to ensure that insurance and other costs are contemplated in the minimum driver pay standards that we put out. But it is a struggle. With higher inflation rates, it is impacting all across the industry.
In your review of the actuarial rates that Uber and Lyft and others are charging, have you found any issues?
Excuse me?
Are you finding any issues in your review of the actuarial rates and in your conversations with DFS?
So, I think this is a little bit counterintuitive to what you're thinking, right? Because you're saying that the rates are high, we're saying the rates are artificially low.
And the impact of the artificially low rates is that?
So when drivers, let's say, go for a claim, that company might not pay out the claim, and that's why Uber recently sued two of the insurance companies that insure the industry.
Well, I'm very strongly supportive of the driver minimum pay. Happy to hear that you're incorporating the impacts of these higher insurance costs in your ongoing analysis. We just want to make sure that drivers have the resources that they need to be able to cover these extraordinary costs. And if there's anything that the TLC can do in partnership with the council from an advocacy standpoint to try to limit these major increases, we would really welcome it. Yeah, we're partnering with the new school soon to do a new driver pay study. So that should come out in the next 9 to 12 months or so. And do any of the regulatory actions of the TLC impact these rates? We have not changed our rules around insurance rates for a very long time. I think it's been over a decade or so. One final question for me is, in the November plan, we saw there was additional revenue from an increase in the vehicle license renewals. Always nice to find new revenue. These renewals are anticipated to generate about $1.1 million in revenue across the plan. How did TLC determine this amount of additional revenue, and do you believe that there will be consistent trend in license renewals to maintain this revenue throughout the, in the out years?
Well, actually, our revenue projection for fiscal year 24 was about $64 million, and it actually goes down in fiscal year 25 to about $60.5 million. And so where we see, I think, that, it's renewal periods for both medallions and FHVs happen every 2 years, and so some years it might be lower than other years, and it just depends. But in general, if revenue is higher, we'll reflect it in the plan. But I just can't say 100% for sure that every licensee, every vehicle, every base is going to renew. And so we have to be very conservative, and then we work on expanding that as it comes closer.
Fair. And I do just want to commend you on the medallion relief work that you and your agency has been doing. It's been impressive, and I think my sense is it's been a really tremendous victory for drivers across the city. So thank you.
Thank you for your help on that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Chair and TLC.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair.
All
I
righty.
appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All righty. Thank you. And we'll have DDC. They can come straight up. only them, though.
Yes,
You know.
thank you. We're gonna, as an accommodation, we're gonna turn to public testimony in a moment. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come up as your name is called. During your testimony, you must remain on topic and maintain decorum. Witnesses are not permitted to record themselves or the committee. A recording of this hearing will be available online. Our first panel will be Jean Ryan, Michael Ring, Kathleen Collins, and Tasha Lear-Bors. You can begin when ready. Jean Ryan, please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I emailed longer written testimony to the council. The MTA is still in the dark ages with Access-Ride. So many people are not being picked up or on time or at all, and must keep calling to get a ride, or they arrive an hour early to their appointments. We have been promised improvements for so many years that it makes me wonder if things will ever be different. The DOT needs to step it up and do more pedestrian ramps and fix sidewalks, especially ones with holes in them, or ones that are lifted up because they are impassable for people with mobility disabilities and dangerous for blind people and people with low vision. Also yesterday, I toured 2 demonstration outdoor dining examples, and one of them was inaccessible and did not have a ramp. So I was not impressed with that one. The TLC has problems. We do not have enough wheelchair-accessible yellow taxis or for-hire vehicles. Our wait times for Uber and Lyft are 2 to 3 times as much as for ambulatory people. Over time, wait times should have gone down, but the TLC has not mandated it. We need 100% wheelchair accessibility for the industry to be fair. Blind people are left behind. Drivers often do not speak English and will not secure our wheelchairs or ourselves with seat belts. This is unsafe. They don't even have the proper straps. And it's really concerning because anytime we get into a for-hire vehicle, we never know if we're going to be strapped in correctly. And it's very concerning. It's dangerous. And one more thing. Design and construction needs to put a ramp in front of 80 Center Street. This important building with the district attorney, marriage bureau, courts, grand juries, and the Family Justice Center needs to be safely accessible. What justice is there for people with disabilities who put their lives in danger trying to get into 80 Center? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Ring. I'm here today representing Disabled in Action of Greater New York. I'm one of the board members. I'm really going to keep my comments brief. This is not the first time I've been to a hearing just like this with the DOT and the TLC and the MTA. There's an important city agency that should also be here, the enforcement agency, the NYPD. Bus stops are cars are parking in bus stops. You have all these great plans that are even being implemented, but without proper enforcement, it's just a plan. So maybe next time around, the NYPD can be here. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tasha Larabors. I'm a transportation and voting community organizer for Center for the Independence of the Disabled. While the MTA relies on the 79% satisfaction rate, other riders who use broker service have to deal with issues such as drivers, vehicles, and license plates not matching what is posted on the MyMTA app. If the app, the MyMTA app is working properly. Some drivers do not match the driver's license picture on the windshield. On some occasions, passengers get different drivers in cars that are listed in the app. While the MTA boasts about the success of the MyMTA app, they do not pay enough attention to the problems with it. Consumers need to know who their drivers are for their safety. For example, the victim of a brutal assault, December of last year, who was unable to identify her accessorized drivers. Another issue is with broker service and blue and white vehicles. Drivers who are making phone calls while they are driving or video calls, and they're so caught up in their conversation, they do not notice some passengers, they get a bit anxious. So that's another issue for me. Drivers who use YouTube or TikTok or any form of social media while driving. That's something of great importance to me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Collins, and I'm also on the Board of Disabled in Action. I brought a pair of dice with me here today, which represent the gamble that New Yorkers with disabilities encounter every day traveling around New York City, and I am serious. With accessorized taxi cabs and for-hire vehicles, we do not know if they will pick us up, drive us safely, and in the case of those who use wheelchairs, whether they will secure us properly and provide us with a seatbelt and shoulder belt, even though not doing so is a vehicle and traffic code 1229-C violation. And nothing's been done about this. I've been testifying about this to the MTA since 2019, before the pandemic. And I've even told the commissioner of the taxi and limousine, nothing's done. We need those inspectors, and they need to be inspecting those vehicles. Another thing is, further, we do not know whether we will be able to communicate with the drivers and whether the drivers will come to us and assist us in the vehicle and help us disembark. These problems we encounter on a daily basis. When traveling the streets of New York City, we do not know whether we will be able to safely cross from one street to another, since many times we encounter poorly maintained sidewalks and curb ramps, and in some instances, there's no curb ramp available. So too, with respect to accessible pedestrian signals, many times there is no APS available, and when there is an APS, there are times when they do not operate correctly. Significantly, even in the 21st century, we still encounter bus stops that are not accessible. This is not acceptable and illegal. We need better coordination among city agencies and state agencies with respect to transportation to ensure that our city is accessible to all. And I know you get this, Chair Brooks Powers, because I thought that was very great what you said about the having 5 places in a place that's been underserved for so many years and 5 in another community. And I said, that's exactly what we are dealing with, the disabled. We have to constantly sue. Why do we have to constantly sue the city? For sidewalks, for APSs. That law was back in 1973, we had the Rehab Act, where you get funding, the city gets funding, and none of this has ever been done. And then we have the ADA in 1990, 30 years ago, and we're still doing the same round robin. This is ridiculous. I pay taxes, a lot of taxes. I am a lawyer. I pay a lot of damn taxes, and yet I am not being served. And that's really, we need people to represent us that look like us. I hate to say it, because it seems that you don't get it. Nobody at the city council seems to get us. And we represent everybody, the cross-section of, we don't discriminate. We are everyone. And all our members need, we are in those communities. And you just forget about us. And I'm really upset. Now we have to go out between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. when it's practically impossible to get around New York City with a disability. So thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you all, and thank you for your patience today and testifying. I would love offline to have a different conversation in terms of potential legislation that we could be able to explore, with your perspective taken into account. I know that the commissioner for the mayor's office of people with disabilities, Commissioner Curry, often says it as well, like, without us, you cannot talk about legislation that's pertaining to us, and I agree with that. And so would love to center your voice, your perspective, and legislation that this committee can be able to champion on behalf of the community. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we will have DDC for real this time.
For the next portion of this hearing, we will hear witnesses from the Department of Design and Construction, Commissioner Thomas Foley, Executive Deputy Commissioner Maggie Austin, and Deputy Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer Rachel Lazarin. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, and the committee. I'm Thomas Foley, Commissioner of New York City's Department of Design and Construction, and I'm pleased to appear before you today. I am joined by Executive Deputy Commissioner Maggie Austin on my left, Deputy Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer Rachel Lazarin on my right, along with other members of our DDC leadership team. I'm proud to represent a workforce of over 1,200 engineers and architects that literally build the city and reflect our diversity, with over 60 languages spoken amongst our staff. This remains a time of growth and change for DDC. The agency is moving ahead with major projects, including borough-based jails, coastal resiliency, citywide green infrastructure, ped rent program, all while continue to pursue our traditional responsibilities of building infrastructure and public buildings. At the same time, we continue to make tremendous progress demonstrating the success of design build, which helps us to maximize public investments by planning, designing, and building better for the City of New York. Some of our progress is reflected on our just released strategic blueprint update, which we handed out earlier, and we continue to work with the Mayor's Capital Process Task Force to achieve additional reforms that are included in their task force's own recommendations. As the city's primary capital construction manager, DDC builds on behalf of more than 20 city agencies, plus numerous museums, cultural organizations, and other non-for-profits that receive funding from the city sources. The January capital plan contains over $4.96 billion in new planned investments for fiscal year 25, which include expenditures for our core infrastructure and buildings program, coastal resiliency, and green infrastructure. This figure also includes $1.53 billion for infrastructure division projects, $879 million for our public buildings and support portfolio, $2.5 billion for the borough-based jails. Capital spending for DDC varies year to year and is dedicated by the agencies that sponsor our projects and the capital funding we receive for them. We advise sponsors about scope, cost, and project delivery tools, but ultimately priorities are policy-driven. DDC's fiscal year 2025 operating budget is $172 million. This includes $122 million for personal service and $51 million for other than personal service. Our budgeted headcount is 1,183. Our operating budget includes $133 million in IFA funding and $39 million in city tax funding. In public buildings, we have 20 projects in initiation phase, 86 in active design, 50 in procurement, and 104 in construction. Total value of over $16 billion, including BBJ. On the infrastructure side, we have 15 project initiation phase, 120 projects in design, 50 in procurement, 100 in active construction, with a total value exceeding $11 billion. As in the case with many city government agencies we have been actively recruiting to fill vacant positions. Over the last year, in addition to attending DCAS hiring fairs, DDC has hosted 3 hiring halls and attended 7 campus career fairs. I'm pleased to report because of these efforts, we were able to hire 153 applicants this fiscal year and a total of 312 new hires since the fall of 2022. I'm very pleased to provide an update on our growing portfolio of design-build projects. As I've stated previously, design-build and other forms of alternative delivery outside the lowest bidding contracting model represents the city's best opportunity to reform the outdated the capital construction process. Our process is detailed in our latest blueprint. Since launching our design-build program in 2020 for projects outside of BBJ, DDC has awarded 9 contracts totaling over $570 million in value. This includes the Shirley Chisholm Rec Center in Brooklyn, $141 million project that we expect to be complete by the end of 2025, 2 years faster than what would have been possible using traditional lowest bidder contracting. We are seeing similar time savings in other design-build projects as well, including the $92 million Mary Callie Dalton Center in Staten Island, where we broke ground last month with Mayor Adams. We also recently began our first design-build infrastructure project, which includes installation of a new water main, pedestrian safety improvements on an 8-block stretch on Lexington Avenue in Midtown. We've also been using design-build very successfully to upgrade ped ramps across the city. And in this calendar year, DDC will expand its design-build program to include raised crosswalks citywide and new public restrooms for New York City parks. There are a lot more that we can do to save taxpayer money and complete projects faster. One thing we're seeking in Albany is the ability to use progressive design-build. With progressive design-build, the city can award a contract for street and underground infrastructure where the team can investigate existing conditions before the design is finalized. Another essential delivery tool, Construction Manager Build, what we call CM Build, consolidates building renovation work under a construction management firm that procures various subcontractors and trades under open book contracting in a single chain of command. CM Build is used every day with success by EDC and by the New York Public Library and Brooklyn Public Library when they're not sending work to DDC. Our new blueprint also updates details and other strategies to improve project delivery, including a critical one I'd like to bring your attention to, advanced capital planning, what we call ACP. ACP will work with sponsor agencies to assess their entire portfolio of public buildings and develop efficient, forward-looking strategies to manage their capital needs. In 2023, DDC built and launched the first phase of the new ACP data portal to compile key information on New York City's public buildings with a single, easy-to-use interface. We have also started a pilot program with Queens and Public Library Systems and will expand the ACP program to additional sponsor agencies. We've further partnered with the Mayor's Office of Operations to analyze best practices in asset management and in capital planning, efforts that will inform future phases of the program. Additional reforms reflected in the blueprint include continued use of the expanded work allowance to allow construction to continue while waiting for registered change orders. Use value engineering to allow our contractors to propose design and construction alternatives that save the city money, including over $10 million so far on the East Side Coastal Resiliency, requiring that subcontractors be paid monthly, which boosts many of our small MWE vendors. DDC recently testified at length about its MWB program before the same committee, and I'd like to highlight some of those former testimony today. DDC remains one of the leading agencies for contract awards to MWBs and in the latest annual MWB program compliance report for fiscal year 2023, DDC achieved a 25.2% utilization rate with over $370 million in contract awards to MWBs. Note that our alternative delivery program, including design build, is not subject to local law reporting. However, we have set ambitious goals and achieved them of over 30% in both design and 30% in construction for our design build contracts. The city's first design build project, the combined parking and community space in Kew Gardens, had an MWB participation exceeding 37% in design and 44% in construction. Another element that we're bringing to our design build contract is aiming to hire local MWBEs. For example, in July, we had a construction career and an MWBE Expo for the Brownsville Girls Empowerment Center and Community Hub. We're building in Brooklyn and held a similar event in Rockaway. We have another event in the works in Staten Island, and we're committing to a Meet the Primes event for each alternative delivery project and new building in our portfolio. We're also happy to announce that each of the upcoming design build contracts will have a disaggregated MWB goal to address the disparity within the disparity. 10% Black, 10% Hispanic, 10% other. Something we have been doing for years under our design bid build program. We continue to be creative in our procurement process. Currently, half of the 20 firms that provide architectural design services for the city's next generation of public buildings are certified MWBs. 6 of the 15 firms providing construction management services are MWBs. And most notably, 68% of the 31 firms providing what we call resident engineering inspection services, which encompasses day-to-day oversight of our infrastructure work, and 4 of the 5 firms providing special inspection are MWBEs. We also recognize significant success in an NWE pre-qualified list, PQL, for our general construction procurements between $500,000 and $3 million. That means that all procurements valued between $500,000 and $3 million will be procured only to vendors of this pre-qualified list, which now includes 16 approved MWB firms. We are very proud of the success we've had with the city's first mayoral agency mentorship program. Due to its success in a new state law, we're delighted to transition the program to the Mayor's Office of MWB, who will be taking the reins officially on April 1st. During our time managing this program, we placed 13 firms on various projects, helping to train and grow them so eventually they can become primes themselves. In 2023, we have awarded our first contract under the mentoring program and also accepted 29 new firms to add to the already approved 49 approved firms. We recognize that there is more work to be done in this area, and we'll continue to work with the Mayor's Office of MWB and our additional partners in this area. This is a unique time for capital projects and for DDC. We continue to look inward to see how we can improve our processes, and will be creative to meet our goals on both project delivery and MWB engagement. But we do need assistance from the Council and in Albany to add more project delivery tools, which have been a game changer in a very short period of time. We look forward to continued collaboration with this committee, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am going to yield to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciate it. And I really, I want to just say first and foremost, Commissioner Foley, I think you know this well, but I have a tremendous respect for you and think that you are especially well positioned to lead this agency. Over many years of having worked in different positions within DDC, you understand every element of it. You are hands-on, you're responsive, you are thoughtful, and you're effective. It wasn't too long ago, in the Corey Johnson de Blasio era when DDC was like the #1 punching bag in all of city government, and that has changed, and you deserve a lot of the credit for that, and your team deserves a lot of the credit for that. You knew there was a but coming, but I just want to start with saying that because I really believe it, and I have a lot of respect for you personally and the work of your agency. I am, however, and I am strongly supportive of the borough-based jail plan, as you know, and as we've talked about over many years. This is an urgent and necessary plan for us to close Rikers Island. I do, however, have a series of concerns about how things have been going. The demolition process has been, I think to be diplomatic, severely disruptive for my community. And there are at least a dozen buildings that have experienced constant shaking from vibrations, cracks in walls, things falling off shelves for months. We've had AHV permits that started going from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. every weekday, Saturday work on federal holidays. We have barely had a moment of reprieve. When I've talked to the Department of Buildings, it's been pretty darn clear that City Hall will not accommodate or cooperate with any restriction in hours. That is unfortunate, and people are really fed up and they're really frustrated, and we're at the beginning of a 6-year or so process to get this facility built. That's a lot of really challenging experiences to be in immediate proximity to that kind of construction site. So, firstly, why has the demolition gone so poorly? And where are we at now in the process, and how can you assure me and my constituents that it's going to go better quickly?
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for your kind words about, I do have, I think, one of the best agency in the city, and certainly the most diverse and effective senior staff, so I really appreciate your comments. The reason that we're as effective as we are is because of the people that are surrounding me each and every day. As far as the dismantle within Brooklyn, it has been challenging. And you and the community have been partners all along with us. We have a dedicated team full-time at the site. We have a dedicated community liaison, which is so critical for each and every one of our projects, especially for the vertical jails, to be able to represent the community, to speak in the vernacular and with various languages and things like that. There's been a challenge with our dismantling contractor, and delighted to report that the work, we're past the major hurdle as far as the actual facility is down. I was on site last night, and there was clapping, when it was coming down. I was busy taking the video of it. There was a lot of, certainly, the dust suppression was there and all that stuff, but it was a great moment. But it was also a time of reflection, and yes, we certainly could have done better with the dismantle. Evaluations have been worked on during the time. There'll obviously be a final evaluation that'll be submitted, and we have had a number of meetings with the firm. And this is something that will be permanently on their record for any time that they wish to do any other city work with DDC or with my colleagues in other agencies. This is something that will be permanently there for them to address. So that way, if something like this was to happen, that there are learning lessons, and we're certainly incorporating that into that.
I'm very happy to hear that. I just have to tell you, there have been multiple meetings that I've personally attended that the contractors failed to show up at. Mm-hmm. And it's frustrating for me to not feel like the contractor that's been brought to the table to do the work is engaging in partnership in the way that you always do, right? And so that has been deeply frustrating, and every time their response has been, we're doing everything we can, there's nothing more that we can do. The vibrations, the noise, the severe disruptions that this has caused our community, like too bad. The dust, too bad. You know, recently there were some improvements in mitigating dust that we appreciate, but it took months and constant complaints for us to get there. Altogether, it's just, this is the biggest capital project, if you combine the borough-based jail efforts citywide, happening in the city of New York. It's a huge undertaking. I know it's a critical priority for you. I just feel like we really got off on the wrong foot. And I would ask that in the future, if we have situations where a contractor isn't meeting certainly my expectations, that we have a more hands-on response from DDC to try to whip that situation into shape, because I have been, you know, the community around the jail in Brooklyn has been more supportive of the borough-based jail plan than any of the other communities in the city around the planned jails. And we lost all the goodwill that we had over the last few months. And I don't know how we're going to restore it, but we've got years of work ahead. And it's just been an incredibly frustrating situation. And I really, because I have as much respect for you as I've articulated, I'm really counting and asking that you and your team do more and be more hands-on to address issues as they arise moving forward.
Understood. And there was, I know that it was, certainly on site within my office, and that we had a number of meetings with the vendor and their subcontracts, expressed concerns. We were very forceful and disappointed. But we also knew that at the time I couldn't go through a process of getting another vendor on site. It would be too disruptive to the project and frankly too disruptive to the community to leave a building that was half dismantled. But we looked at all options. It was something that was literally under the microscope on my and my team's. We have a dedicated team for this. And I do think, and I know that we will be turning, literally turning the page with our new, with Tudor Perini HOK. I know we have a number of really responsive and amazing meetings with the community when it comes to the design, and thank you for your help in coordinating those. Those have been really, and I think they're moving forward. Those are the benchmarks for the other facilities of how well that the teams have been discussing, and really valuable input from the community. So we're looking to obviously continue that. We are looking at and I'm always available. That.
I do.
And we're certainly will be improving what we, from a standpoint in Brooklyn.
I appreciate that. The percent design completion in Brooklyn, are we at 100% now?
We are not. We're still working. I will get back to your office with where we are with. I know that we're.
We have a call next week, and
yes.
Should we expect a resolution on the Sallyport plans by that time?
I know that teams are looking. I know we have a scheduled meeting with you, and that's something that we honestly have to go over. I have to go over internally with OMB and with City Hall, but we'll have those conversations next week.
I appreciate it. I just have to say on the record, our community did not, was broadly supportive of this, but we thought it was critically important that there be a second tunnel and there be an additional space for the Sallyport so that we do not have detainees being transferred in the street. And that is incredibly, I think it's dehumanizing and disrespectful to the people who are being transferred from PD to DOC custody in the street. It's also a security risk, as this jail's been in our community my whole life, and I'm not, and much longer. We don't, when people get away, break away from PD control, it can lead to major security lockdowns and different challenges. We think that there should be a secure process for doing this. We were promised this in the borough-based jail agreement from just 4 or 5 years ago. It was undone. We think we've come up with a reasonable solution to solve for it. In the scheme of a multi-billion-dollar project, this is a modest rounding error that is an important community concern. So I really hope, in the sense of partnership that you've articulated again today, and that I know some people in the administration believe, that this is something that can be addressed. It will be very challenging for us to go to our community to discuss the design and construction of the new jail if this issue has not been resolved and resolved favorably. Just a couple other questions on the Brooklyn, and you want me to go, tell me, you want me to go back to you? You want me to wrap it up? Very briefly on, is the lack of outdoor space something that's continuing to be considered in the design of the jail?
I know that the administration is looking into that, but I don't have an answer for you today on that.
And is there any update you can share on therapeutic beds and the administration cut the number of therapeutic beds by half despite a majority of people at Rikers, having a serious mental health designation?
So I know that there's also efforts that are happening outside the borough-based jails that the administration is spearheading. And I know that Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, CHS, or others are looking into that as well.
I appreciate that, but the beds in the jails, having 20% of them be for people with be designed for people with mental health needs is wholly inadequate when 55% of the people in the system have serious mental health needs. And I realize this is not your policy decision, but when we ask the Department of Correction, they say you have to ask DDC. And so the next time, I think we're just going to need to bring everyone into one panel so that people can't finger point to one another. And I have a few questions just more broadly on the borough-based jails. We know there have been consistent delays due to COVID and other things. Could you give us a sense of timing on where we are on the other three jails? What are the next key milestones for progress for them moving forward?
Sure. So we have, with regards to the next two facilities in Queens and in the Bronx, those are currently negotiating with the selected teams. And we're hoping to have a notice in the public hearing late this spring for those. That'll be in May and June.
And so just to give a context, when was Brooklyn at that same stage in the process?
It was last year.
So last year, what month, approximately season?
I think the NTP, it started in July.
July. So we're about a year and a half behind Brooklyn and Queens and the Bronx. Is that accurate? 15 months?
Right now, we're just about 1 year behind.
1 year behind.
I was going to say about a year, yes.
And the anticipated completion date in Brooklyn right now is?
2030. 2029 in Brooklyn, correct.
So 2030 for Queens and the
Correct.
Bronx. Okay.
Correct.
And for Manhattan, we're not there yet?
We're not. We selected, we had shortlisted 2 teams, and we're released our RFP for them, and then we'll be having the conversations, obviously, about budget and schedule with them as well.
So just to be clear, the stated policy of this administration is that even if Mayor Adams is reelected, it's the next mayor that will be responsible for closing Rikers Island.
That, I'm an engineer. We design and build, so our first facility will be completed in 2029. The other 3 facilities will not be done prior to 2029.
I'm making a political point, and you're an engineer. And the current cost estimate for each of the facilities?
Right now, for Brooklyn, we have a registered contract for $2.9 billion, and the other contracts are currently in negotiations.
Okay. Chair, thank you for being so generous with the time. I greatly appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. So let's start with DDC Plus. In the 2022 strategic blueprint, DDC mentioned the possibility of forming a DDC authority, which the report argues would allow the agency to improve the overall function of the agency. Is the administration in favor of this proposal?
Yes.
Has DDC spoken with any representatives from the state, governor's office, Senate, or Assembly to begin the process of creating this authority?
Yes.
Can you talk about how you think DDC would benefit from becoming an authority? By how much, for example, does DDC expect becoming an authority would reduce the city's capital cost per project?
So there would be a significant savings of having, we're the primary builders for the city of New York. And we, as you're certainly well aware, we work with 28 sponsor agencies. And so us being able to be an authority, which would and the reason for that is to help out with project delivery, to do things better, faster, and cheaper. We think that there would be millions of dollars in savings for the city if DDC was to become an authority. And it's, if I may note, it's all about delivery. Everybody internally is still, 68% of my staff is 68% of my team is DC 37 members. So there's no impact on union membership, there's no impact on retirement, the city employees, what have you. So this is all about us just being able to do, to be, better, cheaper, and faster.
Then how would it impact the timeline of future projects?
It would shorten them, because by being an authority, I'd have other tools at my disposal that I do not have right now, that EDC has, and Port Authority and others. Any other major capital public works throughout the country, I'm literally the only one that doesn't have these tools. And as being an authority, it would really as I would say, take a chainsaw to the bureaucracy.
Could DDC reap similar benefits through changes in policy by the city's procurement policy board?
Yes.
If DDC were an authority, what levers would exist to ensure that DDC remains accountable to the city?
There would still be it would be very similar to the SCA, and I know that the SCA is accountable. The bill was literally copy and pasted from that. Obviously, some changes that the law department and others in OMB had worked on. We wouldn't have our own funding. It would still come through the capital agencies themselves. And again, we wouldn't be carrying debt. We would still be under the law department, the controller's office, what have you. The safeguards are all there. But again, it would allow us to build better, faster, and cheaper.
Just shifting over to MWBEs, as you know, Commissioner, this is a very important topic in which I'm extremely passionate about. What is DDC's goal for the percent of contracts awarded to MWBEs?
So our goal on a vertical public buildings project is 30%. Our goals in a design build procurement, regardless of that is on the horizontal or the vertical, is 30% design, 30% in construction. We're also incorporating, we've already incorporated disparity within the disparity on all of the design build projects, 10% Black, 10% Hispanic, and 10% other. And then on the infrastructure projects, under Local Law 1, we then do the analysis with the SBS websites and with their program in order to determine what depending on the scope of the project, what the goals are set for that particular project.
Are the MWBEs that DDC works with, who are the MWBEs that DDC works with most frequently?
We actually work with a wide variety of MWBEs. In terms of professional services, we have, like the commissioner said, 68% of our REIs, the resident engineering firms, are MWBEs. And in terms of our construction managers, like we work with McKissick & McKissick. We work with Armand, which is a Black-owned woman construction management firm. I don't know them all offhand, but we work with a wide variety. Our goal is always to really bring new MWBE firms in to build their capacity.
And what is the average size of a contract to an MWBE firm, and what is the average for a non-MWBE firm?
Can we get back to you on that? I don't have the information with me right now, but we will get back to you on that. And that's the average for MWBE and non-MWBE.
Mm-hmm. Is someone able to get it today, or you need more time?
I'm going to text now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shifting to design builds. Design build, as you said countless times, Commissioner, has been seen as a way to complete projects quicker and at a lower cost by streamlining the existing process. What are some of the benefits and drawbacks of design build that you have encountered, and how does design build compare to the CM build? Are there certain projects that work better with design build versus the CM build model?
Sure. So design build has transformed how we as a city capital agency can deliver since we were given the authority of doing this in 2019. At the time, there was only 2 other cities that were not authorized to do this, us and Philadelphia. So we're really excited with the challenge. We have a dedicated team for design build. The projects that we've assigned, we have over 12 in the portfolio for the design build. They have been amazing. They have been making a record, really amazing strides from a schedule standpoint. It has fostered collaboration, innovation. It has reduced the contractor claims, has reduced contractor change orders, and it has brought more people to the table. It has allowed us to set up our goals at 30% design, 30% construction, and then it also allowed us to set disaggregated goals at 10% Black, 10% Hispanic, and 10% other. So it has brought more people to the table. It has opened up the process so we know who's actually bidding upon these. It allows us to have a number of meetings with the community and within the industry of meeting the primes, getting more people involved, signed up through SBS, more people involved and signed up through Passport. And so we expect that to grow. We expect the design build program to grow, but we're using it very efficiently and effectively. It has to be the right project. It has to be a new build. In the vertical world, it has to, we don't want to rely on heavily in a dense urban environment of, lower Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, where there's tons of unknown utilities. So we really want to be specific when we're using it. And we have our SWAT team of engineers and architects at DDC that evaluate each and every project when it comes through to determine what type of delivery would be effective. And I'll just note that we're not, even though we currently have $33 billion in design and construction, we are not authorized to use CM Build. We're only authorized to use CM Build when things hit the fan during an emergency. And right now we're involved with about 7 emergency contracts. We were obviously using this very, very effectively during the pandemic. But in our everyday lives, we cannot use CM Build. And I think that, and I'm sure most would agree, that every day is an emergency in New York, and we should have these tools. And so we've been up in Albany in the last 3 sessions fighting for alternate delivery, which includes CM Build and progressive design build. We have not been successful yet, fingers crossed in this session, that we will have authorization to use CM Build, progressive design build. We should be treated as professionals. I should be held accountable. Give us the tools, and if I'm not successful, then get somebody else as commissioner, but the time is now.
My last question, Commissioner, is still in alignment with design bill. Design bill has been reauthorized through 2027. One part is during that time, what projects will benefit from not having to go through the traditional route of design bid bills, but also in light of a lot of capital projects being pushed out as far as 2033, how will DDC determine which projects can go forward, should go forward with design build as well? And do you have some of examples of what those projects are and where they are located?
Sure. So we have our SWAT team of engineers and architects that evaluate each project that comes in. We do have a listing of projects, what we would call, on the conveyor belt. One of which we just released is the Roy Wilkins Recreational Center. We also have our bathroom.
Have you picked who's doing Roy Wilkins yet?
Yes, we're fully funded for Roy Wilkins, and we have our statement of qualifications for that's out on the street. Basically, the procurement is out. We also have one out for what we call the bathroom bundle that we're working with the Parks Department on.
Brookville Park is
and you have one of those as well, one of those in your district. So we're really excited about those 2. We've also identified some that are in the infrastructure world. But again, these are projects that allow us to really to pivot quickly, so we could drive that innovation, the collaboration, and it's so important to be able to move quickly on these things. Technology is advancing so quickly, so we need to be able to incorporate these designs with the contractor at the table, having one team deliver for DDC and for the City of New York.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your team for taking part in today's preliminary budget hearing. We'll now move to public testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For public testimony, each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come to the dais as your name is called and wait for your turn to speak. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. During your testimony, you must remain on topic and maintain decorum. Witnesses are not permitted to record themselves or the committee. A recording of this hearing will be available online. Our first panel will be Emerita Torres, Rosa Chang, Lisa Daglian, and Leroy Morrison. Emerita Torres, please begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for having me. My name is Emerita Torres. I lead the Policy Research and Advocacy Department for the Community Service Society of New York. We are dedicated to improving the lives of low-income New Yorkers and championing a more equitable city and state. My testimony today will focus on the state of transit hardship amongst New Yorkers and how we can alleviate that by leveraging the Fair Fares program to its full potential. Since 2014, CSS's annual survey of low-income New Yorkers, the Unheard Third, it's the longest running survey of low-income New Yorkers in the nation, where we ask people about transit hardship. In 2023, approximately 1 in 5 New Yorkers reported that they have struggled to pay mass transit. Among those in poverty, so those, for example, a family of 4 under 31,000 that earns under 31,000 a year, and those in near poverty, defined as those earning between 31,000 and 62,000, the rate was higher at 30%. Even among New Yorkers who are not considered low income, i.e. those with incomes 200 to even 400% of the federal poverty line, 14% said that they struggle to pay for subway and bus fares. It's important to unpack what transit hardship looks like for these individuals. It means they can't attend classes, they don't have the luxury of hailing an Uber or another, using another app, or paying thousands of dollars to afford a car. New Yorkers every day are missing opportunities for taking full advantage of what our city has to offer. And the legacy of historical and current marginalization ensures that these are New Yorkers, largely people of color, who are trying desperately to find a foothold in our city. But we have a great solution for this, and that is in the Fair Fares program, which makes transit more affordable. And as you heard this morning, the program has an estimated 320,000 enrollees. This program has been a game changer for them, but they represent only a third of the almost 1 million New Yorkers who are not eligible. If I can have.
If you could wrap it up and just submit the rest in written. So we
Sure.
can hear from everyone else. Thank you.
So first recommendation, the eligibility threshold needs to be moved up to 200% of federal poverty. That's in our report that was just released today. And second, there needs to be greater awareness of the Fair Fares program. We need more coordination between the MTA and the city to ensure that we're reaching New Yorkers who don't know about this program at all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Great. Hi, I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. And thank you so much for your report. Thank you so much for your hearing today. It was interesting to hear what we heard and interesting to hear what we didn't hear. What a difference a year makes. Last year we were scrambling for funding for the transit agency, and this year we've heard that we've got 5 years of funding, but that doesn't mean that everybody has 5 years of funding. People are still struggling to be able to pay to get on subways and buses and get commuter rail, and we wholeheartedly agree that fares, that the federal poverty level should be raised to 200%, and that fair should be extended to the commuter rails within New York City. And that's something that is part of the FARES Act that we're thrilled was included in the Senate One House, along with City Ticket Weekly, which we think should be funded with the Outer Borough Transit account, transportation account, which we heard a little bit about this morning. And again, the other part of that funding is supposed to go for transit for the outer boroughs. Some might say the better boroughs. For the Long Island Railroad to provide for discounts on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North. We haven't seen that proposal from the MTA yet, but we have a great one, City Ticket Weekly. And we also believe that seniors, disabled, and Medicare eligible riders should be able to use their discounts in the morning peak on the commuter rails, which they currently are not able to do. We're a strong supporter of bus lanes and busways. And in that vein, we also support the capital tracker of the streets plan, because it's not just a suggestion, it's the law. And hearing an update once a year might be challenging for DOT, but it's more challenging to guess what's happening and sort of not understand the realities of what's coming our way, because honestly, buses in our city go slower than a chicken can run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone here. Madam Chair, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Leroy Morrison. I'm the president of New York City Commuter Van Association. Commuter van been around for decades, and we need commuter vans back in the black and brown community, especially in the Rockaways. As you know, the time from Rockaway to Jamaica Center is 1 hour and 45 minutes just to get back in JFK Airport. The people got to go to work, the people of color. We need commuter van to be back on New York City streets so that we can bring the people straight from Rockaway into the airport instead going all the way to Jamaica Center. So we need transportation desert, especially people colored across New York City. When the city was in crisis, it's commuter vans. Now that we meet in difficult time, 2.5 years, affordable insurance, and the member over there was asking about insurance. Please support the captive insurance. That will provide low-cost insurance across New York City for all for-hire vehicles. We have that bill right now in the one-house budget in the Senate. We fight last year, and it's just for commuter van, and the governor vetoed it. This year, we came back in the budget, the one-house budget. So thanks to Senator Leroy Comrie, Assembly Member Anderson, and Ms. Brooks Powell over here to get all New Yorkers fair insurance affordable across New York City and have commuter van back on the street. Is not everyone can afford Uber and Lyft. And most of these seniors don't even know how to use the phone. They know how to come out and flag it down. Our fare is only $2. We're part of New York City transportation and keep us working for New York City. Thank you so much. And the chair for TLC Commissioner, I want to say thanks to him for supporting us also too. We're in the struggle. We need your help. We need your support. We cannot pay $60,000 a year insurance. So we want to bring back down the cost. And we need to let the Department of Financial Services know they need more volunteer insurance company here and stop pricing out small insurance company. And we're a small business. Thank you for having us here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to each of you for coming out and testifying today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next panel will be Amanda Berman. You can begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or should I say evening.
Chair Brooks Powers and Council Member Ressler and committee staff, thank you all for your time today. My name is Amanda Berman. I am here on behalf of the Center for Justice Innovation, and I'm here to request that this council reaffirm its commitment to our driver accountability program in this upcoming fiscal year. For the past 3 decades, the center has worked with communities and justice systems to advance equity, increase safety, and help individuals and communities thrive. And safer streets are a necessary component of all of these things. In 2015, we launched the Driver Accountability Program, a diversion program for lower-level vehicular offenses that come through our criminal court. And instead of relying on punitive responses such as jail or fines, our program encourages behavior change through self-reflection and collective norm setting in a facilitated group discussion. And thanks to the support of council, we have served over 6,000 drivers. And we also have an established record of changing drivers' beliefs and behaviors. In fact, a preliminary analysis that our team is currently in the midst of conducting indicates that participants who completed our program on specific driving-related offenses are less likely to come back on those same offenses on new arrests than a comparison group who didn't go through our program. In 2022, we launched an expansion of our program that we call Circles for Safe Streets, and that addresses cases where there have been crashes that result in fatalities or serious injuries, and it uses a restorative justice process to bring together the drivers and their victims. We run that program in partnership with Families for Safe Streets, which is an incredible advocacy organization many of you are probably familiar with, that is comprised of members who have themselves been directly impacted. I'll wrap up if I can just have a moment. Thank you, Chair. Collectively, these programs play a critical role in a holistic approach to street safety that reduces harms that are caused on our roads, but also the harms that are caused by our systems that respond. And the demand for our program continues to grow, and it is more critical than ever that we sustain our operations. And so we respectfully ask for your continued support, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to remote testimony on Zoom. We'll begin with Britt Bird, followed by Eric McClure.
Time starts.
Hello, my name is Britt Bird. I'm Senior Planner for Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, and I'm submitting this testimony on his behalf. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for holding this hearing today. As Brooklyn Borough President, I have many transportation priorities for our great borough, all of which are aimed at ending car culture and encouraging residents to use more efficient and sustainable modes of transportation, including walking, biking, and public transit. Critically, we need a robust financial commitment to the NYC Streets Plan, which the administration all but abandoned in 2023. DOT has completed only a fraction of the mandated bike lanes, bus lanes, and public plazas mandated by law, and announcements for new projects have slowed to a halt. Of the projects completed, the majority have been done in-house using expense funds and DOT headcount. The city should be bolstering this in-house capacity, but this preliminary budget proposes keeping vacancies unfilled and imposes pegs on traffic and street operations, signaling that the administration intends to keep DOT understaffed. DOT has talented and passionate personnel ready to implement life-saving streets projects across the city, and the budget needs to give them the resources to complete this work. As the coming implementation of congestion pricing will encourage more people to switch to public transportation, it is vital that we invest in critical infrastructure to speed up our buses, paratransit, and emergency vehicles, and keep pedestrians and cyclists safe. As Borough President, I remain committed to Vision Zero. No one should die in New York City streets. This preliminary budget does not agree. In addition to cutting in-house capacity, it includes cuts to Vision Zero education and outreach programming. While infrastructure and design are the foundation of Vision Zero, these cuts are emblematic of a complete disregard for the program's goal to reduce traffic violence. While I'm encouraged by City Hall's interest in sustainable delivery, the administration should first fully support the existing freight mobility staff and initiatives within DOT and outlined in the Delivering Green Plan with EDC. The recent announcement of 6 waterfront shipping hubs is a step in the right direction, but I'm concerned by the absence and continued uncertainty surrounding the Red Hook Container Terminal. which
Time
should
has
remain a
expired.
centerpiece
Thank
in
you.
the city's freight infrastructure and receive renovations and upgrades as proposed in Delivering Green. DOT's Curb Management Action Plan is an exciting step towards using the city's valuable curb lanes for more than just car storage, which should be expanded in the coming years. And DOT should follow through on the local delivery hub and Locker NYC pilot programs to reduce the negative environmental and safety effects of truck deliveries. Open streets are a vital part of Brooklyn's public realm. Streets are not just where New Yorkers travel, they're where we rest, socialize, and relax. I will continue to advocate for funding and expansion of open streets and summer streets across the borough. And then finally, I would like to discuss the future of the BQE. In February, the Federal Highway Administration rejected the administration's application for federal funds to rebuild the triple cantilever in Brooklyn Heights. This proposal was a temporary fix that included too many lanes and ignored community needs along the entire BQE corridor. DOT should continue to work to secure funds from the federal government through the bipartisan infrastructure law to pursue a full redesign of the BQE corridor that centers racial justice, equity, and climate mitigation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I look forward to working with the council on this effort. Together, we can transform our city streets, our freight network, and the BQE corridor.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We'll next hear from Eric McClure, followed by Elizabeth Adams.
Time starts.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. Thanks for the committee staff for their work. My name is Eric McClure. I'm the Executive Director of Streets PAC, and yes, a longtime dues-paying member of Transportation Alternatives. At the March 2023 hearing of this committee on the fiscal 2024 budget, we testified about our deep concern regarding the city's failure to have met the 2022 benchmarks for the creation of physically separated bike lanes and bus lanes required by the city's streets plan. We noted that those benchmarks were increasing in 2023, underscoring our worry. Unfortunately, our concern was prescient as the administration failed again to reach the streets plan mandates, building about 32 of the 50 required bike lane miles, less than 20% of the prescribed 30 miles of separated bus lanes, and upgrading only a fraction of the 500 bus stops mandated. So while the Department of Transportation reports that it is back to pre-pandemic staffing levels and that it's adequately funded, the continued failure to meet legally required benchmarks indicates otherwise. That the vast majority of cycling deaths that have occurred on city streets over the past year happened on streets without protected bike lanes underscores the human cost of not doing better. And with the advent of congestion pricing around the corner, we should be doing everything we can to improve bus service, not leaving strap hangers stuck behind double-parked SUVs. This isn't a case of DOT staff needing to work harder or smarter. It's a case of needing to give them the resources and tools to deliver on the streets plan. We gladly acknowledge that there has been progress, notably in redesigned intersections and expanded public space, but we'll note that Mayor Adams 2 years ago announced an historic 5-year, $900 million commitment to, quote, rapidly build out critical street safety and public transportation infrastructure, unquote. Given the number of projects in both realms that have been slow-walked or outright obstructed, we were heartened to hear Speaker Adams announce yesterday her intent to legislate the creation of a streets plan tracker to help hold the administration accountable for the lackluster progress. We also need to ensure that investment is focusing on the equity gaps that persist in our transportation system and infrastructure. As we said at last year's hearing, the streets plan...
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
I'll wrap up momentarily. Thank you. Our streets plan rightly focused on addressing equity by prioritizing upgrades in those areas of the city whose residents are predominantly people of color, where incomes are lowest and where investment in infrastructure has lagged the most. It's therefore critical that funding is sufficient to prioritize those efforts and that street plan targets are met. At the same time, we urge the members of the City Council to be full and constructive partners in that work. We were disappointed to learn that only 6 council members responded to Commissioner Rodriguez's request for ideas on where to make street safety upgrades in their districts. Yes, it is DOT's job to take the lead on that work, but we hear plenty of criticism from the council about what DOT should or shouldn't do, and a cold shoulder is an odd and unacceptable response to an invitation for input. We can assure you that we and our colleagues in advocacy would jump at such a chance to inform project priorities. Just to summarize, I'll submit written testimony, but turning back to the administration, we're very concerned about the news that many open streets operators, volunteer groups are not getting paid on a timely basis, reimbursed on a timely basis for their outlays. We need to make sure that that gets fixed. We support Speaker Adams' call to increase the eligibility for fair fares to 200% of the poverty level and the call to apply it to commuter rail within the city. And lastly, we just want to circle back to 2 things that we called for last year, which is public funding of City Bike and of robust, safe, and secure public bike parking infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. It's good to see you.
You too, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Elizabeth Adams, followed by Natasha Elder.
I'm just going to ask everyone to please respect the 2-minute rule as we want to make sure we can hear everybody. Thank you.
The time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the committee for today's hearing. My name is Elizabeth Adams. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Public Affairs at Transportation Alternatives. At a time when our city is facing hundreds of traffic fatalities a year and congestion is crowding our streets and polluting our air, it is critically important that we do not cut funding to our city's transportation budget. I want to thank the Council Speaker for yesterday's announcement of legislation to create a capital tracker for streets plan projects in direct response to the Mayor's failure to meet legal mandates. We cannot continue to allow massive delays or stalled bike and bus projects, especially at a time when we need new safe streets projects. But as was noted, just 5 miles of bus lanes were built last year out of the 30 miles required. This has a huge impact on people's daily lives. It makes it harder for people to get to work or to get home to see their kids. And New Yorkers are not feeling this time lost evenly. According to Public Data and Spatial Equity NYC, commuters from Black majority districts spend 70 more minutes each week on the bus compared to those from majority white districts. So every time that we fail to install a bus lane or we delay a project that has already been approved, it's New Yorkers who lose out. And as New York gets ready for the start of congestion pricing, it's more important than ever that we speed up projects for buses and bus lanes so that we are giving New Yorkers as many transit options as possible that work for them. I also want to note that the streets plan requirement for creating pedestrian space sunset at the end of 2023, and our most recent report found that many communities still fail to have even a single pedestrian plaza. So we encourage the council to extend this annual requirement so that every neighborhood has sufficient pedestrian community space for people to gather outside. In addition, as the city is rolling out daylighting at intersections, we want to make sure that this is implemented as effectively as possible. So we encourage DOT to do more than just paint over the daylight intersection, but really prioritize hardened infrastructure that achieves multiple goals, like rain gardens, bike storage, bioswales, and more. Lastly, just want to urge the city, the restoration of last year's 18% budget cut to the crossing
We
guard
thank you for your
funding.
testimony. Your time has
Really
expired.
important. Thank you, sorry. Just critically important to safe streets around schools, and then also echo the call to fully fund open streets programs and fund them on time so that it's not left to volunteers. Thank you so much again. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear next from Natasha Elder, followed by Christopher Scoiler.
Your time will begin.
Good evening. My name is Natasha Elder. I'm the Regional Director with NYPIRG, representing our Strike Hires campaign. Thank you, Committee Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for the opportunity to testify today. We hear it time and time again that New Yorkers need and deserve faster, reliable, and equitable service along with affordable fares. To summarize our full testimony, the New York City budget must recommit to the Department of Transportation streets plan, ensuring that the city is reaching policy benchmarks mandated in that plan. The city must also increase funding to fair fares to expand eligibility to include CUNY students and New Yorkers at 200% of the federal poverty level, and to increase outreach and promotion to help people learn about and how to apply for this benefit. Street design continues to be one of our most viable instruments for improving bus speeds. The streets plan law will do exactly that. But every year, the mayor and DOT have failed to reach bus lane and busway targets, highlighting different barriers each time, from supply chain issues to COVID, staffing shortages, and hiring freezes. It is unacceptable that the mayor's mid-year budget reductions last November and other named barriers will lead to more bus lane installation delays, which leave our buses crawling through their routes at an average speed of merely 8 miles per hour. New York City must also do its part to expand fare discounts where it matters the most for college students and low-income New Yorkers. For college students, affording a MetroCard swipe or OmniTap could be the difference between earning a degree or dropping out altogether. Proposed funding in the executive budget remains flat for the Fair Fares program for FY25, which is still lower than pre-pandemic levels. City Council has been a fierce advocate for this program, and we thank you and urge you to continue by increasing funding for these necessary expansions to both 200% of the federal poverty level and all CUNY students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll hear next from Christopher Schuyler.
Your time will begin.
Good evening, Chairs Brooks Powers, and thank you to all committee staff. So I will submit written comments following my testimony. My name is Christopher Schuyler. I'm a managing attorney with the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I want to talk about congestion pricing, and I hope that the council will push the MTA. Well, first, I do want to say that NOPE supports congestion pricing, wants it to roll out on time. With that said, we want the MTA to broaden the disability exemption to ensure that all people with disabilities are exempt. As it stands, there are groups of people with disabilities who will have to pay the toll. We think that's not right, given that through the MTA's history that they've made decisions to deprioritize subway accessibility projects, and now people with disabilities are left with only ground transportation options. So we think that they need to be exempt. Additionally, we support the Fair Fares program, and we want for the increase to 200%, and want the MTA to kind of up its levels of advertising the program, perhaps as far as HRA, what they can do to advertise the program, perhaps by checking if people who contact HRA, the MTA, are eligible for Fair Fares just at any time they're contacted.
We thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Yes, may I finish with
If you could wrap
word
up, please, and submit your testimony, the rest of it in writing, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, and so the DOT, we second what our colleagues have said about the streets plan, and add particularly with the accessibility components and bus stop upgrades, which are put behind the schedule. And lastly, TLC. I didn't hear TLC mention that they are investigating all about how congestion pricing can improve any of its programs, particularly the Green Rides initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Have a good night.
Christopher, if you're not finished, you could finish. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. If you want to finish, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. No worries. Yeah, that was I rushed through to the end, so that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
Bye-bye.
If we had inadvertently missed anyone that is registered to testify today and is yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais. Okay, seeing no one, I will now turn it over to Chair Brooks Powers for closing remarks.
Thank you to everyone who took time to come in today to testify and to testify virtually. Pretty long day, but much needed discussions happening today, and we look forward to continuing the conversations with each of these agencies as we move into the executive budget season. Thank you, and this meeting is now adjourned.